I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. This kind of suggestion coming from Qingxiu's mouth really surprised Li Er. He had always thought that Qingxiu relied on both hard and soft tactics to annex land and people, and had never used such cruel methods, not even in the western regions. Even when he had to slaughter cities and start killing, he always had ways to let others do it, ensuring the Tang army remained clean-handed from beginning to end. To hear the Duke of Qin propose such an idea, this is truly the first time. Your Majesty, a severe illness requires strong medicine, troubled times need strict laws. The current situation in Nanzhao is no longer something ordinary methods and policies can save. Thunderous means must be used. Qingxiu proposed again, clearly showing that he had already cut off all compassion for the people of Nanzhao, just like how he treated the people of Japan back then. The difference was that Qingxiu hated the Japanese from the beginning and thus had to use bloody methods on them. But the people of Nanzhao had been given chance after chance and still didn't know how to cherish it. They continued to oppose the Central Plains. Since they cannot become citizens of the Tang Empire, then let them become dead people of Nanzhao. Changsun Wuji frowned and thought for a moment, then whispered a few words in Li Er's ear. The latter slightly nodded, then said, "I will consider this matter further and make a decision once I have come to a definite conclusion." Qingxiu nodded. That was to be expected. After all, such a large-scale massacre was no small matter. Although Qingxiu proposed it, the decision still had to be made by Li Er. These people were not native citizens of Tang, but it was still tens of thousands of lives. Making such a decision required immense determination. Gao Shilian, watching Qingxiu and Li Er discuss the proposal, felt like an outsider, as if major court affairs no longer had anything to do with him. Compared to this, his usual discussions with the ministers and Li Er in court seemed trivial and not even worth mentioning. Alright then, since that's settled, let's resume playing cards. Scholar Gao, you start this round. After this matter, Li Er stopped talking about politics and signaled for the card game to continue. Gao Shilian stiffly moved his arm and gave a helpless smile. Alright. 5 days later, after many days of cloudy skies, Chang'an finally cleared up, with 3 straight days of bright sunshine. Li Er specially invited Yuan Tiangang to read the signs in the sky. When he learned that the first day of next month would also be sunny, he immediately set the date to relocate the red spider lily from Qingxiu's hot spring villa. On that day, Li Er dressed elaborately and mobilized a large number of carriages and horses. Yuan Tiangang, curious, asked what big event Li Er was planning. Li Er didn't hide anything and directly told him everything about the red spider lily. The red spider lily? Yuan Tiangang was stunned and laughed, so the rumors among the people were true. I thought it was another myth about the Duke of Qin. Your Majesty, don't you know that the red spider lily is something fabricated by scholars? It shouldn't exist at all. But Li Er was very certain, that's only because you haven't seen it. Before, I also thought it was nonsense, that such a flower couldn't exist. But it really does. Enough talk. You'll go with me shortly, and you'll see it yourself. Yuan Tiangang didn't understand much about the red spider lily. He thought it was probably just a fake flower Qingxiu made using special techniques to deceive people. Even though a black peony had appeared before, he thought that was just luck, coincidentally growing in Qingxiu's garden under unique conditions. Since Li Er was so sure, Yuan Tiangang did want to go along and see if this so-called red spider lily was real or not. Though in his heart, he believed it was very likely fake. At that moment, from the south gate to the palace in Chang'an City, the streets were already packed with people crowding on both sides, all waiting for the red spider lily to be brought into the city. Not only commoners but also many nobles and officials were waiting along the roads, not squeezed into the crowd, but sitting in carriages, or simply watching from the second or third floors of restaurants above the street. Li Er found it odd. He hadn't announced this event publicly, so how did the people know and come out early to wait? This was, of course, Qingxiu's doing. He would never miss a chance for grand publicity. Qingxiu was now in a private room on the 4th floor of Baiweiju, looking at the crowds flooding the streets of Chang'an. He knew that today, this red spider lily was definitely going to cause a huge sensation. Husband, you really know how to plan. Cui Yuran looked at the packed crowds outside and couldn't believe it was all because of a single flower, and just an ordinary Lycoris radiata. She finally understood that the true value of something didn't matter. What mattered was whether the world believed in its charm. As long as people believed it was worth a fortune, even if it wasn't worth a single coin, they would still fight over it. Qingxiu smiled silently. From beginning to end, he had given Shui Yuan a thorough lesson in marketing. How much she could learn from it depended on herself. At noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the summer heat was intense. The blazing sun made it hard to breathe, especially with so many people packed together. But no one cared that they were drenched in sweat. They still looked ahead eagerly, until a clear voice called out, "Make way," from outside the city gate, and a carriage slowly entered the city. As soon as the carriage came in, the red cloth covering it was lifted, and the red spider lily inside was revealed to everyone. In an instant, cheers, gasps, shouts, and exclamations erupted, deafening the air. Everyone who saw it seemed bewitched, shouting hoarsely, their eyes following the flower as it moved, afraid to miss even a second. It really looks just like the illustrations. The red spider lily actually exists. Could the rumors be true? The Duke of Qing really can travel between the living and the dead. Nonsense. The Duke of Qing already said publicly, it grew in his back garden. Even if the legend is fake, he truly received a blessing from heaven. My life wasn't wasted. At least I saw the red spider lily with my own eyes. Worth it. Not only the commoners, even the nobles watching were overwhelmed with excitement. It was the first time they'd lost their composure over an external object. They couldn't do as the commoners did, pushing through the crowd or chasing after the carriage. They could only watch helplessly as the red spider lily moved further away, feeling regretful. What a pity. Once the flower entered the imperial court, they would probably never have the chance to see it again. At this moment, the vehicle transporting the red spider lily was like a giant magnet. Wherever it went, the crowd followed. Chang'an City was packed everywhere. Even the patrolling guards responsible for maintaining order couldn't manage it, and eventually just let the crowd push and squeeze as they pleased, as they were unable to control it any longer. Li Er naturally allowed the people to behave this way, especially when he saw the crowd following the flower cart step by step to the palace gate. Everyone was praising and admiring the red spider lily, which made Li Er feel very satisfied. Such a rare flower that captivated people's souls and dreams had now become one of the treasures in his back garden. Yuan Tiangang had been standing on the palace wall looking from afar until the red spider lily gradually arrived beneath the palace gate. He quickly descended from the tower to take a close look. Yuan Tiangang usually didn't pay much attention to tales of gods and ghosts and only knew a bit about the red spider lily from rumors. But he had read many picture books about ghosts and monsters and was quite familiar with the flower's appearance described in those stories. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he found that the appearance of this flower was more than 70% similar to the ones in those books, and its color was as red as flames. Yuan Tiangang was stunned on the spot, clearly deeply shocked. He tried to divine something about the red spider lily, trying many times but gaining nothing. Like the black peony, this flower seemed to be just an ordinary plant, without any strange aura or special effect. But that made Yuan Tiangang feel even more puzzled. He had assumed from the beginning that such a flower couldn't exist in the world, so its sudden appearance must mean something strange. Could it be that my cultivation is not deep enough? Once this thought appeared, Yuan Tiangang felt a little discouraged, but he quickly let it go. There is always someone better, a sky beyond every sky. Although he had cultivated for years and had strong skills, the deeper his knowledge, the more he realized how small and shallow he was. It was perfectly normal that there were things in the world he couldn't understand. Did you see anything? Li Er noticed Yuan Tiangang's unusual reaction and stepped forward to ask, but Yuan Tiangang just kept shaking his head, saying he saw nothing. This thing is really strange, but I didn't discover anything. Li Er seemed thoughtful. If even you can't see anything, doesn't that mean this flower has nothing strange about it, and is just an ordinary flower? In other words, this flower just happens to grow in a special way and happens to look like a red spider lily? That's possible. But how could something so coincidental be real? It had to be said, Li Er was indeed becoming enlightened. Ever since Qingxiu kept feeding him the idea that supernatural powers are nonsense, his first reaction to anything strange was to question it. If it weren't for the hype around the red spider lily being too strong, Li Er might have kept doubting it. But Yuan Tiangang firmly said, "Your Majesty, I believe this can't be a coincidence. If there was only one or two strange flowers, fine. But such rare flowers have appeared twice in the Duke of Qing's residence, how could that be explained by just coincidence?" Yuan Tiangang's words made the slightly cleared up Li Er feel dizzy again. He started to think what Yuan Tiangang said made a lot of sense. In that case, do you think, is there anything ominous about this thing? Li Er asked the question he cared about most. There is nothing ominous, at least nothing harmful to living people. Your Majesty can rest assured. Hearing this, Li Er naturally felt completely at ease. He was so pleased that he immediately ordered the red spider lily to be placed in the imperial back garden, to be carefully planted and nurtured. Your Majesty, in the next few days, could I be allowed to visit the palace's back garden more often? I'd like to study it in detail. Please rest assured, I won't damage it. Of course. Li Er didn't refuse Yuan Tiangang and agreed right away. Yuan Tiangang silently made up his mind, he had to understand this thing clearly. With the red spider lily now inside the palace, the chaos in Chang'an City finally began to settle down, and everyone returned to their own activities. Having seen it with their own eyes today, the people felt the trip was worth it, and they now had something to talk about in future casual conversations. After watching the whole event, Cui Yuran finally realized how much people liked this flower. Instead, she became more determined to take care of her flower garden. If these people saw that the back garden is full of red spider lilies, I wonder how they would react, Cui Yuran thought proudly. Right after the event ended, Qingxiu summoned Chen Rusong and instructed him to continue sending people to search for rare and exotic flowers and plants. From now on, as long as you find anything new or interesting, whether it's a flower, a plant, a creature, even an insect, just bring it here. You've seen it, the nobles of Chang'an are into this stuff now. Chen Rusong was also amazed. If this flower were in the western regions, even the nobles or emperors wouldn't care, let alone the common people. No one would make such a grand scene for it. Isn't it because our great Tang is getting stronger now? Even the commoners have started caring about this kind of thing, Qingxiu said with a smile. But Qingxiu only mentioned the surface reason. In truth, it was because of his great effort in marketing, and even borrowing Li Er's popularity, that the red spider lily was hyped up to this level. Just as Chen Rusong was about to leave, Qingxiu suddenly called him back and asked, "How's the situation at the craft workshop?" "The steam engine is still being built. The boiler was mostly finished a while ago, but some of the more delicate parts are still being polished. I'm afraid it will take more time." Qingxiu nodded slightly, this was within his expectations. "Is there a shortage of funds?" "Not really. Thanks to your generous support, they are not short on money at all. And because the pay is good, the craftsmen are working very hard." "Good." After thinking for a while, Qingxiu suddenly said, "I need a batch of top-quality paper pulp soon. Send people to recruit for me. Whether from Guangzhou, the Central Plains, or even Jiangnan, as long as they have great skill, bring them to me. I need them urgently." Chen Rusong replied and left without asking further. He didn't need to know Qingxiu's purpose. As long as Qingxiu had a need, he would do it, without any unnecessary words. Strangely, ever since the red spider lily entered the palace, Li Er had been sleeping unusually well at night. Before this, he was often busy with state affairs and would go to bed close to the second night watch. Even then, it would take him a long time to fall asleep, and he would often wake up early for morning court. But in the past 2 days, he could fall asleep as soon as he got into bed, and every time he woke up, he felt refreshed and full of energy, not tired at all. Although Qingxiu kept telling Li Er that the red spider lily was just an ordinary flower, with no divine nature and not an auspicious sign, these past few days, he had been sleeping soundly and feeling refreshed. Even if he didn't want to think too much about it, the facts were right there. On this day, just after the early morning court session, Li Er immediately hurried to the back garden to look at the red spider lily. This had already become his daily routine. Especially as his sleep improved day by day, he spent even longer each day admiring it, subconsciously believing that doing so would help him sleep better at night. "Master Yuan, here so early again today?" As soon as Li Er entered the back garden, he saw Yuan Tiangang sitting in front of the red spider lily meditating, just like in previous days, with his brows tightly furrowed. Even though he hadn't figured out anything from the red spider lily these days, he was stubbornly fixated here. The more he couldn't understand it, the more he wanted to study it deeply. He firmly believed that the red spider lily must hold some secret he hadn't uncovered yet, and once he could understand it, his cultivation would surely improve by leaps and bounds. At least, that's what he thought himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be putting so much effort into studying it here like this. "Your Majesty." Yuan Tiangang slightly bowed, his expression showing fatigue. It was clear he hadn't rested well these past few days. "Master, why don't you go back and rest early? If this continues every day, I'm afraid your body won't hold up." Li Er looked energetic and full of spirit, completely opposite to Yuan Tiangong's tired face. "Your Majesty looks radiant lately, it seems your sleep has been very good. It's all thanks to this flower." Li Er pointed to the red spider lily, full of joy. Ever since I got it, I've been sleeping more deeply. I fall asleep as soon as I lie down and wake up refreshed, without any fatigue. This flower truly is a sign of heavenly blessing. Is that so? Yuan Tiangang patted his forehead, forcing himself to wake up from his sleepy state. If this flower is so magical, there must be something I haven't figured out yet. Heh, master, why be so stubborn? Don't you often say, things happen in threes? This is already your fourth visit to the back garden. Since you can't figure it out, why not let it go for now? Li Er was actually advising Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang was slightly stunned by this. Only then did he realize he had unintentionally become deeply obsessed with worldly thoughts. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been strict with himself about worldly attachments. Even in the palace, he deliberately kept his clothing and food simple to avoid disturbing his sincerity. But now, after seeing the red spider lily, he had become as obsessed as an ordinary person crazy about gold and silver. If he kept going like this, his hard-earned state of mind would collapse again, no different from those Taoist priests in temples who preached infinite Tao ancestors but secretly amassed wealth. Your Majesty is right. If I still learn nothing today, I won't come again tomorrow. Yuan Tiangang sighed deeply. That said, Your Majesty really has changed recently. Not only does your face look better day by day, even your mental state is different now. I'm impressed. This made him even more convinced that the red spider lily held some deeper mystery, only he couldn't understand it himself. Who knows? Li Er looked lovingly at the red spider lily, but just one glance made him freeze. His expression instantly stiffened. He saw that one petal of the red spider lily was starting to shrink and wither. He immediately called the gardeners to come and tend to it. Haven't we been taking good care of it these days? How is it already starting to wither? Be sure to take good care of it, don't let it die. Li Er was truly anxious. At his doorstep, he had already been caring for it as Qingxiu instructed, even using the most fertile soil from the back garden. How could it still be dying? Especially since Li Er didn't know how to grow it, he believed that once it withered, there wouldn't be another one, which made him even more unwilling. The palace gardeners panicked and quickly began watering and caring for it, even digging up the soil inch by inch, picking out even the smallest stones, afraid the flower would keep withering. Li Er frowned deeply and immediately ordered Wang Degui to send someone to urgently ask Qingxiu how to delay the red spider lily's withering. Even though Li Er had mentally prepared for this, seeing the red spider lily really start to wither still made him feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Qingxiu was busy at a paper workshop in Chang'an with several papermaking masters. He didn't yet know that the palace messenger hadn't been able to find him at first and was now so anxious he didn't dare return to the palace. An old master carefully took apart a paper mold, examined it, and handed it to Qingxiu to inspect. Please have a look, does this work? Inside the mold was a square piece of paper about the size of a palm. The design carved on it was very detailed and complex. Qingxiu picked it up. The texture of the paper was quite strange. It felt both like regular paper and also like smooth cotton fabric, the two sensations oddly interwoven. The material seems about right. Qingxiu put the paper down. But the design isn't detailed enough. It's not hard to imitate. It should still be improved. Hearing this, the papermakers behind him were amazed. The patterns were already so complex, and he still thought they were easy to copy? Some of them even thought that if the original artist tried to redraw it, they might not be able to make it exactly the same. Duke Qing, isn't this pattern hard to imitate? We invited top artists from Chang'an to draw it. The level of detail and complexity isn't something ordinary people could copy. Refining it further might not be necessary. Qingxiu shook his head. In his view, anything made by human hands could be imitated. You've probably never seen famous paintings or calligraphy works, those are equally delicate and beautiful, yet forgers can still copy them so precisely, even down to the brush fibers. If those famous paintings can be copied, this thing definitely can too. If it gets forged, the consequences will be unimaginable. What Qingxiu was putting so much effort into making was something he had previously agreed on with Li Er, a way to solve the silver shortage, paper money. This kind of thing was common in the industrial age, but for this time period, it was an unimaginable, futuristic product. After thousands of years, people were already used to copper and gold/silver as money. Who could suddenly accept a seemingly useless piece of scrap paper as something that could buy real food and cloth? Just a few pieces of paper with some writing on them, and they could replace real gold and silver? That sounded like someone hadn't woken up yet. And what's more troublesome is that while anti-counterfeiting for paper money is extremely difficult, the cost of forgery is very low. As long as the profit is high enough, who couldn't afford to hire a few top artists? Precisely because of this, Qingxiu tried every possible method to improve the materials. He mixed pulp with cotton to make paper money. After multiple attempts, he did manage to create a durable material that was hard to imitate. But when it came to the anti-counterfeiting design, even though he had refined it many times and the patterns had become very detailed and complex, Qingxiu still believed there was room for forgery. He frowned in deep thought, and unintentionally glanced at the materials and molds placed to the side. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. Try it again, this time use this method. Qingxiu immediately instructed the craftsman to hurry and test it out. In addition, he thought of another anti-counterfeiting method. If the paper money relied only on its material and texture to prevent counterfeiting, it still wouldn't be enough. But if, during manufacturing, a small amount of gold or silver was mixed into the paper as a hidden mark, then the cost and difficulty of forging it would become very high. Once he made up his mind, he immediately ordered silver and copper coins to be transferred from his own treasury, and even temporarily drafted more workers from the craft workshop to rush production of templates and anti-counterfeiting features. So for several more days, Qingxiu focused solely on this matter, even staying overnight at the paper bureau. Seeing how dedicated Qingxiu was, the craftsmen naturally didn't dare to slack off. One after another, they worked hard on forging and making the product, afraid of delaying progress. Until 5 days later, another mold was completed. Dozens of banknotes printed strictly according to Qingxiu's requirements were finally produced again. Although the patterns on this version of the paper money were not as intricate or beautiful as before, the designs looked like they were engraved, they felt distinctly three-dimensional to the touch. And the anti-counterfeiting marks mixed with silver powder were highly visible. If forged, they could be identified at a glance. The job was done. Qingxiu immediately had someone write a letter to inform Li Er, claiming he had found a way to ease the severe shortage of silver in the Tang Empire. Li Er received the letter in the evening. Although Qingxiu didn't explain the method in the letter, that only made Li Er even more curious. He wished he could go to Qingxiu's mansion right away. However, Qingxiu specifically reminded Li Er not to be in a hurry. He would announce the method at the next morning court and hoped Li Er would give his full support. If the method works, I'll definitely give it my full support. Li Er suppressed his curiosity. Just then, someone rushed in with urgent news about the red spider lily. It turned out that in the past few days, palace staff had asked Cui Yuran about how to cultivate the flower. Thanks to her guidance, the flower had become vibrant and colorful again. Upon hearing this, Li Er temporarily set aside Qingxiu's matter. Even though it was already dark, he still grabbed a lantern and went to check on the red spider lily. He had only just enjoyed a few nights of good sleep. In his view, it was all due to the flower's effect, so of course, he didn't want it to wither. The next day at morning court, Qingxiu, who had not shown up in a long time, appeared, drawing many sideways glances. Everyone in court knew that if Qingxiu could avoid attending, he certainly wouldn't be here. If he did show up, it meant something big was happening. Sure enough, as soon as the court began, Li Er brought up the matter of pacifying Nanzhao. Once this topic was mentioned, the ministers in court naturally started their usual barrage of criticism. Same arguments as always: Nanzhao's land is barren, the people are ignorant barbarians, impossible to civilize, etc. Same old talk, urging Li Er to give up on Nanzhao, or else it would become a bottomless pit. Qingxiu had already discussed countermeasures with Li Er, but listening to the court ministers speaking so self-righteously and ignorantly was truly annoying. He glanced at Gao Shilian. In the past, he was the first to suggest abandoning Nanzhao. But now, he remained silent, not joining the others in their proposals. Clearly, the mahjong session from a few days ago had made a big impression on him, especially after learning that Nanzhao produced a large amount of silver. He simply couldn't speak up anymore. Qingxiu was getting fed up. If even Gao Shilian had shut up, why were these old guys still rambling on? Qingxiu directly interrupted them. You all keep saying that Nanzhao's land is barren and hard to cultivate, but how many of you have even read the official records and geographical reports on Nanzhao? With this sentence, many in the room immediately fell silent and had nothing to say. The so-called geographical reports were official documents compiled after annexing new territory, recording maps, resources, population numbers, and so on. These documents were rarely used. Usually, they only came out when the Ministry of Revenue calculated taxes, or when generals prepared to quell unrest at the borders. Qingxiu knew very well how these civil officials behaved. They loved to say Nanzhao was poor and lacking resources, but it was all hearsay. Even if some of it was true, they had no understanding of the real situation and still spread exaggerated versions of it. The most ridiculous thing to Qingxiu was someone who claimed Nanzhao was full of toxic miasma and that people living there long-term would surely have shortened lifespans, so no one should stay there. Come, let me ask you something. Qingxiu bluntly cut the man off. In Nanjiao, how many parts are mountains, how many are water, and how many are farmland? The official was speechless, stammering for a long time without saying anything. How many citizens does Nanjiao have? Give me an exact number, rounded to the nearest 10,000. If you've read the geographical records, you should be able to answer that easily. Qingxiu's question was already made as easy as possible, yet the official still couldn't answer, sweating profusely. Even Li Er frowned at this scene. Qingxiu then said directly, Your Majesty, I think the oversight system for court censors should be improved. Many of them here are just spreading rumors or criticizing without knowing the facts. If so, what's the point of allowing their advice? He openly criticized the censors in court, basically calling them useless. In the entire court, only Qingxiu dared to speak like this. It wasn't because these officials were hard to deal with, it was because they were annoying, like flies. Normally, they didn't handle state affairs but were in charge of advising and monitoring. While many times they could give useful suggestions, quite a few times their input was totally worthless. Other officials would get impeached by them not just for political mistakes, but even for having messy clothes or body odor. But the court's tolerance for the censors was extremely high. As long as these officials did not break the law, every time they submitted an impeachment, it would definitely get a response. If you offended these censors, even if they couldn't really do anything to you, today they'd report your clothing was untidy, and tomorrow they'd say your appearance was improper or that you were disrespectful to His Majesty. No one could stand it. Even if these were minor things and wouldn't bring punishment, if the emperor constantly heard small complaints about you, it would easily leave a very poor impression. If you couldn't manage small matters, how could His Majesty trust you with great responsibilities? Moreover, these censors didn't participate in governance. Their promotion system was different from other officials, they didn't need to form factions, and it was hard for other officials to find faults to attack them with. They basically had no weaknesses and were untouchable. That's why almost no one wanted to provoke these flies. If they could avoid them, they would. But for Qingxiu, these people could never use impeachment as a threat against him. He didn't care at all. Li Er cared even less. The man who had been rebutted by Qingxiu was left speechless. The others wanted to speak up for him but truly had no way to open their mouths at the moment. If they spoke, Qingxiu would simply throw the geographical records at them in response. How would they deal with that? In the future, if the censors want to give advice on court affairs, shouldn't they first try to understand the full situation before making suggestions? If you keep going like this, isn't it just making a joke of yourselves? Qingxiu didn't give them any face, continuing to hit back with sharp words. These previously arrogant censors could only listen stiffly. The other ministers were secretly pleased. Qingxiu had finally helped them vent their anger. To see this group of flies silenced was no easy feat. Even those who privately agreed with the censors now stood mentally with Qingxiu. As long as you go against the censors, we're on the same team. Li Er noticed the atmosphere in the court was becoming delicate. He cleared his throat and tried to ease the tension. The Duke of Qing hasn't attended court for a long time and may not know what the other ministers think about this matter. No need to rush, take your time. Also, if the censors want to submit proposals, they should at least read through some of the geographical records or border reports. If you're only relying on hearsay, the information might not be accurate. This speech seemed like Li Er was trying to mediate, but anyone smart could tell he was clearly siding with Qingxiu and even throwing shade at the censors. Enough. You all need not discuss this matter any further. I already have a solution. This immediately drew everyone's attention. They all assumed Li Er intended to abandon Nanjiao. Even if he wanted to save face or spare Qingxiu's feelings, he would probably say it in a softer way, perhaps slow down the pacification process and then gradually withdraw troops. But what Li Er said next completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, we have never voluntarily given up a single inch of land. In the past, the ferocious Turks eventually broke apart and faced extinction. Now that our Tang Empire is strong and powerful, can we be countered by a tiny country with a population of less than 500,000? Nanjiao must not be abandoned. Not a single inch of land will be given up. Even if the locals are barbarians and uncivilized, we must increase pressure and subdue them. We will not retreat even half a step. Those who repeatedly rebel and resist can be executed on the spot as an example. There's nothing wrong with that. Li Er had not spoken with such killing intent in court for a long time. To the ministers, this was a very clear message. Even if he had to turn Nanjiao into a wasteland, Li Er would make sure it was brought under Tang control and integrated into the empire. In other words, he was also hinting, if not saying directly, that he only cared about the land, not the people living on it. This meant that even if the general sent their carried out massacres, he would not stop them, as long as the land was taken. This made the officials even more confused. That land, in terms of productivity, was even worse than the Huang region. Why was Li Er so obsessed? Some still wanted to speak up, but Li Er cut them off again. My mind is made up. I will not change it. If any ministers still object, you may submit a memorial after court. What he meant was, you can write your objections if you want, I won't even look at them. At this point, even a fool would know what to do. The officials wisely chose not to speak further. Li Er looked toward Qingxiu, who nodded slightly in agreement with the emperor's decision. Li Er deliberately did not mention the silver mine to persuade the civil and military officials. He didn't want any of them using the information for personal gain. After all, Nanzhao was far from the capital. If someone had bad intentions, they could go early, secretly mine silver, and easily hide it from the court. Li Er didn't even plan to tell the generals leading the campaign about it. In fact, his concern was a bit much. While Nanzhao did have a lot of silver mines, they weren't ones that could be mined by hand. Most of them required explosives, blasting mountains and rocks to extract. And if anyone wanted to use explosives, there was no way they could bypass Qingxiu. The officials couldn't understand why Li Er was so firm. They just assumed he was acting willfully because the empire was strong now, so they stopped overthinking. At present, the Tang army was indeed powerful. It didn't mind spending extra troops and resources to suppress a small country. Since the emperor insisted, they would follow his will. Li Er then announced in court that Li Daozong would continue as the main general to pacify Nanzhao, and this time he would be given another 10,000 elite troops. Together with the 3,000 already stationed there, it would be a total of 13,000 troops. These were true Tang imperial troops. Not only was their combat strength first class, but they were also heavily equipped with firearms, enough to rival an army of 100,000. Such a military force clearly meant Nanzhao would be soaked in blood. The Nanzhao people probably didn't realize how terrible the consequences of their repeated rebellions would be. But now, they no longer had any chance. After the discussion ended, Li Er didn't immediately end court. Instead, he looked at Qingxiu expectantly. Since the Duke of Qing came today, it must be to present the method he mentioned yesterday to solve the issue of silver circulation in the market. Compared to Nanzhao, this matter was even more important to him. Qingxiu noticed Li Er's eager gaze and smiled slightly. Facing the court officials, he said calmly. Everyone, I believe you're all aware of the recent shortage of silver in the court, yes? There's no need to say much about the silver issue, even the salt officials know that the silver shortage is extremely urgent. Even last month, when the court paid official salaries, they had already started substituting part of the payment with cloth and grain. The court didn't dare to spend too lavishly, since silver was needed for so many things and had to be conserved. Seeing that the officials seemed familiar with this matter, Qingxiu got straight to the point. Nowadays, goods circulate frequently in the market, and trade with foreigners is increasing. Although foreigners have brought in a lot of silver, barter trade is still common. Overall, the amount of silver continues to decrease year by year. If currency circulation in the market keeps relying on silver, in at most 5 years, the court will run out of silver. What Qingxiu said wasn't alarmist talk, and no one in the court doubted the truth of his prediction. In fact, this issue had already been repeatedly discussed in court. Some believed that silver could still be used for a dozen more years, while the pessimists thought it wouldn't last even 2. Since then, the court officials had put forward various suggestions, such as requiring part of taxes to be paid in silver, and making silver mandatory for foreign or internal trade taxes. But rules are rules, and enforcing them is another matter. The shortage of silver led to its increasing value. The people weren't stupid. In a time of deflation, who wouldn't try to keep more hard currency for themselves? How could they hand it all over to the court? If the common people hid their silver and refused to pay, the court couldn't possibly go house to house searching for it, could it? So this measure didn't produce much effect either. Ultimately, it was because Qingxiu had caused a huge increase in productivity during this era. More goods were being produced, but the consumption and trade systems couldn't keep up. Although this issue didn't threaten the foundation of the state, if left unsolved, it would still hinder further productivity growth. From what the Duke of Qing said, it seems he already has a solution. Yu Shernan was the first to ask the question, which was also what everyone most cared about at the moment. Qingxiu smiled slightly. It's actually quite simple, just replace silver with something else and let it circulate among the people, isn't that enough? The ministers were stunned. In their view, what he said was no different from saying nothing at all. Replace silver with something else, that's easy to say, but what can replace it? Exactly, even if the court issues it, the people have to accept it. What can replace silver? It's nothing more than copper or gold. But copper is also scarce, and as for gold, Qingxiu motioned for everyone to quiet down. He could understand their doubts. Before we go further, let me ask, do you all know about the white deer coin from Emperor Wu of Han's time? We know. Many responded at once. The so-called white deer coin was during the time of Emperor Wu of Han. After years of warfare, the population was halved, and the national treasury was nearly empty. Even paying the military became difficult. So Emperor Wu came up with a very bold idea. He slaughtered a white deer, a symbol of good fortune from his royal garden, and used its skin to make exquisitely crafted paper coins, to serve as large-value currency. This was likely the first historical attempt to use paper money, but the result was extremely poor. Since then, no dynasty had tried to reform the currency system. To this day, the currency was still copper coins and silver. Even for large transactions, the most used were silver notes from money houses, which weren't actual currency but more like proof of deposit. Even the 5-zhu coins from the Han dynasty were still used among the people, and the court accepted them for tax without issue. Currencies outside of gold and silver were unimaginable to the civil and military officials. Some even saw the idea as a scam. Someone immediately caught on. Du Ruhui was the first to ask, "Duke of Qing, do you mean to use something like the white deer coin to replace copper and silver?" "Something like that," Qingxiu replied vaguely. But once he said this, the ministers immediately looked disappointed. They had thought Qingxiu would offer some mysterious new method, but it turned out to be the same old trick played by Emperor Wu of Han. If that method had worked, why would they wait for Qingxiu to bring it up? Even the censors, who were normally aloof from practical matters, knew that such a thing was hardly useful and could even cause more harm than good. Du Ruhui looked troubled. "Duke of Qing, you should also know what happened with the white deer coin. I'm afraid this method won't work." "That's not entirely true. You can't judge the process just by the result. Even though the white deer coin failed, that doesn't mean the policy was completely worthless." Qingxiu slowly raised one finger. The biggest problem with Emperor Wu's white deer coin was that he was too greedy from the start. A single coin was meant to be worth several hundred strings of coins, and it could only be used by the court for military pay or purchases from the people. But people weren't allowed to use it to pay taxes. How could anyone accept that? Also, the white deer coin had almost no anti-counterfeiting features. Once it was widely circulated, forgery was inevitable, and the court couldn't control it. That's also why Emperor Wu didn't allow people to use it for taxes. These 2 points from Qingxiu made the ministers' eyes light up. They hadn't thought that deeply before. They had simply believed that the white deer coin failed because the people didn't accept it. Du Ruhui seemed to understand Qingxiu's point. "If that's what Duke of Qing is saying, then do you have a way to issue a coin similar to the white deer coin?" "Exactly." Qingxiu immediately pulled out several envelopes from his robe and signaled Wang Deguai to bring them to Li Er. Li Er opened one and found 4 pieces of paper, each about the size of a palm. These papers were not ordinary. They didn't feel rough like regular paper, but rather soft and fluffy like cotton cloth. Looking closer, there were engraved patterns on the paper. Yes, the paper had 3-dimensional designs carved into it. They looked elegant and intricate. Under each pattern, there was a silver glow, as if colored powder had been embedded into the engravings during production. Just from their appearance, these pieces of paper looked like works of fine art. As for craftsmanship, Li Er had never seen or even heard of anything like it. It was his first time realizing that such complex engravings could be made on paper, and the material itself was so unique that even he had never seen anything like it. As Li Er looked at the papers and recalled what Qingxiu had just said, he immediately understood Qingxiu's intent. He wanted to create this kind of paper money to replace silver and copper in market circulation. Li Er looked at Qingxiu and found the latter also looking at him with a meaningful expression. Li Er immediately understood. He ordered Wang Deguai to pass around the paper notes Qingxiu had given him, so all the officials could examine them. Neither Li Er nor Qingxiu said anything directly, but everyone present was a seasoned official. How could they not see what they were implying? The officials repeatedly examined the notes. They were clearly amazed that such paper currency could be made so exquisitely, with craftsmanship far beyond their understanding. There must be silver powder in here, but no one can figure out how it's embedded. This is not the same as Emperor Wu of Han's white deer coin. Look, you can't even tell if the material is cloth or paper. Let alone the material, just the engraving and illustrations on it, I wouldn't even know how to copy them. After all the officials finished examining the notes, they were returned to Li Er. Only then did Qingxiu ask, "What do you all think?" Although the officials thought this item had strong anti-counterfeiting ability, back in the day, Emperor Wu used the skins of auspicious white deer from his imperial garden for his white deer coins, rare materials that were not easy to imitate either. "Duke of Qing, if you plan to use this kind of paper to replace copper and silver coins, how can you make sure the same mistake won't be repeated?" Fang Xianling asked the key question. This was the most important issue. Even if the people couldn't imitate it, how could you ensure they would accept it? Would landlords and elites really be willing to accept this and willingly exchange their goods? I've already thought of that. The people are unwilling to accept paper money mainly because they're afraid the court will suddenly abolish it. Today it's usable, tomorrow it's just waste paper. And more importantly, the value of the note is far lower than that of silver and copper coins. The simplest way is to make it have the same value as silver. Qingxiu casually picked up one of the notes. Take this one for example. If we assign it the value of 1 tael of silver and directly issue it, the people would never accept it. But if we prepare reserves in advance and allow the people to exchange it, then its value would be immediately accepted. Reserves? This term left everyone puzzled. It was their first time hearing it. Qingxiu noticed their confusion and immediately explained, reserves mean that for every note issued worth 1 tael of silver, the court will prepare 1 tael of real silver, allowing the people to exchange their note for silver at any time. No matter how many they bring, we'll exchange them all. This explanation suddenly made everything clear to the officials. Even Li Er was enlightened. Indeed, this was a good method. The reason the white deer coin became worthless back then was because Emperor Wu never meant for it to be real currency, he just wanted to drain money from the rich. But if reserves were added, then this would be a currency backed by the court. Good. Li Er clapped his hands repeatedly and praised, this is the first time I've heard of the term reserves. If this is promoted, public trust will definitely rise. Not just Li Er, the civil and military officials also felt Qingxiu's reasoning made perfect sense. As long as the court prepared reserves in advance, the people could exchange any amount of notes for silver. The court wouldn't need to fear being drained of silver either. No. Just as everyone was thinking about how feasible it was, Wei Jing jumped out to object again, repeatedly saying this plan wouldn't work. If the court only prepares 100 taels of silver as reserves, but the people bring out 1,000 taels worth of notes, then what? Qingxiu frowned. Dr. Wei, are you joking? If we prepare reserves for each note, and only have 100 taels of silver as reserves, how could they possibly bring out 1,000 taels worth of notes? That's exactly the problem. Wei Jing seemed to catch a flaw and grew excited. What if people counterfeit the notes and use them to trick the court out of real silver? Counterfeit? Qingxiu was almost amused by this old man. He asked back immediately, Dr. Wei, pardon me for speaking harshly, but have you grown senile with age? What? Wei Zheng didn't expect such a comment and immediately turned red, unable to say a word. When the paper notes were passed around just now, you also examined them. You couldn't even tell what the material was, how could you expect commoners to counterfeit it? Of course, Wei Zheng didn't understand these techniques and craftsmanship, but he still insisted, even if I can't tell, surely someone in the public can. There are always skilled tricksters. Don't forget, even the tiger tally was once forged. Dr. Wei, if you insist on that logic, then nothing in the world can ever be done. If counterfeiting is possible, then improve the craftsmanship. During silver exchange, scrutinize carefully, don't make errors. But if we abandon the idea of paper money just because of fear, isn't that like choking on food for fear of choking? Wei Zheng was left speechless by Qingxiu's string of counterarguments. And it wasn't just Wei Zheng. Qingxiu had essentially addressed all the doubts that still lingered in other skeptical officials' hearts, shutting their mouths as well. According to Qingxiu's reasoning, the promotion of paper money might truly be feasible. If those few things could be done right, perhaps what Emperor Wu failed to accomplish could be achieved by Qingxiu. Li Er didn't waste words. He asked Qingxiu directly how he planned to issue the paper money. Qingxiu had already prepared. He took out a memorial he had written beforehand and submitted it to the emperor for review. According to Qingxiu's idea, paper money should not have overly large denominations. If a single note was worth too much, it wouldn't circulate among the people, it would remain a toy for the court and wealthy elites. His plan was to start with a minimum denomination of 10 coins, equal to 10 copper pieces, then 50 copper, 100 copper, or 1 tael of silver, 1 string of coins, that would be the maximum. These amounts were enough for general use among the people. Anything higher would require silver notes, which wouldn't affect the paper money system. Initially, only a limited amount should be issued for small-scale testing, not too much. And strict silver exchange audits must be enforced to catch counterfeit notes. Any case found, regardless of amount, should be punished harshly, with no mercy. According to Qingxiu's calculations, as long as the early promotion went smoothly, the public would gradually get used to using paper money, eventually replacing silver. As long as the common people develop the habit of using paper money, fewer and fewer will come to the court to exchange for silver. Plus, Paper money itself has the advantage of being lightweight and convenient. The people will soon change from hoarding silver to hoarding paper money, and in this way paper money can completely replace silver. Even further, as long as it has sufficiently high credit, it can also be accepted by foreigners when doing trade abroad. Although everyone's recognition of gold and silver is consistently high, in the end there is still an unavoidable problem: they are too difficult to carry, and production is too limited. By that time, the people will inevitably save a larger amount of paper money than silver, and they will directly use silver to exchange paper money from the court. The court's silver reserves will inevitably increase. Thus the currency problem will be completely solved. But actually, there was still a problem before Li Er's eyes, and that was issuing the reserve funds. No matter how perfectly paper money was made, there would inevitably be a big problem at first. The people's recognition was low, and they would come to the court in large numbers to exchange silver. The national treasury would inevitably have a large outflow of silver. But now the court also lacked silver and copper coins. Although the stockpiles of cloth and grains were extremely large, in some respects they still could not replace silver. The court must have enough silver reserves to deal with various emergencies, but the existing silver reserves, even if reduced by another 10%, had already reached a critical line. Thinking carefully again and again, Li Er asked, if cloth and grain were used to replace silver and converted to substitute reserve funds, is that feasible? No. Qingxiu responded decisively, it must be real silver, otherwise the credibility of the paper money in the early promotion period will be discounted. In the future, how can the people be assured to use it instead of silver? If silver is not enough, using gold to substitute is also fine. This statement made Li Er tremble in his heart. Qingxiu actually had such determination about this matter. The ministers thought it was even more unreasonable. That was gold. Now Qingxiu wanted to distribute silver and gold to the common people. Wasn't that sinful? Li Er still had hesitation, but seeing Qingxiu's firm attitude, it looked like he really wanted to promote this matter no matter what. Since the Duke of Qing believed it was feasible, then indeed, as he thought, let's give it a try. I understand this matter. For today we will stop discussing it here. Court is dismissed. Later I will make preparations to advance this matter. Obviously, Li Er had already decided to promote this matter and put it into preparation. But Qingxiu's expression was still somewhat hard to read. He still felt that the progress so far was too slow. However, Qingxiu still underestimated Li Er's determination. Just as the court was dismissed, Wang Deguai suddenly hurried over to inform Qingxiu to go to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. His Majesty the Emperor summons him. Qingxiu smiled slightly at the news. He knew Li Er had truly been moved. To say nothing else, being able to free the court from reliance on silver and even independently issue currency, this kind of temptation was definitely not something any imperial ruler could resist. Once this matter was accomplished, Li Er would become the first imperial ruler in history to accomplish it. When Qingxiu arrived at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Er had obviously been waiting for him for some time. Are you here? Li Er theatrically put down the book in his hand. Today, after hearing the Duke of Qing speak about promoting paper money, I know this matter is absolutely not something that can be explained in a few words. I specially invited you here so I can explain it to you in detail. Although Li Er said this, Qingxiu knew his thoughts were definitely not just simple chatting. Issuing paper money itself was a very large-scale project with extremely complex and detailed policies that had to be carried out step by step. How could it be something that could be explained clearly in just a few words? He vaguely guessed why Li Er invited him over. Your Majesty, forgive me for saying more, but may I ask, are the silver and gold in the national treasury not enough now? Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Er's face immediately faded. He glanced at Wang Deguai, who immediately left appropriately, and all the palace maids inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony left together. Not only that, Wang Deguai also ordered the doors of the Hall of Supreme Harmony to be tightly closed, and even the guards at the door had to stay away. Whoever dared to approach would surely be severely punished. Now that we've come this far, I won't hide it. Although the court's finances are normal on the surface, the actual shortage of silver is even more serious. Li Er did not say useless words. He directly took out a booklet and let Qingxiu see it personally. This booklet was the registered amount of silver and gold in the national treasury today. Although the court publicly announced finances, most of it was modified to some extent and was not completely true. This booklet that Li Er kept in his hand was the real exact number of silver. Qingxiu saw it at a glance and immediately knew that the current shortage of silver in the court was far more serious than he had imagined. Gold was even more so. Since Li Er ascended the throne, the gold income of the treasury had been accumulated and not used, and even now it had only accumulated this little. There was about more than 50 million taels of silver, and only a few tens of thousands of taels of gold. These amounts of silver, if only used for small-scale paper money issuance testing, were naturally not a problem. But if it were to be promoted nationwide, these amounts were far from enough. Even if paper money were custom-made for every tael of silver or even every copper coin without overissuing, it could only be promoted on a small scale. Nationwide was absolutely wishful thinking. Qingxiu frowned. At this moment he also clearly realized that it was not that Li Er or the ministers were too conservative, but that his idea was too ahead of its time. But the benefits of issuing paper money were truly many. At present, within the Tang borders peace reigned and the national strength was strong. It was precisely a good time to consume resources and adjust the structure. If paper money was not issued now, who knew whether there would be such a good opportunity later? Qingxiu calculated slightly in his heart, and immediately made up his mind, speaking plainly, "If your majesty thinks the court silver is far from enough, I can contribute part of the reserve funds." Li Er, who was frowning, suddenly turned to look at him in astonishment. Are you serious? That was a huge amount of silver. He knew Qingxiu's family foundation was not small, but could he really support it? Moreover, even if he could support it, how could he bear to do so? Qingxiu smiled and said, "Over these years I've done quite a bit of business, whether it was going west on trade routes or from salt tax revenue, it has allowed me to save some family wealth. I wouldn't say I can solve the court's problems 100%, but contributing part of the reserve funds should not be a problem." Li Er's expression was full of emotion. He was momentarily speechless, and then he said with emotion, "If all civil and military officials were like the Duke of Qing and could put the country first in everything, how could our great Tang not be strong? What would we not be able to achieve? Having the Duke of Qing assist me is truly one of my great fortunes." Half of what Li Er said was from his heart, but the other half was put on. He knew Qingxiu too well. Although Qingxiu indeed put the country and the people first in everything, he still would make some money along the way. Even if he did not make money, at least he would obtain some benefit. Plainly speaking, he wouldn't bother to get up early without some benefit. His willingness to take out a huge amount of silver to underwrite for the court definitely did not mean spending money for nothing. Next, Qingxiu would most likely propose conditions, so Li Er wanted to feel a bit emotional first. Even if he couldn't block Qingxiu's conditions, at least he could do a little moral persuasion. But unexpectedly, Qingxiu did not propose conditions. He only asked Li Er for one job-related convenience. "If it were only me providing funds, even if I emptied my family's wealth, it still wouldn't be enough to fill this big hole in the reserve funds. So I plan to find other ways to raise silver." Li Er did not know what other ways Qingxiu meant, but since Qingxiu actively asked him for this authority, it showed that it was most likely something that would offend others. Li Er could understand this. He did not mind giving Qingxiu the power. This person carried himself with proper measure, so there was nothing to worry about. "All right, later write a memorial, telling me what needs to be arranged." Li Er agreed immediately. "In that case, then this great matter can be accomplished." Qingxiu did not say more. He stood up and took his leave, saying he had to prepare quickly. Li Er originally thought Qingxiu would still propose more conditions, but he didn't expect that Qingxiu would not mention a single condition, and that he really came with the idea of doing work for the court for free. "Is there anything else I need to do?" Li Er tested with a question, but Qingxiu said, "Your Majesty's willingness to strongly support the promotion of paper money has already helped greatly. After that, there is nothing more Your Majesty needs to worry about." After saying this, Qingxiu bowed and took his leave. This made Li Er even more confused. Could it be that Qingxiu had really opened his mind and was now wholeheartedly devoted to the court without asking for anything? Li Er began to feel moved. Of course Qingxiu could not work for free, and this time the reward he asked for was definitely not small, and it was something ordinary people could not imagine. He wanted the court to grant the coinage right for issuing paper money. The value given to paper money was far greater than its intrinsic value, and anti-counterfeiting was the most crucial point. Qingxiu could never hand over the anti-counterfeiting method to the court. Even though the right to issue currency would remain in the court's hands, as long as Qingxiu tightly held the minting right, he would always be able to manipulate the Tang currency system. And this did not even need Li Er's agreement. Even if he did not want to agree, he still had to agree. Otherwise, without Qingxiu's highly secure paper money, it would be absolutely impossible to use any substitute. The news that the court was going to issue paper money was not deliberately hidden, so it soon spread in the markets of Chang'an, and quickly flowed outside the pass, spreading to the central plains. Although the court did not deny this news, and even vaguely seemed to confirm it, almost no one among the people believed it. They still believed it was a rumor. Just casually taking a few pieces of paper and wanting to use them as money to replace silver, just the thought of it seemed unbelievable. The people believed this was false news, but officials directly connected to the court and some gentry and wealthy merchants knew the news was real. This also made them alert immediately. In the following days, they all tried to transfer their assets. Aside from land, houses, grain, cloth, or luxury items like jade, they hid as much copper coins and silver as they could, and if they couldn't hide it, they thought of ways to transfer it out. It must be said that these gentry and wealthy merchants' strategy was correct. Their sense of smell was very keen. The court could not produce that much reserve silver, but issuing paper money was bound to happen. What then? It was simple: take silver from whoever had it. The targets would naturally be these wealthy gentry, high officials, or nobles. They certainly did not want to bear such trouble for the court. They hurried to make themselves look broke before the court made a move, so they could have an excuse to respond. It's not that we don't want to give reserve funds to the court, it's just that we really don't have the means. Of course, this matter no longer needed the court to handle. What Qingxiu had asked Li Er for was exactly the right and power to handle this matter. He had already predicted that once these people got the news, they would hide their assets. His information network spread out immediately, even faster than the news itself. Qingxiu temporarily controlled the most prosperous region around the Yellow River in the Central Plains, and checked the family wealth of most people there. They thought they hid in time, not knowing it was already too late. It didn't take long. Chen Rusong had compiled all the information about these gentry and wealthy merchants and delivered it perfectly to Qingxiu's hands. He even ranked them according to their family assets so that Qingxiu could see who to target first. Qingxiu skimmed through it and then simply put it aside. Notify all those in the top 20 on this list. Have them arrive in Chang'an City before the first day of next month. If they are already in Chang'an City, no need to notify them, but closely monitor these people's movements. If they try to leave the Guangzhong area, find ways to block them. Chen Rusong responded. He knew what Qingxiu meant. I will send people to do it right away. Just as Chen Rusong was about to rise, Qingxiu suddenly called him back and instructed him to deliver a letter. Send this to my father-in-law, meaning the Duke of Qi, Chang Sun Wuji. A few days later, during morning court, Chang Sun Wuji suddenly stated that if His Majesty the Emperor wanted to widely promote paper money, the court silver would definitely not be enough. He was willing to take out 1/4 of his family's silver to give to the court as reserve funds for issuing paper money. Now the court urgently needs reform, and the silver shortage is already imminent. We ministers naturally should support His Majesty with all our strength and do what we can to assist. Although I take out 1/4 of my family's property as reserve funds for the court, it's still, overall, only a drop in the bucket. I hope Your Majesty will not despise it. I have already done my best. When Chang Sun Wuji said this in court, Li Er immediately applauded repeatedly and praised Chang Sun Wuji in court. In short, he said all the flattering things he could. They echoed each other, which instead made the other ministers uncomfortable. If the Grand Commandant himself personally declared support, wouldn't that pressure them to follow suit? Even if they could sit still, could they, after Li Er's near-explicit statement, sit quietly and do nothing? In the end, they could only one after another express their support and say they would contribute to the court's reserve funds. Of course, these people said they wanted to follow Chang Sun Wuji and help the court by donating silver, but the amounts of silver they took out were mostly just symbolic, better than nothing. What surprised everyone was that the usually rigid Wei Zheng, although he had repeatedly said he strongly opposed issuing paper money, now that His Majesty the Emperor needed it, he actually also voluntarily donated silver. And it was not just a token gesture. He took out more than 100 taels of silver at once, almost equal to the total donated by those impoverished censors. Your Majesty, please excuse me. I live a tight life, and this is all the silver I have on hand. If you need copper coins, I also have dozens of strings of them. Li Er quickly said, no need. Minister Wei is honest and upright, and this silver is already your entire family's saving. How could I take more? Of course, those more than 200 taels of silver did not mean that Wei Zheng really only had this much. A few years ago, when silver was not so scarce in the Tang, cloth and grain were just as precious as silver in the market. At that time, whenever possible, ordinary officials would accumulate grain or cloth at home. If talking about stores of cloth or grain, most officials actually had more of those than silver. But now the court did not lack cloth or grain, so what they took out was not useful. Of course, Li Er did not let them bleed for nothing. He declared on the spot that the silver the officials present handed over did not mean that the court directly took ownership of it. As long as the court issuing currency could get past the initial stage of silver scarcity and accumulate enough silver, these silver pieces would still be returned to them. Furthermore, each person would receive interest equal to 10% of the total silver they turned in today. In addition, I will directly convert the silver you turned in today into an equivalent amount of grain or cloth. Each minister can choose for himself. After a few days, when the tally is complete, I will distribute them to your mansions. Once these two benefits were announced, the ministers present were stunned and immediately regretted not turning in more silver earlier. This was basically getting a large amount of goods back from the court as a reward. Even if they invested silver, it was worth it. It must be known that silver was scarce in the market now, not because grain and cloth were worthless. After all, saving up silver was still for the purpose of buying grain and cloth. Those were real tangible things. If it were not for Li Er and Qingxiu insisting on issuing paper money, even if silver was scarce now, grain and cloth were still hard currency. Great Commandant Changsun really gained big this time. He took out more than 300 taels. And Minister Wei too, over 100 taels. What a pity, if only I had brought out more. Sigh, what's the use of saying this now? The ministers slapped their forearms and sighed. They had missed a chance to get a bit extra. After court was dismissed, Qingxiu had just left the palace gate when his good father-in-law caught up with him. Good son-in-law, today I really bled a lot for you. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh. Father-in-law, just trust me, this silver you handed over, one day it can return at least 100 times. Of course, Changsun Wuji was not so selfless that he willingly handed over a large amount of silver to support the court. In the end, it was the letter Qingxiu had actively written to him yesterday that played a role. Qingxiu had already discussed with Changsun Wuji and Li Er in advance. Changsun Wuji would actively take out a large amount of silver, and Li Er would cooperate by giving him goods such as grain and cloth equal to the value of the silver as a return, and also say that the silver would be returned later, acting out a play for the ministers to see. Of course, the grain and cloth given to Changsun Wuji by the court would later be returned secretly, but the silver turned into the court would truly be left to serve as reserve funds. Of course, staging this play was not to extract silver from the ministers. The small amounts they took out could never be enough. This was originally a big show to prepare Qingxiu's harvest from the wealthy and nobles. If even the Grand Commandant willingly paid, and paid several hundred taels of silver, what were you waiting for? Of course, Qingxiu also took the opportunity to harvest some of the silver in Changsun Wuji's hands, since his household did have a lot of silver. If it were someone else, and Changsun Wuji had to hand over silver for nothing, he would naturally not be happy, and would tell the other party to get lost. But Qingxiu was different. In the letter he delivered yesterday, he beat his chest and promised that as long as Changsun Wuji handed over silver, one day he would definitely receive more than 100 times the return of the silver today. Although it was only a verbal promise, Qingxiu was Qingxiu. Just a verbal promise was enough to move Changsun Wuji. Others might not know, but Changsun Wuji had been watching how Qingxiu advanced step by step from beginning to end. He really had not missed a single move. As long as he walked along with Qingxiu, he would certainly get great returns. Changsun Wuji had also benefited a lot from Qingxiu. Since Qingxiu said there would be returns, there was an 80 to 90% chance there really would be. And the 100 times was probably an extremely modest expression. Since this was so, why wouldn't Changsun Wuji go along? Even if Qingxiu's plan failed, it didn't matter. More than 200 taels of silver, although not a small amount, the benefits this good son-in-law had once given him were already far more than the value of the silver. Just treat it as a return to him, why not? After all, it was his good son-in-law. If the meat in the pot at home rotted, it was still in his own pot, not a loss. Good son-in-law, taking out this silver wasn't easy. This quarter of my silver is all here. The rest I really dare not spend, sigh. At this moment, Changsun Wuji looked like an old man full of grievance, mumbling and rambling. But Qingxiu knew this old man was just putting on a show. Father-in-law, 3 days from now, I have a trade caravan returning from the western regions. This time they brought a lot of spices from Rome. If you are interested, take them at cost price. You take as much as you want. These are all premium goods. Changsun Wuji's eyes lit up. Spices from Rome were definitely good products, and they were absolutely hot items in Chang'an. Even if he bought them at cost and resold them for 5 times as much, there would still be a market. Although it could not offset the silver he handed over, it was still a big concession from Qingxiu. Haha, son-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm not really attached to money. If we go by father-in-law's meaning, then you don't need this batch of spices? No, one thing at a time. By the way, you haven't come to our mansion for a drink in a while. Why not go later? Changsun Wuji laughed and changed the subject. Changsun Wuji was already used to these old tricks of Qingxiu, so he didn't say much and simply followed along. Just as well, he could take this opportunity to see if there were any valuable antiques or calligraphy and paintings left in Changsun Wuji's residence, and take the chance to snatch a few. A few days later, many extremely wealthy tycoons from within and beyond the passes, who were dominant figures in their regions, began to arrive in Chang'an. If it had been the old days, these people would have made a grand show of their arrival, hiring workers to pave the roads with yellow earth and riding in massive sedan chairs that took more than a dozen men to lift, making a great spectacle before entering the city. But this time, the wealthy merchants and local nobles didn't arrive with extravagance or grandeur. They arrived in an extremely low-profile manner, using simple carriages pulled by just 2 horses. Some even wore coarse cloth clothing patched in several places for no apparent reason. Even more ridiculously, on their way, they would ask villagers they passed for food, making do with coarse grains and wild vegetable soup they normally wouldn't even glance at. Especially when entering Chang'an, they looked like a group of beggars. No one could have imagined these were once powerful, wealthy tycoons. Not only that, they deliberately chose the cheapest, dirtiest inns to stay in, as if some great misfortune had suddenly left them destitute, unable to afford any luxury. Of course, this was all just for show. Just like Qingxiu making his old father-in-law voluntarily donate silver, they didn't want the court squeezing silver out of them. A few days ago, Qingxiu had summoned them to Chang'an in the name of the court, to assist with adjustments to the market economy. The court had issued a decree, and they dared not disobey. Many of them were merchants supported by local governments, with deep ties to the court. They couldn't ignore this. Now that the court's issuance of paper currency was moving forward, even the dumbest merchants understood why Qingxiu had called them all to Chang'an. Since they didn't want to give money, they had to put on a good act, show Qingxiu that they really had no silver left. But of course, Qingxiu wasn't fooled. At this point, he probably knew better than they did how much silver was actually stashed in their homes. While they were putting on their act of poverty, he neither greeted them nor asked after their well-being. He simply notified them to be on time for the meeting. As for the meeting venue, Qingxiu naturally chose the Ministry of Rights, to show that everything he was doing was sanctioned by the court, with its full backing. That day, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in Chang'an. The city's garrison troops lined the roads, escorting a group of people dressed in coarse cloth into the imperial palace. To be honest, they were overacting. Among dozens of people, not a single one wore cotton clothing. Even ordinary citizens on the streets began to doubt their reality. Since cotton had become widespread, the price of cotton clothing had plummeted. By now, it was common fabric affordable to the general public. Except in the most remote and impoverished areas, coarse cloth was rarely seen, let alone in Chang'an. Seeing these people in sackcloth gave passers-by a sense of stepping back in time, as if they were in the early years of the Zhenguan era. Aren't these all local tycoons and nobles? Why are they dressed like this? No matter how poor, they shouldn't look this destitute. Didn't you realize? They dressed like this on purpose. What's the point of dressing this way? Who knows? Would you walk around dressed like this without a reason? Of course not. If I had money, I wouldn't walk at all. I'd be carried in a big fancy sedan. While the common folk chatted and laughed, these wealthy merchants entered the palace one by one, waiting in the Ministry of Rights. During the wait, they were suffering badly from wearing the rough clothes. They usually wore silk or cotton and had never worn such coarse garments before. Now that they did, the constant rubbing made them feel very uncomfortable. Some with sensitive skin even got abrasions. They were growing restless, but Qingxiu still didn't show up. Naturally, they couldn't change clothes either, they just had to tough it out. And it was still the height of summer. Though the hall was spacious, the wind blowing in was dry and hot. Tea was offered, but the moment they saw the steaming cups, they lost all interest. In this heat, why aren't they offering ice or cold water? Why serve hot tea instead? Maybe the Ministry of Rights always serves tea? With this heat, who can drink hot tea? Sigh. Clearly, the heat was torturing them. But they didn't realize, this was all part of Qingxiu's plan. He wanted to wear them down before the meeting even started. Since they liked reminiscing about hard times, Qingxiu was happy to let them truly feel it. No need to rush. Nearly an hour later, when they were dizzy from the heat and some were on the verge of heatstroke, a ministry official finally announced Qingxiu's arrival. Instantly, everyone perked up. They quickly fixed their clothes and prepared to greet him. Greetings to the Duke of Qing. The moment he entered, everyone bowed. But Qingxiu walked straight through them and sat in his seat. Everyone, please be seated. Sorry to keep you waiting. Qingxiu said lightly, just now, His Majesty was discussing important matters with me, so I was delayed. I hope you don't mind? Of course not. No one dared complain. They all chimed in, saying they could have waited another hour if needed. But once seated, Qingxiu noticed several of them were already swaying, close to collapsing from heat exhaustion. He didn't want any accidents, not because he cared about them, but because if they passed out, who would he talk business with? He was prepared for this. He immediately instructed the attendants to bring in chilled water to help them recover. When they saw the ice, it was like grabbing onto a lifeline. They gulped it down, but drank too fast and gave themselves headaches, clutching their heads in pain, grimacing in agony. Seeing them like this made Qingxiu want to laugh, but for now, the serious matters had to take priority. You all have traveled from afar and have worked hard. In recent years, trade among the people of Great Tang has become increasingly prosperous, with many exchanges. All of you have contributed greatly. Your efforts have benefited the court, and every bit of your contribution is remembered. His Majesty especially instructed me this time to treat you all with courtesy. You are the pillars of our Great Tang. Qingxiu began with the usual greetings. A few empty pleasantries at the start were inevitable. Of course, no one took these polite words seriously. Naturally, everyone responded with polite remarks as well. Only after some small talk did Qingxiu get ready to go straight to the point. I think all of you must have heard some rumors about what's being discussed among the people these days. Qingxiu first dangled the bait. These people surely knew what he was referring to. But their skill at pretending to be clueless was top-notch. Even when Qingxiu said it openly, they all acted like they didn't understand at all. Qingxiu deliberately said, "It's normal if you don't know. After all, this policy is still in the preparation stage and hasn't been implemented yet, but it's bound to happen in the future. Duke Qing, please speak freely. As long as the court needs it, we will do our utmost." Everyone quickly chimed in, each putting on a show of righteousness. Qingxiu didn't waste more words and directly explained the matter of paper currency to them. He didn't hide anything, including the topic of reserve funds. Everything was laid out in great detail. In fact, he didn't even need to explain much. These people already knew, but they had to pretend they knew nothing and listen carefully. When Qingxiu finished speaking about the reserve funds, they immediately started flattering him. They all claimed that Duke Qing truly had foresight, that issuing paper money was urgent, and it was sure to succeed in the future. "We believe Duke Qing will accomplish great things. We'll be the first to use the paper money." That's right, probably only Duke Qing could come up with such solutions. Silver is indeed scarce now. In my household, sigh. This is a long story. Business has been bad these 2 years. Let alone silver, even copper coins haven't come in. Everything's been spent. Qingxiu hadn't even mentioned asking for silver yet, but they preemptively began crying poor. Qingxiu didn't take their complaints seriously and continued, "The most important part of promoting paper currency is the reserve funds. You should understand that if the reserves are insufficient and people can't exchange paper notes for silver, the court's credibility will take a huge hit. In that case, it would be impossible to promote widely. But currently, the court doesn't have enough silver to support the reserve issuance. Therefore, the court hopes to obtain silver from all of you. Of course, it's not for free." At his signal, the attendants, who had prepared earlier, handed out booklets to each person. There are 2 ways for the court to exchange for silver and copper coins. First, we can provide an equivalent value of grain, cloth, or other goods that you specify. All will be calculated at market prices, absolutely fair. Second, after submitting silver or copper coins to the court, you won't receive any goods in return, but the silver will be treated as a deposit with the court, and you'll receive a certain amount of interest every year. After the paper currency is fully issued and the court has sufficient silver, it will be returned in full with interest. These 2 options were prepared in advance by Qingxiu, taking all factors into account, without forcing them to choose either method. This way, he gave them enough face and tried not to harm their interests. After all, these tycoons were not like the 5 surnames and 7 clans, who opposed the court at every turn. On the contrary, they had been actively fulfilling court duties in their local regions. If silver weren't extremely scarce, Qingxiu wouldn't have turned to them. The booklet he distributed explained the pros and cons of both options and how the silver interest would be calculated. They didn't need to read too carefully, just a quick mental calculation would tell them the potential gains, or they could choose to redeem immediately with grain or cloth. The options were laid out, but they had already made up their minds not to hand over much silver for the court's reserve fund. These tycoons had privately weighed the pros and cons and believed that the paper money issuance would definitely fail. The result would be the court losing all its silver reserves to these notes, and eventually having to halt the project due to financial pressure. If that happened, wouldn't all the silver they handed over be wasted? Even exchanging for goods didn't sit well with them. After all, this was an era of deflation. Holding silver was more useful than goods, and silver was more widely accepted in the market. Qingxiu didn't push them but gave them about an hour to read and consider carefully. Even though he already knew what they were thinking and how they would respond, he still gave each one a copy of the booklet in the end. I'll give you 10 days to consider. If you decide to exchange for goods or deposit with the court for interest, just fill it in this booklet and submit it to the court. Then go home and prepare the silver. Qingxiu spoke smoothly and naturally, never asking their opinion throughout, which annoyed the already reluctant tycoons. By rights, the court should be the one asking them for help. Why this attitude? Of course, even if Qingxiu had begged them, they still wouldn't hand over real silver. Soon, one of them was the first to speak up. Sigh. This policy from the court is a good thing, and we sincerely support it. However, an older gentry man stroked his beard, looking troubled. Times have been tough these past 2 years. We've been spending silver and copper, but nothing's been coming in. Duke Qing surely knows that in today's market, no one is willing to spend silver. It's almost back to bartering. We've nearly run out of silver at home. This old gentry was named Ma Bushan. Back in the Sui dynasty, he had already started doing smuggling business. When the Tang dynasty was founded, he gave up all his smuggling, bought land in large quantities, and set up a merchant caravan to travel and trade, becoming one of Tang's new rich. The shady deals of smuggling during the Sui dynasty were naturally all written off. With the new court came a fresh start. As long as he paid taxes and obeyed, the past would not be held against him. But his luck didn't stop there. Not only did he go clean, but he also happened to ride the wave when the 5 surnames and 7 clans were taken down by the court and Qingxiu, giving him a great opportunity. After the collapse of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, although the most profitable and lucrative industries were all taken by Qingxiu with a smile, he couldn't possibly have taken everything. Even the scraps that slipped through his fingers were a massive fortune for many wealthy merchants. Ma Bushan was lucky. He acted quickly and seized many businesses or properties that Qingxiu hadn't favored. In just a few years, he digested them completely and became rich fast. In a way, he owed Qingxiu a favor. But that was by no means a reason for him to hand over silver to Qingxiu. As soon as Ma Bushan said this, many other wealthy families and titled nobles echoed him, coming up with all sorts of reasons. Last year I made a bad business move and lost money. No choice, my creditors only accepted silver. That completely emptied my savings, truly. Don't even mention it. That prodigal son of mine, such a worry. The silver we managed to save was completely squandered by him. He goes to the gambling den every day. And the gambling house doesn't take grain or cloth, does it? It still needs silver. Sigh, you all could at least save some. My household hasn't had any silver income in a long time. One after another, they sighed and lamented. Some even put on pained expressions. Anyone passing by without knowing the situation might think it was a poverty relief meeting, with these people gathered to plead hardship. Qingxiu remained expressionless, letting them chatter endlessly, never saying a word. After they performed for a long while and saw Qingxiu unmoved, they began to feel a little awkward. Even the best performance needs an audience willing to watch. Have you all finished complaining? Seeing they finally quieted down, Qingxiu gave a slight smile. I didn't know the court treated you all so badly. If I'd known earlier, the issuance of paper money should have been put aside and a relief effort launched for you all. That's not necessary. These words startled everyone a bit. They could hear the sarcasm clearly. Qingxiu said coldly, if the past 2 years had been years of disaster, it would be understandable that you emptied your wealth to resist hardship. But I remember that both Guangzhou and the Central Plains had 3 consecutive years of good weather and harvests. Even small households had good crops. How did you all end up like this? They hadn't expected Qingxiu to ask this. It was still the slick Ma Bushan who quickly responded, the grain harvests were indeed good, but what grows in the fields is grain, not silver. Now that silver is scarce on the market, even a pile of grain can't be exchanged for silver. It's not something we can help. Qingxiu nodded with a look of sudden realization. I see. So you all conduct business carrying sacks of grain to barter? If he kept pressing like this, there would be no way to continue the conversation. Everyone was rendered speechless by Qingxiu's words, their faces turning red with frustration. Finally, a viscount stepped out and said, Duke Qing, we all have received the nation's favor. Now that the court needs help, of course we can't just sit by. Qingxiu looked at him coldly, saying nothing and waiting to hear more. These people had originally planned to give nothing. Now that the tone changed suddenly, it was clear they had something up their sleeves. Sure enough, the man changed his tone, but silver is truly scarce now. None of us can provide it. How about this, we can offer some of the grain and cloth stored at home to aid the court. What do you think? This man knew how to divert the issue, and his words instantly sparked inspiration among the wealthy. That's right. It's not that we don't want to help the court, we're just limited in ability. But if the court needs materials, we'll offer whatever we have. Duke Qing, don't be polite. Just say the word. If that's the case, why hold a meeting? The court could just issue a decree and we'd follow it. These people suddenly seemed full of energy, talking grandly and righteously, to the point Qingxiu felt nauseated. The court already had mountains of stockpiled supplies. There was no shortage. Even if they actually provided them, the court wouldn't want them. After all, storage costs had to be considered too. Enough. Qingxiu suddenly slapped the table. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it and fell silent. Since you truly cannot provide silver, the court won't force you. Let's end this matter here. However, you will need to stay a few more days to assist the court with some preparations. Details will be provided later. Seeing that Qingxiu finally gave up, everyone sighed in relief. They were finally let off the hook. Of course, they couldn't show it openly. They still acted heartbroken, sighing that they couldn't help the court, calling themselves shameful. Watching them put on this show, Qingxiu suddenly gave a meaningful smile. Gentlemen, let me ask you once more, can you truly not offer silver to support the court? The answer was, of course, no. They all shook their heads like rattles, clearly saying, no money, take our lives instead. Of course, the court wouldn't take their lives without reason. Good. This was Qingxiu's final chance for them. Since they didn't want the opportunity, he wouldn't hold back anymore. You've all come a long way. Go rest now. Thank you, Duke Qing. Once they exited the palace, their faces immediately lit up with joy, no more frowning or fake sorrow. Clearly, they thought they'd won this round. Qingxiu had given up trying to get silver from them. They moved quickly, eager to change out of their coarse cloth clothing. It had rubbed their skin raw. After they left, Chen Rusong, who had been waiting in the back room, appeared. These people really talk tough. I guess the negotiation failed? Negotiation failed? Qingxiu shook his head. I never planned to get money from them through this talk. At most, it was just giving them a heads up before taking action. Since they didn't want this final chance, whatever we do next, they brought it upon themselves. Qingxiu gave Chen Rusong a look. He understood and immediately left the Ministry of Rights. Next, Qingxiu would give these people a lifelong lesson they would never forget. The wealthy families waiting in Chang'an were living leisurely and carefree days. In the following days, Qingxiu did not send anyone to summon them. Instead, the Ministry of Rights treated them to good food and drink every day, showing no neglect at all. In their eyes, Qingxiu had run out of tricks. Even if he wanted to act, he had no way to do so. He couldn't just go to their homes and rob them, could he? These people were still enjoying their idle days, completely unaware that back home, the net Qingxiu had long prepared was about to fall. Luoyang, the Ma family mansion. This residence was Ma Bushan's private estate, extremely large in scale, with nearly 100 buildings. Moreover, many relatives of the Ma clan had built their homes near the mansion. Nearly 1,000 members of the Ma family lived clustered around, relying on Ma Bushan for mutual support. With these clan members, Ma Bushan wasn't afraid of anyone bullying his household. Who would dare provoke a large family with hundreds of men, who could grab weapons and rush to help with just one shout? Even local bandits didn't dare touch them, only occasionally showing up during festivals to formally pay respects. Ma Bushan, for the sake of peace, would casually give them a few small gifts to send them away. But on this day, the local county magistrate suddenly dispatched officers and soldiers to the Ma residence and immediately started scolding and issuing orders. You have diverted the Luoshui River to irrigate your private farmland, causing a drop in water flow. The water wheel's power has greatly decreased. According to Tang law, the water flow must be restored, and the diversion cut off at once. Otherwise, the court will fill the diversion and impose a heavy fine. Though the magistrate came with a large group of officers and soldiers, the Ma family showed no fear. Instead, hundreds of men from the household came pouring out and blocked the main gate, preventing the officials from entering. Insolence! Are you trying to resist the law with force? The magistrate pointed at them and shouted, ordering them to step aside. But they stood firm as if rooted to the ground, completely motionless. They didn't move, didn't speak, and held no weapons, just stood like trees, staring back at the officials. These people blocked the way like stubborn mules. The officials couldn't just resort to violence, nor could shouting move them. All they could do was glare in frustration. Lord Magistrate, we aren't the only ones diverting water from the Luo Shui. Why single out the Ma family? Our master Ma has never failed in paying taxes. Whatever was due, we paid it all. When labor was needed, the Ma family never sent one less. So why pick on us today? An older man stepped forward to question the magistrate. It was true, many households diverted water to irrigate farmland. Not just the Ma family, nearly all farming households in the area did the same. As long as it didn't go too far, the local government typically ignored it since it increased grain yields. But now, the magistrate paid no mind to the man's words and immediately shouted back, "Nonsense! Paying taxes and doing labor is your duty. Do you think the court owes you something for doing what you're supposed to? As for the others, do you think they'll get away with it? Once your water diversion is cut off, we'll go deal with the rest. It's not going to happen. You came here just because our master isn't home, right? Trying to stir up trouble." While both sides were locked in a standoff, another group of soldiers suddenly arrived with great force. As soon as these soldiers appeared, the Ma family's earlier arrogance vanished. One by one, they began to back away in confusion. These soldiers were not local officers or constables but combat troops clad in black armor, equipped with armor, fire lances, and riding warhorses. Unlike local officers, these frontline troops didn't need to follow so many legal procedures. They didn't care about charges or evidence, only the target. The company commander stepped forward and roared, "Stand down. Military business. Anyone who obstructs will be arrested on the spot, severe cases will be executed immediately." This shout frightened the crowd, but someone still asked, "Officer, we haven't done anything serious. Why have you come here?" The commander shouted back sternly, "A military seal for mobilizing troops has been lost. We're searching everywhere. It just so happens that our search has brought us to your Ma compound. Move aside and let us search." This reason sounded utterly absurd. A military seal went missing, and they came to search a commoner's home? As if they would steal such a thing, what a joke. Even if they dared not provoke these soldiers, the reasoning still felt ridiculous. The older man from before stepped up again, trying to speak. "Report." Suddenly, a soldier rushed up and whispered a few words into the commander's ear. The commander's expression changed at once. He raised his horsewhip and pointed at the Ma family estate. "We have confirmed information that the item is inside your master's mansion. There is no mistake. You must step aside now. If you resist a military order, you will be executed and made an example of." Now the Ma family was upset. This was slander. But before they could protest, the commander added loudly, "Our information is absolutely reliable. If we search and find nothing, the military will admit the error and compensate 1 million taels of silver, and for any damages caused, we'll repay 10 times the value." That statement instantly shut the spokesman's mouth. He began to feel that letting them search might not be a big deal after all. That item definitely couldn't be in the Ma family estate. That would be ridiculous. If there's nothing to hide, then let them search. Plus, they'd owe a lot of compensation if nothing's found. The spokesman was about to agree when, unfortunately, a younger relative nearby, probably spoiled and arrogant, mocked loudly. "You poor soldiers, you think you can afford 1 million taels? The court and local governments are short on silver, and you." Before he finished, the commander whipped him straight across the face, splitting skin and flesh with a spray of blood. The man screamed in pain, clutching his face, but soldiers immediately dragged him out and forced him to kneel on the ground. Several young men from the Ma family rushed forward to help, but as soon as the soldiers raised their fire lances, they quickly backed away. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way. We are acting under military orders. If you refuse to comply, that will be considered resistance against the military. If we've wronged you, you can go report us to the government or the military later. Compensation and apologies will not be lacking." The centurion shouted sternly. Combined with the rows of fire lances and dark barrels of the guns, it was truly terrifying. The hot-blooded Ma family members instantly calmed down. After exchanging looks, they all stepped back uneasily. It would be one thing to clash with local officers. No matter how messy it got, Master Ma could figure out a way to bail them out after returning home. But if they angered these military men, even if Master Ma begged everyone he knew, he might not be able to rescue them. If there was a conflict and someone was shot dead on the spot, it would be a death in vain. Even if they were in the right, they'd end up being wrong. Make way, the spokesman ordered, and the others cleared a path. The centurion then bluntly ordered his soldiers to rush in and search thoroughly. "Search carefully. Don't miss a single spot." The soldiers immediately charged in, but instead of searching room by room, they went straight for the Ma family ancestral hall. This action shocked the Ma family spokesman, who quickly stepped forward to block them. "You absolutely cannot go in there. The memorial tablets of my ancestors are inside. How can you charge in and offend them?" "Nonsense." The centurion snapped his horsewhip and said coldly, "I don't care if it's an ancestral hall. We've received orders. This place may be hiding the troop dispatch seal. It must be searched immediately. If it's not found here, you can complain all you want later." The spokesman didn't dare say anything more, only muttering under his breath, "You say whatever you want now. What if I ask you to kneel before the ancestral hall and apologize later, would you do it?" He thought he was speaking quietly, but the centurion heard him clearly and replied on the spot, "If we don't find anything, I'll kneel and apologize or do whatever you ask, stop with the damn nonsense." The spokesman was suddenly energized by this and said, "Then it's a deal." "A deal. Now move." The soldiers rushed into the ancestral hall and began searching. Many in the Ma family were unhappy, but no one dared say a word. Only the spokesman held in his anger, already planning how to make the centurion kneel and apologize in front of the hall. While he was daydreaming, a soldier moved the incense burner and suddenly shouted, "Here it is." Everyone's attention snapped over instantly. The centurion personally stepped forward to inspect, and his face immediately changed. He picked up the item hidden beneath the burner and shouted at the spokesman, "Look for yourself, what is this?" The Ma family spokesman was stunned. But as soon as he saw it clearly, he was terrified. The centurion had actually found the troop dispatch seal hidden in their family's ancestral hall. "This is impossible." The spokesman shouted in panic and tried to step forward, but several soldiers held him down. "Enough talk. The dispatch seal was found in your home, clear evidence." The centurion shouted sternly, "No wonder you didn't want us to search the hall earlier, you had something to hide." "Officer, this is definitely a misunderstanding." "Look. Bullshit. We found it in your house, what misunderstanding?" The spokesman trembled and shouted, "We were framed. It must have been someone else trying to set up the Ma family. They hid the seal here and tipped you off, otherwise how could you have had such accurate information?" Before he could finish, the centurion impatiently waved his hand and ordered the man to be taken away. With this event, all the previously arrogant Ma family members were now terrified, glancing at each other nervously. Stealing an important item from the court, especially something like the troop dispatch seal, beheading would be the lightest sentence. If judged severely, exterminating the entire family was very possible. The centurion immediately ordered all the influential members of the Ma clan to be arrested and taken back for questioning. Before leaving, he also ordered the Ma family residence to be sealed off completely, no one was allowed to leave. Whether they were going out for business or farming, they had to stay put until the investigation was over. No one was allowed to leave before the case was resolved. Yi City. In the past few days, the city's largest merchant guild, the Feiyun Guild, was suddenly ordered to shut down. They were forbidden from doing business or trading. All goods transport was forcibly halted. Not only that, but troops had suddenly entered the city to monitor them. The place was sealed inside and out, even a fly couldn't get through. This move by the government seemed strange. People knew the Feiyun Guild had powerful backing, it was owned by Viscount Chen Sadeo. No one knew why, but just after Viscount Chen entered the court, his business was suddenly shut down. This was unthinkable under normal circumstances. Even when Chen's family repeatedly petitioned the local government, they couldn't even see the magistrate. The station soldiers confused everyone even more. They sealed the exits tightly, refused to let anyone in or out, and didn't even inspect. When asked, they only said Feiyun Guild was smuggling prohibited items. But even though soldiers checked daily, they never found anything illegal, yet still refused to lift the blockade. Over time, Feiyun Guild could no longer bear it. Many of their goods included fresh vegetables, meat, and similar perishables. These couldn't be stored for long. They relied on fast turnover. But after several days of lockdown, in the middle of summer, the meat had rotted and was full of maggots. Huge losses every day. "Officer, what exactly is going on? You say we have contraband, but we already searched, no weapons, no iron ore, how long will this lockdown last?" The guild manager approached the officer in charge of the blockade to ask. But the officer gave only one reply. "We follow the court's orders. When they say to lift the lockdown, we'll lift it." The manager was speechless. As soon as he returned to the guild, a clerk brought over a pile of account books to report the current situation. "Yesterday all the fresh vegetables and meat rotted. We had to bury them. If we didn't, the stench would be unbearable. And the fish, worse than meat. We were going to salt them to make dried fish, but now that we're sealed off, the salt we bought can't even get in." Everyone was speaking at once, making the shopkeeper's head ache. In the end, he had to wave his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. "Don't panic. Everything that needs handling has been handled. Don't keep holding out. I'll write a letter to the Viscount and ask the old man to think of a solution." The shopkeeper was originally worried that even if he wrote the letter, it might not be delivered. But unexpectedly, after discussing it with someone outside, the soldiers willingly accepted the letter and even assured him that it would be delivered quickly. Though he didn't know why, the shopkeeper was finally relieved. As long as the Viscount could see the letter and make some moves in the court, everything would naturally be resolved. At least, that's what he thought. But this guy was still thinking too simply. For the authorities to suddenly take this action, it was clearly aimed at Chen Sadeo. Did they not know the guild belonged to the Viscount? What a joke! Chang'an City. After morning court, Cheng Yaojin invited Yuqi Jingde for a few drinks to relax, and the latter gladly agreed. Originally, Cheng Yaojin wanted to head to Baiweiju, but thinking about the little incident between Yuqi Jingde and Qingxiu in the past, he decided to pick another place. However, to his surprise, Yuqi Jingde himself suggested going to Baiweiju for drinks. There's no fun in going to some other tavern. Baiweiju has all kinds of wine and dishes, far better than the place you mentioned. Yuqi Jingde seemed to have completely forgotten the back and forth with Qingxiu. As soon as they arrived at Baiweiju, he happily sat down and ordered 10 bottles of beer to start drinking. After a few bottles, both of them were clearly a bit tipsy, and their conversation became more casual. Cheng Yaojin let out a burp and said, "The court is short on silver lately. I suppose we'll have to offer some silver as a gesture. Tell me, would it be better to trade silver for grain and cloth right now, or to deposit it with the court and earn interest later?" Yuqi Jingde answered without hesitation, "Why even ask? Of course, earn interest. Take my word, this paper currency thing the court is pushing is bound to succeed. Once it works, we'll get our interest. I won't lie to you, I'm planning to deposit 80% of the 200 taels of silver I have at home with the court. Tell me, how much interest will I get later?" Cheng Yaojin was dumbfounded. Why was Yuqi Jingde suddenly so confident in the court? It wasn't that he usually opposed the court, but this time, most officials were skeptical about promoting paper currency. Over 90% of the officials believed the plan would fail, and that the court would end up drained of all its reserves. It wasn't about distrusting the court or Emperor Li Er, just that the policy sounded absurd to them. Silver had been used in trade for thousands of years, how could it suddenly be replaced by paper money? If Li Er had planned to implement reforms gradually, people might have been confident. But making such a big leap at once seemed ridiculous. Yuqi Jingde wasn't particularly sharp or politically insightful, and he usually followed the crowd. If most people didn't support it, he likely wouldn't either. But now he was going in the exact opposite direction, which puzzled Cheng Yaojin. Did this old guy know some secret insider information? Yuqi Jingde noticed the increasingly curious look in Cheng Yaojin's eyes and laughed. "Don't overthink it, I don't know anything. We both know the same things. Then how can you be so sure the paper currency policy will succeed? What's your reasoning?" Unexpectedly, Yuqi Jingde replied casually, "No reasoning at all. Just one thing, Duke Qing is the main person behind it. He's the one urging His Majesty to push paper currency. I don't know much about currency, but I know Qingxiu. He's always decisive and effective. If he's determined to do something, it's bound to succeed." Yuqi Jingde was full of confidence, and Cheng Yaojin looked stunned. His trust in Qingxiu was no less than in the emperor, maybe even more than Cheng Yaojin himself trusted Qingxiu. But thinking it through, it made sense. Cheng Yaojin had followed Qingxiu through the northern frontiers and to the deserts of the western regions. As long as he was with Qingxiu, nothing ever went wrong. Everything they did together succeeded. In that sense, he was actually a bit more cautious than Yuqi Jingde. Yuqi Jingde took another big swig of beer and added, "I'm not just making this up. Remember that black peony flower from last time? Ever since I got it, I've been lucky, making money on everything I do. And I heard His Majesty's complexion has improved a lot during court sessions recently. He even sleeps better at night, it's all thanks to that Bayan flower." Cheng Yaojin suddenly understood. He realized that although Yuqi Jingde looked rough on the outside, he was actually very sly at heart. Maybe that's why he had gradually let go of his grudges against Qingxiu. "So you're saying I should deposit my silver with the court too, and earn interest later?" "Absolutely. It's a great chance to make money. Even if paper money becomes widespread, silver won't be useless. The court still needs it as reserves, there'll be plenty of ways to use it." The more they talked, the more excited they became. At their peak, they even clinked glasses and dreamed about the future together. Just as they were chatting, a noisy commotion broke out outside. Cheng Yaojin instinctively looked out the window and saw a large group of people hurrying toward the court. They were accompanied by many guards and attendants, standing out clearly, but all were dressed in rags, looking like they had just come from the slums. "Aren't those the regional tycoons?" Cheng Yaojin recognized them immediately. After all, there was no one else in Chang'an right now who dressed so poorly. What are they rushing around for? Yuqi Jingde found it strange. The court hadn't planned to force them to give silver, and was even going to let them go in a few days. Chang Yaojin watched them hurry toward the imperial palace and felt something was off. He understood Qingxiu well, he didn't care what means he used, as long as the goal was achieved. And in the end, his methods usually worked. These people had refused to hand over silver from the start. Qingxiu was more than likely to find a way to squeeze it from them, and make them offer it willingly. If that was the case, then their sudden rush to see Qingxiu now probably meant something interesting was about to happen. Let's go, let's see what's going on. Yuqi Jingda was also extremely curious. He knew these people were definitely going to see Qingxiu, so he downed the last mouthful of wine and said, "Let's go." At this moment, each of the wealthy household heads had a gloomy, uneasy look. When they reached the gate of the imperial palace, they were stopped as usual. According to procedure, their arrival had to be reported, and only after Duke Qing gave permission could they enter the Ministry of Rites. These wealthy men were truly afraid that Qingxiu wouldn't come out to meet them and that they'd be turned away for days. But unexpectedly, they were quickly allowed inside. Qingxiu was already waiting for them in the main hall of the Ministry of Rites. Seeing them enter, he smiled and said, "You've all come so hastily. This time I didn't prepare any iced water. If it's too hot, please bear with it. So, tell me, what brings you here? Have you changed your minds?" Qingxiu was still pretending to be unaware. Seeing this attitude, the group was furious, but none of them dared express their anger to Qingxiu's face. They all stared at each other in silence. It was Ma Bushan who first lost his patience and said, "Duke Qing, whether to hand over silver or not should be left to individual choice. The court is fair. It can't be that every time the court lacks something, it uses means to force the people to provide it, can it?" Qingxiu raised his eyebrows. "Of course. Since you were unwilling to contribute silver, I didn't force you, never used any means. Why do you say this?" Ma Bushan was instantly angered. Officers had already gone to his home to arrest people, and he dared say no means were used? Does Duke Qing not know what's happened in my hometown of Luoyang? You had just suggested we contribute silver, and right after, something happened locally. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Qingxiu responded as if suddenly enlightened. Oh, you're referring to the matter of the Ma family stealing the troop dispatch seal. Don't worry, we'll try to keep the scale of the incident controlled. The one who did it will take responsibility, there won't be any collective punishment. Seeing that he was still pretending not to know, Ma Bushan couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Doesn't Duke Qing think this was a deliberate setup?" "A setup?" Qingxiu's face immediately darkened. "You come here with such an accusatory tone, bringing this matter to me. Are you saying I set you up? Can you take responsibility for such words?" Ma Bushan had thought Qingxiu would feel guilty when questioned. He didn't expect Qingxiu to counter so firmly, even with a hint of anger, leaving him at a loss for words, afraid of truly provoking Qingxiu. "One of the ignorant youngsters from your family dares to steal the military's dispatch seal, and now you want to blame someone else for setting you up? Let me tell you, this matter hasn't even reached His Majesty yet. I've been holding it down alone." Qingxiu pointed at Ma Bushan's nose and scolded, "Since you say it was a setup, fine. I won't hold it back anymore. Let's report it directly to His Majesty and let him decide, is that all right?" "That's not what I meant." Ma Bushan was frustrated. Even though he believed Qingxiu was behind it, without evidence, what use was saying anything? Chen Sideo couldn't stay silent anymore. Seeing Ma Bushan falter, he stepped forward quickly. "Then why was my Feiyun guild in Yi City suddenly sealed off? They claimed we were smuggling prohibited goods, but officials have searched again and found nothing." Qingxiu's reply was even more blunt, "I don't know about that. The Tang Empire is vast, I can't possibly know everything that happens everywhere." His response shut Chen Sideo up, but the others clearly didn't accept it. "Then why was my trading caravan suddenly banned from river transport? Same with my business, we used to work fine with local security escorts, but now none of them are willing to take our orders, no matter where we go. Isn't that too sudden? Just because we refuse to hand over silver to support the court, do we have to be targeted like this?" At first, only a few protested, but since Qingxiu remained silent and indifferent, more and more people joined in, demanding an explanation. They continued shouting until they were dry-mouthed, but Qingxiu remained expressionless. In the end, he only said, "I don't know what you've done to provoke such response from the court. But since you all claim to be wronged and say it's deliberate targeting, well, I'm quite free right now. I could help you investigate. How about I start checking from the time each of you got rich? If I truly find no issues, and you've been wronged, I will personally see to it that the court compensates you tenfold." The room fell silent. No one had the courage to speak again. It was simple, if they really started digging into how they made their fortunes, none of them were clean. They'd likely be stripped to the bone. In the end, they could only leave resentfully, though still unwilling to give up. Why don't we go straight to His Majesty and ask him to decide? This Qingxiu is clearly abusing his power now. Forget it. Even if we do, the result might be the same. Who's to say the emperor didn't approve of all this? That may be so, but His Majesty still has to save face. If we expose all this in front of him, even if he didn't want to act, he'd be forced to. After some discussion, they decided to petition the emperor. Even if it was His Majesty who gave the order, they couldn't just suffer quietly. If they made it a big deal, the court would have to respond to save face. They made up their minds to report the issue to the emperor the next day. But they weren't officials of the court, they couldn't report directly to the emperor. They needed someone to submit the memorial on their behalf. Chen Sideo immediately offered, saying he once had ties with Duke Yuqijingda and could ask him to raise the matter with the court and His Majesty. Excellent. Everyone was pleased. They had worried they'd find someone too low-ranking to make a difference. A duke was perfect. Another person added, I also heard that General Yuqi once had serious conflict with Qingxiu, he might be happy to help us. Everyone agreed. Chen Sideo didn't delay and went straight to Duke Yuqi's mansion to discuss the matter. But as soon as they arrived at the gate, they saw government workers moving boxes out in large carts. They couldn't get inside. Chen Sideo asked around and found out that Yuqijingda had voluntarily handed over a large amount of silver to the court, to support the issuance of paper currency as reserve funds. When Chen Sideo heard the news, he was immediately stunned. He quickly asked, is this true? Nonsense. You're not blind, are you? Can't you see the government people are already here moving the silver? The servant replied impatiently, then turned to head back inside the residence to continue working. But Chen Sideo wasn't giving up. He stepped forward and grabbed the man, slipping a piece of broken silver into his hand. Brother, I've got one more small question. Don't rush off. The man was initially annoyed, but when he saw the silver fall into his hand, his face instantly lit up. Go ahead, I'll tell you everything I know. Did General Yuqi turn in the silver to the court in exchange for goods? Of course not. Lord Yuqi directly deposited it into the national treasury to earn interest. Once the paper currency is fully issued, he'll get it back with interest, he'll be swimming in silver. The man left with a big smile, flipping the silver in his hand, leaving Chen Sideo frozen on the spot, stunned as if turned to stone. After that, none of the others mentioned asking Yuqijingda for help again. One by one, they gave up the idea and left with gloomy faces. These wealthy households had still held on to one last hope, to appeal to the court and ask Li Er, the emperor, to decide the matter. But despite all their efforts, they never got a chance to meet Li Er in person. They were still thinking of lingering in Chang'an and dragging things out, which greatly displeased Qingxiu. It was clear the earlier measures hadn't been harsh enough, they weren't scared yet. He immediately urged Chen Rusong to speed things up and force these people to either hand over the silver quickly or get lost. So, the local governments and military officers controlling these wealthy households escalated their actions. This time it wasn't just about sealing off operations, local officials directly sent large numbers of clerks into their homes to audit and investigate accounts. This move instantly triggered a panic among their business managers. If sealing operations had meant daily financial losses before, now they were digging up the very roots. If they really investigated thoroughly, who could be completely clean? In the following days, letters arrived in Chang'an from all directions like snowflakes. Those regional tycoons were being tormented by all kinds of bad news. It was clear Qingxiu intended to play this game to the end. If they didn't hand over silver, they could forget about getting out intact. Especially Ma Bushan, his situation was the worst. His hometown had been taken over by local officials, and he was even facing charges for stealing the military's troop dispatch seal. According to the latest message he received, the local troops were likely about to confiscate and inspect his household. If that happened, it would be a real disaster. In the end, after much discussion, they realized they couldn't hold out any longer and had no choice but to go find Qingxiu again for talks. But this time, it wasn't at the Ministry of Rights. The meeting was set at Duke Qing's residence. Qingxiu no longer bothered giving them much face. He didn't even meet them in the main hall but had them wait in the back garden. He didn't even prepare tea, just arranged a few dozen wooden chairs, carelessly. Qingxiu deliberately treated them coldly to send a message: you no longer have the right to negotiate. If, during the first meeting, they had offered money right away, Qingxiu would have treated them with courtesy. Even in the second meeting, if they had realized they were being cornered and surrendered quickly, they could have salvaged some dignity. But now, Qingxiu couldn't even be bothered to look at them properly. Have you thought it through? Qingxiu set down his teacup and glanced at them casually. He was sitting inside a pavilion, while the wealthy men had to sit outside in the courtyard under the blazing sun. Of course, none of them dared to complain. Duke Qing, I've thought a lot about this. We owe everything to the court, our businesses, our success. Now that the court needs our help, of course it's our duty to contribute. Ma Bushan no longer had the defiant attitude from before. Even at his age, he was trying to flatter and smile. Enough with the nonsense. I'll ask just one thing, do you have silver or not? Qing Xiu asked calmly. Ma Bushan quickly replied, I just remembered these past few days, years ago, I earned some silver and put it away. But over time I forgot where I stored it. If I go back and search, I should be able to find it. Since Ma Bushan gave in first, the others followed suit and all admitted to having silver again. Some said they had silver saved from past business, some from material exchanges, some stored as funeral savings. There were all kinds of explanations. Very good. Qing Xiu wasn't surprised by their submission. I won't make it hard on you. Just write down the total amount of silver you have at home. Whatever the amount, write it truthfully. I'll only take 70% and leave you the other 30%. I hope all of you are honest, don't lie. Originally, I only intended to take 50%. Qing Xiu's words carried a deeper meaning, making everyone's scalps tingle. If they tried to cheat him again, they would face the consequences themselves. Each of them wrote down the silver reserves they had at home and handed them over to Qing Xiu. Qing Xiu didn't bother reading them himself, he tossed the papers to Chen Rusong for review. Chen Rusong had already thoroughly investigated their family finances. He even knew more details than they did. With one glance, he could tell who was hiding and who was telling the truth. But clearly, they weren't stupid. This time they didn't try to hide anything. Most of them wrote honestly. Even if there were small discrepancies, the amounts were minor and excusable. Until Chen Rusong flipped to one page, his expression suddenly changed. He whispered a few words to Qing Xiu. All right. Qing Xiu's expression didn't change. I'm being reasonable. As I said before, do you want material exchange or to deposit the silver with the court? This time, everyone gave the same answer. They all chose to exchange for goods. Even though they had decided to give in to the court, they still believed the issuance of paper money would definitely fail. So naturally, everyone chose to take the materials now, to avoid losing all their silver later. Qing Xiu didn't care what they chose, as long as he got the silver, it was a win. He immediately promised that the value of goods given in exchange would be 10% more than the silver value, considered a fee for converting silver. Originally, Qing Xiu had promised a 20% bonus, but after all the arguments over the past days, he had lost patience. He had even considered not giving them anything extra. But thinking ahead, if he wanted more people to hand over silver later, some level of compensation was necessary to maintain trust in the court. At this point, the matter was considered settled, but the group did not hurry to leave. Instead, each of them looked at Qing Xiu eagerly, as if waiting for something. Do you have anything else? Qing Xiu pretended to be clueless, knowing what they were waiting for but purposely not mentioning it. Eventually, a younger wealthy man could not hold back. He was the first to speak, Duke Qing, the canal transport in Yenzhou. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Qing Xiu slapped his forehead and said, the canal transport in Yenzhou was only affected because the upstream river channel was being repaired. I had people investigate these past days. The channel has been fully fixed, so canal transport should resume in the next day or two. Thank you, Duke Qing. After Qing Xiu's assurance, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Qing Xiu had let him off. Just as Ma Bushan was about to speak and make his request, Qing Xiu proactively brought it up. Old Ma, I've actually been thinking about your matter these past few days. Ma Bushan hurriedly said, I'm grateful that Duke Qing remembers. Qing Xiu continued, actually, there are many doubts about this matter. Even if someone from your family stole the troop dispatch seal, that item has no use to you. I will personally write a letter ordering the local government to investigate quickly. Those who were wrongly arrested will be released. With this, a big weight finally dropped from Ma Bushan's heart. Although he had lost a lot of silver, at least he avoided disaster. After Qing Xiu made these promises one by one, the group finally left at ease and planned to pack their things and go home once they returned to their lodgings. Qing Xiu did not make them pledge anything. If any of them dared to go back on their word, he could simply continue to pressure them where it hurts. Chen Rusong, this matter was handled not badly. Qing Xiu said with a smile, but that Ma Bushan, sending someone to plant the troop dispatch seal from the army into his home was too much, wasn't it? I only asked them to hand over silver, not to ruin their family. Chen Rusong said, I do not think this matter was handled inappropriately. How so? That old fox is very crafty. Since the end of the Sui dynasty, he has often profited from risky business. Without harsh measures, it's hard to make him afraid. This comment surprised Qing Xiu. He didn't expect that Chen Rusong's methods were becoming harsher and completely merciless. But that was fine. It also made Qingxiu more confident about entrusting similar matters to him in the future. A few days later, the local wealthy households suddenly became aware and began sending petitions to the court, stating that they were willing to hand over silver to support the court's preparation funds for promoting paper currency. These joint petitions also stated that if the court needed anything, they could be ordered at any time. Not only silver, if the court wanted all their family assets, they would consider it justified. This was a bit too much. Li Er directly sent an edict stating that the court would never take their assets without reason, and that the events of these days would be remembered by the court and they would not be made to suffer in vain. Of course, from the moment they decided to liquidate their silver into goods and leave, they had no real connection to the court. All the words exchanged were just politeness. In the morning court session, Li Er did some brief statistics and found that the silver handed in by these people, together with some smaller local wealthy households, totaled nearly over 2,000 taels of silver. Adding the scattered contributions from court officials earlier, they could now, to a large extent, promote paper currency over a wider area. The court's reserve funds were almost sufficient. Next they needed to see how Qingxiu would produce paper money that could be used for circulation and promotion. For this fundraising of silver, Duke Qing has the greatest merit. Being able to persuade the local wealthy households to hand over so much silver has truly solved my urgent problem. Li Er did not hold back in praise on the court floor. The court officials had not seen Li Er so happy in a long time. Although the ministers did not know exactly how Qingxiu made those people obediently hand over their silver. But from their understanding of Qingxiu, and the extreme stinginess of these wealthy people, they could imagine Qingxiu must have used some method that was not easy to openly state. However, that did not harm anything. Getting the job done was what mattered most. As for those wealthy households, they had made enough money. Enduring some hardship was nothing. Besides, the court also had corresponding compensation. Besides this, I must also name Duke Yuqi, who voluntarily contributed 80% of his family's silver to the court and did not need to exchange it for goods. Li Er then singled out Yuqi Jingda in court. This was the first time in many days that Li Er mentioned him in public. The last time was not so glorious, just when he was demoted to Duke of Yu. After so long, Yuqi Jingda was quite emotional in his heart. It seemed that handing over so much silver was truly the right choice. Even if the issuance of paper currency eventually failed, merely doing this and leaving a deep impression on Li Er was absolutely worth it. Perhaps someday he could be restored to the title of Duke of Wu. Your Majesty's words are too kind. As a subject, I should do my best to help the court, especially since I owe my current status to the court's favor. From now on, if His Majesty gives an order, I would not hesitate even if it required my life. Yuqi Jingda could not control his mouth for a moment and started delivering a speech like a rapid cannon. At first, Li Er could patiently listen, but then he realized something was wrong. This old guy obviously wanted to make a deep impression on His Majesty. Once he started speaking, he did not stop until Li Er personally motioned for him to be quiet. Only then did Yuqi Jingda stop with lingering interest. Duke Qing, now that the reserve funds are almost gathered, I wonder if your paper money can. Before Li Er finished speaking, Qingxiu reached into his robe and took out an envelope, signaling Wang Degue to deliver it to Li Er. Although Qingxiu had been busy raising silver, he had not forgotten to improve the paper money design. Besides being non-replaceable, hard to counterfeit, and hard to damage, there was another important point that could not be ignored. The cost had to be cheap. If the denomination was low, that would be fine. But if the paper money was comparable to 100 coins, one string of coins, or one tael of silver, and the cost remained high, still relying on silver as material, then promoting paper money would have no meaning. For this, Qingxiu specifically summoned all the craftsmen he had found from Guangzhong and the Central Plains. After much work, they finally improved the paper money again. This time, the design was to be used as the master version without changes. Even the corresponding amounts were already printed. When Li Er opened the envelope, he saw that the denominations inside ranged from the lowest 10 coins, 50 coins, to the larger denominations of 500 coins and even 1,000 guan of money, all completed. The material of the paper money felt like both cloth and paper, with a texture hard to describe. On the surface of the paper money was the character Tang written in small seal script as a mark, along with several brightly colored patterns as anti-counterfeit marks. At a glance, the entire paper money truly looked like a complete work of art. Before this, Li Er had learned about the Bailu coins policy from the time of Emperor Wu of Han, but at the time he only thought it was absurd. Even if the white deer was extremely rare, how could its skin be used to make money that could be exchanged for a large amount of silver? But now that he saw the paper money that Qingxiu had given him, he immediately understood that making paper money well was indeed very important. Paper money made with this level of detail even made Li Er want to collect some himself. Would the cost of this paper money be extremely high? Li Er suddenly thought of a very key question and asked with some worry. Qingxiu said, the cost and quality of the paper money are strictly controlled, and the corresponding value naturally includes the corresponding cost. As he spoke, he also showed the paper money in his hand for everyone to see. For the paper money worth 10 copper coins, the anti-counterfeit thread inside is made of copper and produced using a casting method. The cost of one note is about 2 copper coins. If produced in bulk, the cost will only be lower. When he said this, Qingxiu paused on purpose. Paper money can easily be imitated by lawless people among the public. I know you are worried about counterfeiting. But look at this note, this is already the lowest quality among the courts-issued paper money. Is it possible to imitate it with a cost of 10 copper coins? After speaking, Qingxiu also had the notes circulated among the civil and military officials to examine, so that everyone could see them clearly. Before this, their idea of paper money was just printing characters casually on a piece of paper using woodblock printing to replace silver and copper coins. Their dislike of paper money was largely because of this stereotype. After all, the woodblock printing technique was very mature now, even small bookstores had simple woodblock printing equipment, and imitation was easy. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, they suddenly understood that this thing could not be made with ordinary woodblock printing. The lines on it looked almost carved into the note, with a level of complexity that no ordinary person could draw. The use of colored pigments made it hard for them to imagine the cost. Duke Qing just said that one note could be made with only 2 copper coins. Isn't that a joke? Although the cost can be lower with mass production, judging by the materials used in these patterns, just look at the texture, how could it cost only 2 copper coins? The ministers discussed among themselves, marveling at Qingxiu's ability to manage costs. Qingxiu did not waste words. He then distributed a note with a face value of 100 copper coins for them to pass around. This is a paper note worth 100 copper coins. Its value is high enough that common people might risk imitating it, so the anti-counterfeit technology used is even more advanced. The cost reaches as much as 15 copper coins. Even the anti-counterfeit thread inside uses silver as the raw material. Everyone eagerly examined it. The exquisite quality of this note immediately caused one expression of awe after another. The material of the note no longer felt like paper, it felt like cloth. The anti-counterfeit thread was woven irregularly into the fibers of the note. No matter how they looked at it, they could not imagine the craftsmanship. At this level, it was already impossible to see any simple way to imitate it. Even if someone tried to make fake money, it could be recognized instantly. Of course, they had not yet seen the truly valuable note, the one that Qingxiu had put the most effort into, intended to occupy the market as the large denomination currency. 1,000-coin note. As its name suggests, this note is worth 1,000 copper coins, which equals 1 string of coins or 1 tael of silver. You can imagine, in the past, for certain large transactions, you couldn't make change with paper certificates. With silver, you had to carry big bundles of copper coins and silver. It was extremely inconvenient. But if you have this 1,000-coin note, it weighs no more than a piece of paper but can be worth 1 tael of silver. Imagine how convenient it will be to carry money in the future. As Qingxiu vividly described this, everyone became enthralled and couldn't help imagining it. They had seen merchants traveling far and wide. When business was large, just the silver and copper coins loaded on carts could be 1/5 or even 1/4 of the goods. If this problem could be solved, it would indeed save a lot of trouble. Everyone knew how beneficial this would be. And trade among ordinary people would be more convenient, not having to use knives to cut silver and make change, which was often inaccurate. When the notes were passed around, everyone immediately crowded around. The exquisite complexity of the 1,000-coin note truly shocked them all. The texture of the note was neither exactly paper nor cloth. Held in the hand, it felt soft and smooth, yet very strong and hard to destroy. On it was written the character, Tang, in small seal script. You could clearly see the silver plating and copper plating mixed in the characters. The complexity of the craftsmanship was astonishing. It seemed that every pigment was interwoven with the threads in the note. To them, it was something that could clearly not be created with woodblock printing or by hand. Even if a master artist tried to perfectly replicate the surface at a 1-to-1 level, he still could not create this kind of perfect effect, as if embroidery were woven into it. For a moment, everyone held it in their hands and did not want to let go. They could hardly imagine such a beautiful thing could be mass-produced and even reach the hands of ordinary people. Now, do you still think this item is easy to imitate? Qingxiu was very proud. Although no one answered, he could already tell from their expressions that they were sincerely convinced. Clearly, what Qingxiu had presented was far beyond their expectations. At least they could not have imagined it themselves, that Qingxiu's craftsmanship in producing paper money could reach this level. Duke Qing, this paper money is so precious. If someone deliberately destroys it, wouldn't it be a great loss? Someone could not help asking. But as soon as the words came out, he realized he had asked an unnecessary question. This paper money was not being distributed freely to the public. Having it in hand did not automatically mean exchanging it for the equivalent amount of silver. No one had nothing to do and would just destroy and throw away silver, right? If any of you still have objections to this paper money, feel free to raise them. After all, this item has just been issued. I have not spoken much from experience, even 1,000 thoughts can have a mistake. Qingxiu spoke modestly. Of course, these people could not possibly know more or understand better than he did. After all, he truly lived in a world with circulating paper money, he had real personal experience. Now, the officials truly had nothing more to say. If this level of paper currency were to circulate among the people, perhaps Qingxiu might really achieve what Emperor Wu of Han had tried so hard and still failed to do, implement paper currency circulation. Seeing that the officials were silent, Li Er immediately made the decision. Have the Ministry of Revenue verify the reserves. Issue paper currency based on the reserves. However much reserve there is, that much currency is to be issued, not a single coin more. At the same time, order the Ministry of Justice to draft regulations for the issuance of paper currency. For cases like forgery or intentional destruction of paper currency, specific punishments should be clearly defined, one by one, carefully. Li Er issued orders in an orderly manner, and the subordinates immediately braced themselves to begin preparations. Clearly, the coming days would be a period of intense busyness once again. Only after giving all the instructions did Li Er remember something he had forgotten. Back when Emperor Wu of Han issued currency, he named it the White Deer coin. Now that you, Duke Qing, have worked so hard to produce these high-quality banknotes, they should also have a name. Why not name them yourself? As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to Qingxiu, waiting for him to name the currency. Although he had not discussed it with Li Er before, Qingxiu had long thought about how to name it. Now our great Tang is in its prime, all thanks to His Majesty's unmatched civil and military governance. The national power of the Zhenguan era far surpasses that of the past. This paper currency shall be named the Zhenguan note. September, it was just the beginning of autumn. The wheat in the fields had just ripened into golden yellow, coinciding with the court's launch of the long-prepared paper currency. Originally, public attitude toward the currency was very doubtful. Though its launch stirred quite a buzz and daily discussion, acceptance was extremely low. Many even thought it was just another scheme by the court to fleece the people, swearing they'd never use the paper currency. Public opinion was overwhelmingly negative. Of course, Qingxiu had long known that initial public rejection was inevitable, and he had prepared thoroughly. It was now tax season after the autumn harvest, and the court directly issued a decree, paying taxes with paper currency would grant a 10% reduction. The moment this decree came out, it shocked the skeptical public. No one had expected the court to offer such a favorable policy. But here came the problem: since the paper currency had just been issued and was currently only used for government procurement, naturally, the public didn't have any on hand. What would they use to pay taxes? The court had anticipated this and issued a second decree. The government would set up exchange bureaus where people could trade in cloth and grain for paper currency, using market standard exchange rates, no deductions. With that, the people happily rushed to the exchange bureaus to get just enough currency to pay their taxes, no more than necessary. But once people got the paper currency in their hands, they realized it was anything but ordinary. They had thought it would be like a silver note, just a piece of paper with a printed value and a stamp to substitute for silver. But upon holding it, they realized they were wrong. This thing was exquisitely crafted, far beyond their comprehension. Even if it had no value at all, they'd still want to collect it. Compared to polished copper coins or filthy, bite-marked silver pieces, this was simply magnificent. This thing would be really hard to counterfeit. No wonder the court is confident enough to replace silver with paper. This thing must cost a lot to make. Exactly. Even if someone wanted to fake it, it'd be nearly impossible. In just a few short days, exchange bureaus across the regions had swapped a huge amount of cloth and goods for the newly issued currency, so much that even the government warehouses couldn't store it all. Based on taxes alone, the materials exchanged shouldn't have been so plentiful, but the court had also decreed that paper currency could be used to buy iron tools and salt at a 10% discount. So naturally, people had nothing to lose, since they were exchanging anyway, why not trade more to buy discounted goods? Thus, the currency initially entered circulation among the public quite successfully. Also, many people noticed the court allowed equal value silver to be exchanged for the new currency. So after exchanging grain for paper notes, they rushed to government offices to trade those notes for silver. This was clearly a test of the court's credibility. Even those bringing silver were nervous, fearing refusal. But their worry was unnecessary. They handed over the paper currency, and the local officials didn't say a word, exchanged it on the spot, according to the note's face value, whether in copper or silver. Even if the note was worth only 1 coin, they still exchanged it precisely. It was incredibly smooth. This drove the public into a frenzy. Everywhere, inside and outside the passes, in the Central Plains, in Shandong, people lined up at government offices. No longer storing grain, they all wanted silver and copper coins. Fortunately, the court had made full preparations. Qingxiu had anticipated the public rush to swap for silver and made sure all regions were well stocked. Even beyond that, the Ministry of Revenue was still transporting silver day and night to the provinces to barely keep up with the demand. In the end, the court's credibility was firmly established, but within just half a month, a massive amount of silver had already flowed out. Clearly, after the recent silver shortage, the public consensus was that silver was now far more valuable than grain. Although grain was essential for emergencies and daily needs, in the current Tang Dynasty market, silver was more crucial. Even the court was trying to reclaim silver from officials and nobles. Without grain, silver could still buy anything one needed. Using grain to trade goods was a hassle, but with silver, buying was never a problem. For a time, a very strange scene appeared south of the Yangtze River in Great Tang. The people were hoarding large amounts of silver, even the grain stores were stuffed full of copper coins, yet only a small amount of food was left, just enough for a few days of meals. On the court side, silver was being exported in large quantities daily, but the grain storage in the national treasury reached a shocking level. Li Er even had to temporarily order the construction of many granaries to store the grain, otherwise the food would have to be piled up outside the treasury. This extremely unusual scene was truly rare in history. In the past, all dynasties had always tried to seize grain and cloth from the people and store it in the treasury. Now things were completely reversed. Without waiting for the court to say anything, the people were desperately sending grain and cloth to the state, without even considering saving food for emergencies. Now that peace had lasted for many years, almost no one had a sense of food shortage anymore. They just believed that as long as they had silver and copper, they could buy food anywhere. At this moment, Li Er looked at the mountain-like piles of grain and the half-built warehouses all around and sighed with emotion. Back when Li Mi attacked Luoyang, it was because he had almost endless food supplies that he nearly wore down Wang Shichong to death. At that time, I thought, if the Tang army had had that much grain, pacifying the world would have taken half the time. Even the alliance at Weishui might not have happened. And now? If it had been at the time he had just ascended the throne, Li Er would never have imagined that one day he would worry about having too much food. Next to him, Qingxiu said calmly, having more grain is always a good thing. But the mentality of the people now is indeed sick. They think that having silver means they can buy anything. That's ridiculous. The empire has only been stable for a few years, and they've already forgotten everything they went through before. Li Er waved his hand. Still, this is considered a good thing. By the way, has the silver expenditure in this period been a lot? Not just a lot. Qingxiu didn't say any extra words. He directly handed the Ministry of Revenue's ledger to Li Er and let him read it himself. When the paper currency was first issued, the court had prepared 40 million taels of silver as reserves, along with 300 taels of gold as backup storage. This was the court's worst-case plan. If silver really ran out in the end, to maintain trust in the paper currency, even the gold would be released as reserve, just to preserve credibility. There was no doubt about Li Er's trust in Qingxiu. He had even publicly stated that even if the reserves were depleted, he was still willing to use part of the treasury's silver to support the paper currency's credibility. Li Er had already prepared for the worst. But Qingxiu would absolutely not let the worst happen, at least, he had the ability to prevent it. However, letting the people keep exchanging silver like this, even the current reserve might not last until next year. They had issued the reserves to back the paper currency and support its circulation, not to give away all the silver to the people. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Although Qingxiu had always supported policies that benefited the people and the country, in this situation, if no measures were taken, the paper currency would soon be in danger. After thinking it over, Qingxiu proposed, silver cannot be endlessly distributed to the people. Even though we have 40 million taels in reserves, if it falls below 20 million, that would be the danger line. So we must stop the people from continuing to exchange for silver. Now Lier was puzzled. Isn't exchanging Zhenguan notes for silver already set as an unshakable national policy for the coming years? If we change policy overnight, wouldn't the Zhenguan note die in the cradle? Not like that. Qingxiu shook his head. I mean, let the people voluntarily give up exchanging silver, and instead start hoarding grain. But we can't go too far. We need to stimulate the people appropriately. If we push too hard, it will just make them trust the currency even less. Lier vaguely understood what Qingxiu meant. You're saying that now the people's grain stock is low, but their silver is high, so we should. Lier made a gesture, and Qingxiu smiled and nodded. As expected, talking to smart people saves effort. In that case, I understand. You don't need to handle this matter. Lier was full of confidence. You've worked hard on the paper currency. I can take care of this small matter. Qingxiu nodded slightly, but he couldn't help reminding Lier, Your Majesty, this is only to adjust silver, it's not about anything else. Do not go too far and hurt the people. Don't worry. Lier was clearly full of confidence in this matter. A few days later, the people continued to exchange silver as usual. There was absolutely no sense of a materials crisis. They still didn't know that just last night, every grain shop in Chang'an had received handwritten orders from the court, instructing them to prepare to adjust grain prices. That morning, as soon as the grain shops opened, crowds of people were already waiting in line to buy food. Among them were many who planned to buy grain and immediately flip it to exchange for silver from the court, calculating their profits like mad. Of course, more people simply had no stored grain left and had no choice but to use silver to buy rice. In any case, not a single person had any sense of crisis. One customer shook out a few dozen copper coins onto the counter. I want 10 jin of millet. Wait. He looked down and was shocked to find that the price of millet had risen by 30% compared to yesterday. Are you robbing people? The man was furious and slapped the counter. We've had 3 straight years of good harvests. Grain prices have been falling every year. We just finished the autumn harvest, it should be the cheapest time. How could your prices go up? The clerk at the counter was scolded until he felt guilty, but still forced himself to reply, We're just clerks. We don't decide these things. The boss gave the order. If you're angry, go yell at the boss. Why take it out on us workers? Though he said that, the people in line behind them had already heard everything and immediately erupted, shouting angrily as if they wanted to tear the shop down. You think you're the only shop selling grain in this world? We've been lining up all this time, and now you pull this? If your prices don't go back down today, we'll go to the yamen to report you. Exactly. The court clearly said grain prices can't rise without reason. Tomorrow your lousy shop will be shut down. Facing their curses, the clerk just helplessly waved his hand. Everyone, if you don't want to buy, you can go elsewhere. Like you said, there's more than one grain shop in Chang'an. As for reporting to the court, do as you wish. The people left angrily, planning to try another store. But before they could even reach the next one, they found that many people were already wandering the streets, looking everywhere for a grain shop and asking about prices. When the two groups met, they were stunned on the spot. After asking around, they found out that grain prices in all the grain shops across Chang'an had risen by exactly 30%, all at the same time. At first, they thought that the rice merchants in Chang'an had colluded to raise prices together and were considering whether to go to the rural grain markets outside the city to buy food. But before they could even leave the city gates, a large group of people was already entering the city to buy grain. These people had just come from outside the city, and when asked, they said the grain prices in the countryside had also gone up, also by exactly 30%. If something strange happens, there must be a reason. Everyone immediately sensed something was wrong and decided to go directly to the local government to report it, determined to make the court step in. The local government received them quite warmly. The registrar recorded all their complaints in detail and declared that the matter would definitely be reported to the court and asked everyone to stay calm. Sir, could this matter be resolved today? All of us are out of food at home and are waiting to buy grain. Our families can't go hungry forever. Exactly, whole families are starving. Please, see if this can be resolved today. We'll just buy the grain and leave, we won't delay you. Everyone was talking at once, but the registrar clearly looked troubled. Everyone, if it were possible, I'd want to solve this today too. But the problem is, submitting a report to the court takes time. Even if I send it right now, after they receive and review it, the court will still need time to discuss and come up with a plan. At best, it will take at least another 7 or 8 days. If you really can't wait, then there's nothing I can do. Before the registrar finished speaking, the crowd exploded in protest, everyone shouting at once, making it hard to bear. You can't say that. Didn't Duke Qin once say that the government exists to help the people and share the court's burdens? Are you just going to watch us starve? Heaven knows. The government can't just ignore us. Finally, the registrar couldn't hold back anymore. He had to slap the table to quiet everyone down. Everyone, our great Tang has had 3 straight years of good harvests. Even tenant farmers with no land should have plenty of surplus food saved. How come suddenly none of you even have enough for one day? Did you really trade it all for silver? Wake up. You can't eat silver. Now you're holding piles of silver, but with the grain merchants raising prices, what can you do? His words served as a real wake-up call, because this truly reflected their current situation. Seeing that the crowd fell silent, the registrar continued, think it through, if the court steps in and fixes things, it'll take 7 or 8 days. At most, prices will go back to normal, and the merchants may get fined. But the fines won't go to you, and in the meantime, you'll have already paid several days' worth of inflated prices. What good does that do? The crowd was immediately discouraged and had no choice but to leave for now. They could only hope the court would solve the issue soon. Some of them still had a few days of grain at home, so they decided to wait. Others who had no food at all had to buy the overpriced grain anyway. They had no choice. This scene didn't just happen in Chang'an. It happened throughout the empire, inside and outside the passes, in the central plains, even in Shandong. The people didn't realize this was orchestrated by the court. They just believed the grain merchants were exploiting the crisis and hated them for it. As for the court, what fault did the court have? If you wanted to exchange for silver, you could. If you wanted to switch to paper currency, that was allowed too. Everything was done with the common people's needs in mind. How could anyone blame the court? Just as the people waited helplessly for the court to act, the court issued another decree. It claimed that the sudden price hike by grain merchants across the country was too widespread and large in scale for the court to control immediately. But the court could not bear to see the people go without food. Therefore, it decided to release grain to help them. Of course, it wouldn't be free. The court would sell the grain to the people at the original market price, not earning an extra coin. Whether people used silver or paper money, the court would accept it all. This news immediately caused a stir among the people, and a strange scene reappeared in the markets. Just days ago, the people had carried large sacks of grain to the court to exchange for silver. Now, they were carrying large sacks of silver to the court to exchange for grain. But this time, they were smarter. They didn't just buy small amounts, they deliberately bought enough to avoid another price hike at the grain shops. With the court releasing a large amount of grain back into the market, the local merchants consciously lowered their prices and returned them to normal. This rise and fall in prices served as a wake-up call for the people. They suddenly realized that no matter how much silver they saved, it was useless. Even if silver doubled in value, it was still not as good as holding actual supplies. After this chaos, the wave of exchanging silver in the market calmed down, and prices returned to normal. The silver that had been released into the market now flowed right back into the court's treasury. With this cycle completed, the court's reserves returned to 35 million taels, back to a very healthy level. The people no longer crazily exchanged for silver. In fact, they even started consciously using silver to buy paper currency from the court in order to buy salt and iron, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the court had to give a small price discount on salt and iron when paid in paper currency, this small loss of tax revenue was worth it. After all this, many officials and Li Er himself suddenly had strong confidence in paper currency. More officials realized the currency could be trusted and started depositing their own silver into the court's reserves. Of course, now that the trend was clearly favorable, joining late was not as good as joining early. The court specially adjusted interest for these latecomers, reducing the silver interest they could earn to the lowest level. But this did not affect their enthusiasm for investing in the reserves. From their point of view, this investment was almost guaranteed to be profitable. Even a small profit was still a profit. At the same time, Qingxiu suggested to Li Er that they shouldn't only rely on a few small investments from court officials. He advised that the court should officially launch reserve investments to the public. The process would be the same as officials investing. The court would also publicly announce the amount of reserves, so the common people could clearly understand the situation. This was to increase public trust in the currency and, at the same time, to collect more civilian silver into the reserves. When Qingxiu proposed this method, all the officials in court found it unbelievable. Since ancient times, they had only heard of the court forcibly collecting materials or silver from the people, but it was the first time someone had proposed attracting civilian silver through such a method. Why hadn't they thought before to use this method to get the people to voluntarily offer their silver? Fang Xianling thought it over carefully and immediately agreed, this way, the court won't have to provide extra silver. Even if the people exchange for silver later, it's just their silver moving from one hand to another, it might not even touch the reserves. However, someone did notice a problem. Zhang Sun Wuji asked directly, Dear son-in-law, although this method is good, if the court pays interest in real silver, and too much civilian silver is stored in the treasury, won't that still lead to a net outflow of silver? Zhang Sun Wuji's concern was not without reason. Silver mines are limited, and their output is fixed. The amount of silver circulating on the market rarely increases. Although the amount of private silver saved by the people isn't high, the population is enormous. With such a large base, even a small interest rate becomes a massive number. Not to mention there's no limit to this silver investment, both ordinary people and wealthy landowners can participate. When that happens, the court's annual interest payments will be huge. Even worse, the interest must be paid in copper coins or silver, which would place a huge burden on the court's finances. Don't worry. Qingxiu had already prepared a solution. The amount of interest is set by the court. We can predefine a number to decide how much interest the court can handle each year. And, Qingxiu paused, I never said interest must be paid in silver. The national treasury has so many supplies, why not use them? This one sentence instantly enlightened all the ministers. Indeed, Qingxiu was full of ideas. Son-in-law, you really are. Zhang Sun Wuji felt that even as a seasoned official, compared to Qingxiu, he seemed as naive as a rookie. To govern a country or a household, you need someone like him who doesn't follow the usual path. That makes sense. The court really has too many supplies piled up. If we don't distribute them soon, they'll go bad. Even if it's not silver, actual goods still have value. And besides, it's free interest. As expected, Duke Qing is full of ideas. This plan is bold. For a moment, all the officials thought this was a great idea. Li Er was overjoyed. He increasingly felt that promoting paper currency had been a brilliant move. Since Duke Qing has so many strategies, the task of gathering reserves from the people will be fully handled by Duke Qing. The Ministry of Revenue will follow his command. Li Er waved his hand and gave Qingxiu great authority, clearly placing his full trust in him on this matter. Very well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qingxiu had originally planned to write a proposal to persuade Li Er. Now that Li Er took the initiative to delegate power, he was saved the trouble. After court was dismissed, Qingxiu didn't waste time and immediately headed to the Ministry of Revenue. Minister Dai Zhou personally welcomed him. You've just come from morning court. We didn't have time to prepare, sorry for not greeting you properly. No problem. Minister, you're too polite. Although Qingxiu said that, his actions weren't polite at all. He directly sat down and straightforwardly asked for the ministry's records. Dai Zhou immediately ordered someone to bring them and assign people to explain the details of the inventory recorded in the books. Qingxiu already knew the court had many supplies, but the sheer quantity still exceeded his expectations. Just the reserves in Chang'an's treasury alone were ridiculously high. Even with warehouses being hurriedly built, they were still far from enough. There had indeed been a large exchange of silver from the people, but most of the accumulation came from the court itself. Thanks to Duke Qing's expansion efforts in recent years, our Great Tang's arable land has nearly doubled. And the local people can quickly be brought under control. Within 2 or 3 years, they can supply the station troops and still have surplus to hand over to the court. Now, although the court supports many soldiers, with more farmland, even after expenses there's still a large surplus. Dai Zhou looked at Qingxiu with admiration. If any department understood Qingxiu's achievements best, it would be the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War. The War Ministry knew how many battles Qingxiu had won at very low cost, and the Revenue Ministry knew how those victories translated into massive supplies and silver. Even more unbelievable was that for the massive campaign to the western regions, Qingxiu only requested 2 years' worth of supplies and managed to achieve self-sufficiency there. Dai Zhou couldn't imagine anyone else in the court today could match Qingxiu, not even a tenth of his ability. There's even grain that's been stored for 7 years. If it stays any longer, it'll be completely wasted. We need to use it quickly. Dai Zhou paused. That's easier said than done. How could so much old grain be consumed quickly? Even if it were distributed directly for everyone in Chang'an to eat, it still wouldn't be easy. And doing that would bring no benefit. Since Duke Qing said the grain should be consumed, it clearly wasn't just about using it up, it had to create value. Luckily, Qingxiu already had a plan in mind. 5-year-old grain already tastes worse and isn't very filling. As for 7-year-old grain, it's only good for animal feed. People wouldn't touch it unless they had nothing else to eat. Qingxiu muttered to himself, then said, "Sort out all the grain in the treasury that's 5 years old and older, I can use it all in a short time." Qingxiu wasn't joking. He had an excellent plan to maximize the use of that grain. Daizhou didn't doubt him. He immediately ordered his staff to take a few days to sort all the grain. They were to arrange everything by date and then distribute it exactly as Qingxiu instructed. Daizhou then asked curiously, "What is Duke Qing's plan? Are you going to use this old grain as interest payments? Are you kidding? If you told the people their interest would be 5 or 6-year-old grain, would they accept it? Even if they put up with it this time, do you think they'd invest in court reserves again?" Daizhou realized then that he had come up with a dumb idea and laughed awkwardly. That's true. Daizhou's thinking was still stuck in the times of great chaos in the world, or just after the founding of the dynasty, when people in society were always starving and a single grain of rice was more precious than gold. Back then, not to mention grain that had been stored for 7 years, even if it had been kept for 10 years and was moldy, people would still find ways to eat it. But now, people didn't store any grain at home anymore, they exchanged it all for silver. Times were simply no longer the same. In short, get all the aged grain ready. I have my own plan. When the time comes, just follow my instructions. At this point, Qingxiu held an astonishing amount of power. The entire Ministry of Revenue was under his control. As long as he gave the word, even emptying half the ministry's grain reserves would be just a matter of a single order. Precisely because of this, Qingxiu could truly act freely and implement all of his ideas. The wave of silver exchange among the people had temporarily calmed down, and everything was on the right track, for now. But this was just the first step in the promotion of paper currency. It merely made people realize that this was not just worthless paper used by the court to exploit them. Even though it seemed like a small result, the step Qingxiu took was unprecedented. At the very least, it was something no emperor or minister in the past had ever dared to imagine. But to truly make paper currency fully replace silver, or even just become equally valued, there was still a long way to go. Fortunately, Qingxiu was not lacking in patience. As long as the people came to understand that paper money could actually function as real currency, everything else could proceed slowly. Of course, the existence of paper currency also attracted attention from some people with ulterior motives. This included many local gentry and landlords, as well as those who bore a grudge against Qingxiu for forcibly taking their silver during the implementation of the paper money policy. None of them trusted the court. Most had taken goods and cashed out, firmly believing from beginning to end that silver was king and that paper currency was nothing more than a flash-in-the-pan piece of trash. Moreover, when the court initially allowed silver exchanges, they immediately used grain to exchange large amounts of silver from the court. The majority of the silver that entered the market went into their pockets. Even when the court and local grain merchants performed their double act, they could see through it, clearly a trick by the court to stop the outflow of silver. It could fool the common folk, but not them. However, after this event, they did quiet down noticeably. Although the court did not issue an outright ban, this clearly signaled its stance, that too much silver flowing out was not welcome. It didn't matter if commoners exchanged more, but if these large wealthy households stood out too much, they would easily become targets for the court. But that didn't mean they gave up on suppressing paper currency. And their intent wasn't just to vent their anger. More importantly, they wanted paper money to collapse so that the people would rush to exchange silver, giving them a chance to fish in troubled waters and seize large amounts of silver. Since ancient times, there has been only one simple, brutal, and effective way to destroy currency that relies purely on credit: counterfeit money. From the very first day paper currency was issued, they spent large sums to hire skilled craftsmen to secretly forge banknotes. At first, the counterfeit notes couldn't come close to the real ones, not even 50% similar. But since the public had only just started using paper money, and some people hadn't even seen it before, it was all too easy to trick them. Just as the silver exchange craze was calming down, these counterfeit notes quietly entered the market and began to circulate, without the court noticing. Chang'an City, Huichun Hall. Sun Simiao looked at the items inside 2 porcelain bottles and was genuinely surprised. It can actually be used like this? Is it really possible? You saw it yourself, was the effect fake? Qingxiu was full of confidence. Sun Simiao looked again at the clear liquid in the small glass bottle in his hand, his expression gradually turning joyful. The transparent liquid in the glass bottle was high-concentration alcohol. More importantly, it was extracted by Qingxiu from almost inedible aged grain, using a distillation method unknown in this era. Although it couldn't match industrial alcohol in purity, it was definitely good enough. After dilution, it could even be sold as strong liquor, serving 2 purposes at once. Of course, its more important use was as medical alcohol, since disinfectants were severely lacking in current medicine. Even though penicillin existed, it was hard to produce in quantity and too expensive for daily disinfection. It would be wasteful. The method of using alcohol for disinfection had actually already been discovered by physicians before the Tang dynasty. Hua Tuo had once used wine to disinfect. But because fermented wine had low alcohol content and weak sterilization efficiency, this method was never taken seriously. Thus, it was only regarded as folk medicine, not a proper medical technique. Before getting his hands on penicillin, Sun Simiao had also tried using wine to disinfect wounds during surgery, but its effectiveness was limited. To make him truly realize the power of distilled alcohol, Qingxiu ordered people to bring 2 cuts of raw pork, one left untreated, and the other sprayed with alcohol. 3 days later, the untreated pork was full of maggots and rotting, disgusting to look at. But the piece sprayed with high-concentration alcohol, aside from some color change, didn't grow a single maggot. Its sterilization effect was already comparable to penicillin, and much cheaper. After all, even 10-year-old aged grain could be used to make it, so there was no need to worry about cost. So, Master Sun, mass production of distilled alcohol will be handed over to you. Qingxiu pulled out a permit from his sleeve and handed it to Sun Simiao. This is the alcohol brewing license, it's already been approved. Many thanks, Duke Qing. Sun Simiao was overjoyed. With this, he had nothing more to worry about. Alcohol was strictly controlled by the court because it consumed grain. At the founding of the dynasty, even private citizens were not allowed to brew alcohol. Only in the past 2 years, as grain stocks grew, did the court finally allow private brewing, but only for personal use. Mass production or wasteful brewing was prohibited. Large-scale alcohol brewing using grain was restricted to official breweries or specially licensed merchants. Unauthorized mass brewing would result in imprisonment at best, execution at worst. Without this license, Sun Simiao would never have dared to make alcohol. Of course, aside from the license, Qingxiu also specially built a large-scale brewing room for Sun Simiao. However, he did not completely hand over the distillery to Sun Simiao for now. He knew that Sun Simiao was already overwhelmed with many affairs at Huichun Hall. As for brewing, it would be better to assign other people specifically to manage it. But upon seeing the excellent disinfecting effect of this high-concentration distilled alcohol, Sun Simiao's thoughts began to stir. Since this highly pure alcohol is so effective for disinfection, why not sell it directly at Huichun Hall? Wouldn't it be more convenient for people to use for treating daily wounds? This suggestion was not bad. Qingxiu thought it over carefully and agreed it was indeed feasible. After all, most of the common people now did physical labor, and such work inevitably led to bumps and injuries. If everyone had a bottle of alcohol to disinfect with, it would prevent wound infection, which was certainly a good thing. In that case, do as Master Sun suggested. Not only should Huichun Hall stock it, but also distribute it to nearby medicine halls in Chang'an so they can stock it too. That way, it's easier for people to buy, even in the border regions. This kind of high-concentration alcohol wouldn't spoil at all. Once a bottle was filled, it could be stored for a very long time, so promoting it would be easy. Sun Simiao was delighted, but Qingxiu suddenly thought of something and quickly added, alcohol can be sold, but with conditions. It must be bottled in small portions, and the price must not be low. 1 tael of alcohol must cost at least 50 coins. So expensive? Sun Simiao was surprised. The alcohol was made from useless aged grain. Even if labor was included, producing 1 tael wouldn't cost more than 15 coins. But Qingxiu wanted to sell it for several times more. That didn't match his usual style. I'm not saying alcohol should always be sold at such a high price. Qingxiu explained, the smell of alcohol is very similar to regular wine. It can easily attract drinkers, and the concentration is too high, it's addictive and harmful to health. If the price is too low, many people will just drink it directly. That would be unacceptable. Sun Simiao suddenly understood, Duke Qing means, raise the price so people can afford to buy it for disinfection, but not enough to drink freely? Exactly. But if the price is always too high, people might not buy it. After some time, you can release some rumors. Qingxiu gave a few instructions to Sun Simiao, basically to find some people to stage a scene where someone dies from drinking alcohol, just to make the public aware that it must not be consumed. Drinking in moderation was fine, but becoming addicted to alcohol and enslaved by it, Qingxiu definitely didn't want to see that. Understood. Sun Simiao felt admiration in his heart. Duke Qing really thinks everything through. While the two were discussing, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Sun Simiao signaled for the person to come in. A young apprentice walked in. Master Sun, just now an elderly man came to buy medicine, and he used paper currency. The apprentice raised a banknote in his hand, intending to give it to Sun Simiao, but the latter casually said, "What about the paper currency? The court has clearly ordered that refusing paper money violates the law. Just accept it." "You misunderstood, Master Sunday. I didn't dare refuse it. But look at this paper, it seems there's something wrong with it." Sun Simiao frowned and was about to speak, but when he lowered his head and looked, he froze. The banknote in the apprentice's hand did seem a little off. "I haven't handled paper currency much, but I've seen a few. This seems a bit different from the ones I've used before, though I'm not completely sure. Please take a look." Sun Simiao took the note and examined it carefully. The patterns and silver thread didn't seem wrong, but the texture felt different from regular paper currency, and the material also seemed unusual. He was usually busy managing the medicine hall and hardly touched silver, let alone paper money. Even if he suspected something was wrong, he wasn't confident. "Let me see." Qingxiu, who had been watching from the side, suspected something was wrong the moment he saw it and immediately asked Sun Simiao to give it to him. "I almost forgot Duke Qing was here. It's best you look at it." Sun Simiao slapped his forehead and handed the note to Qingxiu with a smile. "Duke Qing should be the person who understands paper money best. Is there something wrong with it?" Qingxiu didn't even examine it closely. As soon as he got it, he said without hesitation, "Fake." Others might not know, but Qingxiu knew very well. The special engravings used in the paper currency could not be replicated by ordinary means. The complexity of the process was beyond common understanding. Even if someone went to great lengths to copy it, the cost of producing a fake would be 10 times the value of the note. Anyone who tried would surely lose money. Although the patterns and designs were clearly fake to his eyes, he had to admit that the note had been made with care and the production cost was definitely high. This fake banknote worth 100 coins was originally manufactured using Qingxiu's unique anti-counterfeit methods, costing no more than 15 coins. But he estimated that this fake likely cost nearly 30 coins to make. Sun Simiao immediately ordered, "Fake currency must not be accepted. Return it, and ask the man to bring real money." The apprentice quickly responded, but Qingxiu stopped him. "Wait, I want to take a look." The court had issued strict orders regarding counterfeit currency. Anyone caught using it would be executed publicly, and in severe cases, their family would be implicated. To dare use fake currency under such laws, the man had guts. The apprentice didn't dare delay and quickly led Qingxiu to the counter. An old man was pacing while waiting for his medicine. "You're finally back." When the old man saw the apprentice return, he hurried forward and demanded, "I already gave you the money, why haven't you gotten my medicine? And that's 100-coin note, you even owe me change." The apprentice looked a bit embarrassed, but Qingxiu stepped forward and held up the note. "Is this money yours?" The old man looked confused. "Yes, what's the problem? Do you know that using fake currency is punishable by death?" At those words, the old man trembled and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that? This is real money. Who would dare use fake money? That's a death sentence. Since you know using counterfeit money is a capital offense, how dare you do this?" Qingxiu pressed him hard, his expression growing more and more grim. The old man didn't expect Qingxiu to firmly claim that the money he used was counterfeit, but his wrinkled face was still full of defiance. You mean what? Even if you're from the government, I'm not afraid. This is real money, I exchanged it for grain. If you've got the guts, go report it to the authorities." Qingxiu originally thought this man was deliberately using counterfeit paper money, trying to take advantage of his age to scam others. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. This man showed no fear. Clearly, from the bottom of his heart, he believed this note was real. Although Qingxiu had already expected that once paper currency entered the market, counterfeits would appear, he didn't expect that in less than a month, such realistic fakes would already circulate among the people. This wasn't just someone trying to get a few things by chance, it was clearly a deliberate attempt to sabotage the court's plan for paper currency. They wanted to mix fake notes among real ones while public familiarity with paper money was still low and people couldn't distinguish real from fake. With this, Qingxiu wasn't as aggressive as before. "Where did you get this note from? Tell the truth. You're an old man, I don't want to make things hard for you. Just tell me." The old man hesitated for a moment, but when he recalled where he got the money, he straightened his back. "I exchanged grain for it with someone, what's wrong with that? Everyone says you can use paper currency at Huichun Hall and get medicine for half price. Why are you now making excuses and saying someone's money is fake?" Qingxiu didn't bother arguing further. He pulled out a 100-coin paper note from his robe and handed back the old man's note. "Compare it yourself, this is real court-issued currency." At first, the old man looked confused, but once he took the notes and compared them, his expression immediately changed. Although he hadn't handled many paper notes, looking at a fake alone might not raise suspicion. But side by side with a real one, even a fool could tell the difference. He quickly searched himself and pulled out several notes. Comparing them to Qingxiu's, he instantly cursed in rage. What kind of bastard would do this? I'm so old, and they still trick me. After cursing, he immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly explained, I didn't know this was fake. They tricked me. I exchanged grain for that paper. I didn't know. Calm down first. Qingxiu had to raise his voice several degrees before the old man quieted down. Tell me the truth, where did you get this fake currency? I didn't do it on purpose, I was tricked. The old man wailed as he told Qingxiu the truth. It turned out that a few days ago, a group of well-dressed people, who looked like court officials, arrived in a village near Chang'an. They gathered the locals and claimed they were distributing paper currency on behalf of the court. They said the court knew it was inconvenient for villagers to exchange paper notes, so they were sent to help exchange directly in the village. Their exchange rate was very tempting. Using only 70% of the normal grain value, one could exchange for full-value paper money. A simple calculation showed that this meant earning 30% more through the exchange. As the news spread, many villagers brought grain or cloth to trade. After all, buying salt, iron, and goods from Duke Qing's industries using paper money came with discounts. And since recent silver exchanges had strengthened public trust in paper money, they didn't mind trading for it. The old man was one of them. He used a dough of grain to exchange for paper currency, intending to buy medicine at Huichun Hall. But as soon as he arrived, he got caught with counterfeit notes. Now he was truly terrified. The moment he remembered the court's ban on fake currency, he began shaking. If these people reported him and had him taken to the magistrate, Qingxiu understood the old man was a victim too. Although he was initially greedy, he didn't deserve death. Hand over all the fake money you have, I won't hold you accountable, Qingxiu said, noticing the old man still looked hesitant. He snorted, if you don't want to, then we'll settle this at the magistrate's office, officially. Clearly, the old man was still pained that he couldn't use the counterfeit notes. Qingxiu had no doubt that if he just walked away, the old man would try to spend them elsewhere. If that happened, it would be knowingly breaking the law, and getting arrested wouldn't be unjustified. No, no. The old man panicked when he heard government and quickly pulled out all the notes he had, handing them to Qingxiu. I'm a victim too. As long as I don't spend them, I'm okay, right? Qingxiu frowned. Besides your village, did those fake money dealers trade in nearby villages too? Yes. A lot of people were tricked. We've only just started using paper money, how could we tell the difference? The old man slapped his thigh, full of regret. When did this happen? About 3 or 4 days ago. Qingxiu thought it over. In such a short time, they likely hadn't left the region yet, there was still a chance to intercept them. And right now, it wasn't just about catching the counterfeiters, it was also crucial to collect the fake notes scattered among the people before they caused bigger problems. Dr. Sun, I must take my leave. Qingxiu quickly said goodbye to Sun Simiao and was about to return to his residence. But just as he stepped outside, he saw a group of soldiers heading toward the imperial city, seemingly under orders. Stop! Qingxiu had a vague sense of what was happening and stepped forward to command. The commander leading the troops recognized him and immediately ordered everyone to halt, then stepped forward to bow. What are your orders, Duke Qing? Are you headed to the exchange bureau? The exchange bureau was the court's designated place for exchanging silver for paper currency, or using goods to get paper money. The officer replied immediately, yes. We just received orders, many people are trying to exchange silver using counterfeit notes, so we were ordered to head there at once. Qingxiu thought to himself, he had guessed right. Those villagers, after exchanging their grain for fake notes, now wanted to swap them for silver and cash in their 30% gain. Many of them were blinded by these small profits, but some likely suspected the notes were fake. But the counterfeits looked so real that they still wanted to take a chance and exploit the court. I'll go with you. Qingxiu knew that if the soldiers arrived and arrested everyone, most of them would not survive. Trying to spend fake notes on the court? Who else would pay the price if not them? But if he personally went, he might be able to control the situation, and at least save some innocent people. If Duke Qing is coming with us, then please come along. Just be careful, those counterfeiters are said to usually carry weapons. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't have deployed us to deal with it. I know what I'm doing. Qingxiu nodded slightly. Once we arrive, don't act rashly. Wait for my instructions. Understand? This. The officer looked a bit hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't want to follow Qingxiu's orders, but during missions, they could only follow the commands of their superiors. Qingxiu saw their dilemma and immediately said, "Just follow my instructions. Later, let the authorities place all the responsibility on me, I'll take full charge." "In that case, we'll rely on your command, Duke Qing." The officer was more than happy to let Qingxiu take command. If any conflict broke out, having such a high-ranking person responsible would save them a lot of trouble. At this moment, the exchange bureau was packed with people. Several exchange counters were completely crowded. Even though the people were loudly complaining, the staff inside refused to bring out silver for exchange. They claimed that today's silver stock was already used up and that more was being urgently transported from the treasury. They asked everyone to be patient and wait a while longer. But clearly, the crowd had little patience. After waiting nearly 2 hours without any response, they could no longer hold back. In the first few days of silver exchange, the court never said they were low on silver. "Someone go push them, we've been waiting over an hour. There are still so many people behind us. We might end up standing here all day." "Exactly. Why is it so slow?" Complaints grew louder and louder outside. The staff inside just pretended they heard nothing. After receiving fake notes earlier, they dared not make a scene, fearing it would scare off the counterfeiters. They secretly reported it instead. To prevent more fake notes from circulating, they had to temporarily halt silver exchange services. Even though they said the silver was gone, there was still plenty in the vault behind them. As they anxiously waited, Qingxiu arrived at the entrance of the exchange bureau. Seeing the crowd packed together, he gave a light cough. "Everyone, please quiet down for a moment." His voice wasn't loud, but just enough for those nearby to hear and look his way. One glance, and everyone was shocked. Duke Qing was here. "It's Duke Qing. Everyone, quiet down, Duke Qing has arrived." Why would he come himself? The crowd instantly began murmuring, and more people noticed Qingxiu had arrived. The complaints and noise quickly quieted down. The clerks and officials inside the exchange bureau were also relieved to see Qingxiu show up. "Greetings, Duke Qing." Qingxiu waved for them not to be too formal, then walked directly into the bureau. Looking inside, he immediately said, "Everyone, the bureau is not out of silver. In fact, there's plenty. Even if you came with double the paper money, there would still be enough to exchange." The officials who were eagerly waiting for Qingxiu to resolve the problem were dumbfounded. They thought he had come to solve the issue, not make it worse. As soon as he said that, the crowd burst into uproar. What's the meaning of this? Why is silver exchange being delayed like this? Is the court trying to avoid honoring its own policy? Duke Qing, you must speak for us. Silver exchange is a basic national policy, how can they just refuse to follow it? Seeing the shouting getting louder and louder, the officials inside practically wanted to die. Quiet. In the end, Duke Qing's words carried weight. With a single command, everyone quickly went silent and listened. There is enough silver here. But there's just one issue. Qingxiu scanned the crowd, as if trying to examine every face and read their expressions. Some people, whether out of guilt or fear, quickly looked down and avoided eye contact when Qingxiu looked their way. "Just now, we received information that someone attempted to exchange fake currency for silver here. The evidence is clear. To avoid alerting criminals who are using fake notes, we pretended there was no silver. Rest assured, so long as your paper money is real, you will receive every coin you're owed." Many were puzzled or curious after hearing this. Everyone knew the consequences of using fake money, no need to elaborate. Someone daring to use counterfeit notes here was truly bold. Qingxiu continued, "I know that those who used fake currency here today likely didn't know it was fake, they were tricked. I will absolutely not punish anyone in that case. But only if they honestly hand over the fake money, hiding it is not allowed." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively pulled out their paper notes to inspect them. Could it be, as Duke Qing said, that they had unknowingly received counterfeit currency? But no matter how they looked at it, they felt the notes in their hands were real. Someone in the crowd asked, "Duke Qing, if some of us were fooled and unknowingly carry fake notes, would you grant leniency?" "I already said, if you were tricked, then you are a victim. But if you knowingly hold fake money and try to hide it, you will be punished severely." Qingxiu's words rang out loud and clear, making many people feel a chill inside. "I've heard that a few days ago, some villages around Chang'an had people claiming to be sent by the court to exchange paper money." Qingxiu explained everything he had learned, and many people's faces turned grim. Most of them were probably among the deceived. But no one dared to admit it. Even though Qingxiu had promised not to punish those who were tricked, people were still scared. This was, after all, a crime punishable by death. Qingxiu didn't waste more words. He just signaled for the crowd to step aside and clear an open space, then ordered the officials to set up a large fire basin and display samples of genuine notes of each denomination on a table. Everyone here will bear witness. We'll check the paper money one by one. If any are found to be counterfeit, throw them directly into the fire basin. After that, you're free to go. I won't stop you." A short, middle-aged man in the crowd instinctively tried to crouch and slip away, but a clerk immediately pointed at him and shouted, "You! Wait there! You were the one who gave me a fake note earlier. I realized the money in your hand was fake, so I reported it to the court in time. You stop right there." When the clerk shouted this, the crowd around the man immediately instinctively moved away from him, creating a large empty space around him. Now even if he wanted to blend back into the crowd, it was too late. He stood there dumbly, his face full of embarrassment and fear, not knowing where to hide. Duke Qing is wise. Although I gave him a fake note just now, I really didn't know it was fake. That thing looks almost the same as real money. The man tried to defend himself, but Qingxiu signaled, and the soldiers who had been waiting outside immediately came in and blocked the doors of the exchange bureau. With soldiers holding shining blades and Qingxiu's orders, the people really had no thoughts of finding loopholes. The middle-aged man who kept defending himself immediately closed his mouth, standing there at a loss, not knowing what to do. Qingxiu said calmly, "I know you didn't do it on purpose. I'll give you a chance. Now take out all the paper money you have." The man did not dare disobey Qingxiu's order. He hurriedly took out his purse and dumped all the paper money inside onto the table. The officials and clerks examining the notes did not even need to touch them, just a glance was enough to tell which were real and which were fake. The officials were very efficient. They quickly separated the real money from the fake. This man had both real and fake notes mixed together, which clearly showed he was not intentionally holding fake money to exchange. He was truly deceived without knowing it. He anxiously waited for Qingxiu's decision. Not only he, but everyone else was nervous. They didn't know whether they also had fake notes in their hands. If this man was heavily punished, then maybe none of them could escape unharmed. As he couldn't help thinking of the worst outcome, Qingxiu announced on the spot that the man was innocent. "You must also be one of the deceived. Burn all the fake notes, and return the real ones to you." At first the man breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not expect Qingxiu's next sentence to make him even happier. "Since you are a victim, as well as exempting you from all charges, these burned fake notes will be exchanged for 70% of their face value in real money and returned to you." The man was instantly overjoyed and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Duke Qing. Thank you, Duke Qing. I will definitely be grateful and never forget." "Enough." Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet. "Today's matter is over. Just take it as a lesson. In the future, when accepting paper money, be sure to carefully check it so you don't get fooled again. The difference between real and fake notes is so big, you can even see it with your eyes, how could you still be deceived?" The man did not dare say more. Continuously agreeing, he took the real money returned to him, hurriedly put it into his chest, and left joyfully. After this matter, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed, and there was no more anxiety. They never expected Duke Qing to be so generous. Even if someone was tricked with fake notes, the court would make up for their loss. This court really supported the paper currency. Qingxiu's reason for doing this was of course not to bail everyone out. After all, fake money easily damages the reputation of real currency. Even if people confirmed they held fake notes, this was likely to deepen their distrust. Since that was the case, it was better for him to spend a bit of money to compensate the people and recover their losses. After all, it wouldn't cost much, and it was better than letting the good notes go to waste. Next. With that command, the next person stepped forward, a woman. Before being asked, she dumped all the money from her purse, including a lot of loose copper coins. But all the notes in this woman's purse were real. Qingxiu did not waste words. He immediately instructed that all her notes be exchanged for silver as she requested. After several rounds like this, all the fake notes were destroyed and real notes returned proportionally. Everything was orderly, and the crowd was no longer as fearful as before. Many officials secretly sighed that Qingxiu's strategy was indeed good. If it were them, they would have long since ordered the soldiers to come in and arrest people. That would probably have put many innocent people in jail. In the end, Qingxiu handled the situation perfectly. It was unclear which number they were up to when a man of plain appearance came to the table and, like the others, dumped all the money from his purse, saying, "Everyone, take a look." Before the officials could examine it, Qingxiu looked at it at a glance and immediately saw a big problem. Most people's pockets contained a mix of real and fake notes, with some loose silver or copper coins. This was the actual situation for most common people. Although the court ordered merchants not to refuse paper money, it did not force individuals to accept it in private transactions. Because of this, many stall vendors or private individuals who did not trust paper money refused to accept it. So naturally people prepared some copper or silver to deal with situations. Very few people carried no metal money at all. But this man had no silver or copper, only fake notes. The suspicion was so great that Qingxiu wanted to detain him immediately. The official checking the notes did not think so deeply. After checking them one by one, he showed displeasure. How is your luck so bad? All your notes are fake. How many did you exchange? The suspicious man immediately spoke flatteringly. Master, I had no choice. The court said to use paper money. I've always obeyed the court since childhood and didn't dare disobey, so I exchanged all my copper and silver for paper currency. I didn't expect to run into those damn cheats. The official shook his head repeatedly and then ordered him to throw the fake notes into the fire basin to burn before exchanging new real notes for him. Wait! Qingxiu suddenly stopped him. I see that you're not at all surprised. Others don't know whether most of the money in their hands is real or fake. But from your look, it seems you already knew your notes were all fake. The man felt a bit guilty under Qingxiu's question, but he still forced himself to reply. How would I know? I just saw that many people had some fake notes, so I thought it was normal to have a few mixed in. Mixed in? Qingxiu sneered. I think you already knew your notes were all fake. To be precise, you originally intended to use fake notes to exchange the court's real silver. When these words came out, the man exploded, shouting, Duke Qing, you really shouldn't say that lightly. You're saying I intentionally used fake money. That's a crime that gets one's head cut off. Who would dare do that? You all dare to make counterfeit money, a crime that brings death to your whole family, let alone spending fake money? The ridicule on Qingxiu's face grew even deeper. While Qingxiu was speaking, the others clearly noticed that his intention was wrong. The soldiers gathered and blocked the man's escape routes. Seeing the soldiers' eyes turn increasingly hostile, the man's legs shook more and more. He stammered. I don't understand what you mean, sir. I just came to exchange for silver. Bullshit. Qingxiu banged the table, and the soldiers immediately stepped forward, seized the man, and pinned him to the ground so he could not move. At the first moment this man was captured, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Dozens of people suddenly rose and rushed toward the outside of the crowd. They wanted to take advantage of the soldiers being distracted to escape. However, Qingxiu had already thought of this. Before they reached the entrance of the exchange bureau, the soldiers who had been waiting outside rushed in and blocked the doorway, leaving them with no way to escape. Anyone who just tried to escape in the chaos, arrest them all. Every single one. Qingxiu shouted loudly. Don't worry about arresting the wrong person. If you arrest the wrong person, I will personally pay compensation. But if even one gets away, I'll question you. With this order hanging over their heads, the soldiers immediately started seizing those causing the disturbance without restraint. They even arrested some uncertain cases too. After all, arresting now didn't mean conviction. If someone was truly innocent, Duke Qing would protect them. These people had no weapons and no organization among themselves. Mixed in the crowd, they had nowhere to run. The soldiers easily arrested all of them and brought them before Qingxiu. Even people who didn't understand much could now clearly see that these people were almost certainly the ones who had deliberately brought fake notes to exchange for silver. Yet even after being captured, they still stubbornly denied it, shouting that they were wronged. I was just in a hurry to go home. Why did you arrest me? I'm innocent, Duke Qing, be my witness. Having fake notes on us doesn't prove anything. Who here doesn't have some fake notes? You can't blame us. Duke Qing, please let us go. We're innocent. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't plan to exchange money. Their shouting and excuses were truly irritating to hear. Qingxiu once again ordered. Anyone who keeps shouting, whether guilty or not, escort them to the authorities for trial. When these words came out, their arguments visibly quieted down. But Qingxiu did not show mercy. He ordered a search of every one of them. As Qingxiu had predicted, those who tried to escape were carrying almost entirely fake notes, not even a single copper coin. Qingxiu then ordered that anyone who was carrying both real and fake notes should be released and treated as innocent. But if someone had only fake notes, there was no need to talk, just detain them. However, these people truly were stubborn. Even at this point they still loudly proclaimed their innocence and claimed they were victims. You made fake notes and still dare to come exchange silver. You really have no idea what death is. If you refuse to confess now you'll make your crime even worse. Are you sure you won't change your mind? Qingxiu threatened coldly. He clearly saw that a few of the counterfeiters' expressions wavered at that moment. But they quickly forced down that feeling and stiffly refused to admit it, insisting they were innocent. Qingxiu roughly counted. About 14 or 15 counterfeit dealers had been captured. Although some knew each other, they clearly were not organized or colluding. Since that was the case, Qingxiu had much more room to act. He first ordered the preparation of more than 10 rooms and commanded that all these people be held separately, so they could not coordinate their stories. Then Qingxiu called several officials over and taught them a method for interrogation. This method was very simple. When confronting them, slap the table to intimidate them, telling them that everyone else had already confessed everything. If they wanted leniency, they must tell everything they knew, completely. After this sort of intimidation, unless someone had undergone strict training, they would usually break and spill everything they knew. Understood. The officials repeatedly praised Qingxiu, saying his method was good. But one official still asked uneasily, what if a few of them keep their mouths tight and refuse to say anything? What should we do then? This was a reasonable question. These more than 10 people dared to make fake currency and boldly come to the court's exchange bureau to trade it for silver. That suggested that many of them probably weren't afraid of death. Ordinary intimidation would likely have little effect. Also, the charges were not yet definite. Using physical punishment directly seemed inappropriate. Although with Qingxiu's position, even using unofficial punishment wouldn't be a problem, Qingxiu did not want to do that. If he set that precedent, in the future it would be hard to prevent other officials from doing the same. In the end, the people who would suffer would be the innocent common folk. Then you don't need to worry about it. Leave it to me. Qingxiu sent someone to the Duke Qing residence with a letter. After a fast horse delivered it, it wasn't long before Chen Rusong personally came to the exchange bureau to see him. Duke Qing. Chen Rusong had already learned the situation from the letter. As soon as he met Qingxiu, Qingxiu asked, "Are the people ready?" "Yes. I have ordered a group out to get ready. Once we get information from interrogations, we will immediately set out to pursue those fake currency dealers. Another group of brothers is also on the way. No matter how stubborn they are, today we can find a way to break them." Qingxiu nodded slightly. "Hurry. Before the sun rises tomorrow, we must get the information. If the news leaks and they escape outside the border, they will be hard to catch." "Yes." Chen Rusong was full of confidence. Just at this time, the officials in charge of questioning and interrogation came out to report the situation to Qingxiu. It had to be said that the method Qingxiu taught them was indeed effective. 8 people, once intimidated, immediately confessed and answered everything in detail. In addition, 2 people gave false information. After verifying the information and questioning again, they were finally forced to tell the truth. There were 2 others who had already been pushed to the edge and were now hesitant. With a bit more pressure, they would probably speak. But 3 of them were truly stubborn. Even with intimidation and threats, they refused to say a word. From beginning to end, they kept their mouths shut as if they didn't understand anything. After being questioned more times, they even put on an attitude of, "Go ahead and cut off my head then." These officials were not professional interrogators. The method Qingxiu had temporarily taught was naturally useless against such resistance. Qingxiu had anticipated this, otherwise he wouldn't have called Chen Rusong. However, based on the information obtained so far from interrogations, Qingxiu was not very satisfied. Most of those who gave up information were small-time lackeys who didn't know much. Some of them had even been recruited temporarily. They didn't think much, just helped make counterfeit money because they were paid and got caught up in the moment. They believed the fake money they made was so high quality that even the court couldn't tell it was fake. That's why they thought they could use it to blend in and get away with it. But unexpectedly, the moment they tried to use it, they were recognized. Court officials were far harder to fool than common people who'd never seen paper money before. They were exposed on the spot. "Chen Rusong, go," Qingxiu ordered. Chen understood immediately and headed straight to the rooms where those people were being held. "Make it quick. Don't waste time." Besides Chen Rusong, a few plain-looking people quietly slipped into the rooms while no one was watching. They were clearly his men as well. Some officials suggested Qingxiu report the case to the local authorities and request an official interrogation, but he shook his head and refused. "They're too slow. Even if they get the information, they may not recognize what's real. I'll handle this myself." The officials didn't quite understand, but since Qingxiu had already given orders, they didn't push it. They went back to reviewing the common folks who wanted to exchange paper money. Qingxiu had planned to stay up all night to get to the bottom of the matter. But Chen Rusong and his men were faster than he expected. Before the curfew even took effect, Chen came out of the interrogation room holding a report. "All done. My brothers and I confirmed the intel. It's real, and those guys are big fish." Chen couldn't hide his smug grin, clearly proud of the valuable intel they'd obtained. Qingxiu was a little surprised, but after looking at the report, his face lit up with satisfaction. These 3 people were in charge of running a counterfeit money workshop in Guangzhou. But their knowledge wasn't limited to that one workshop. They also had detailed information on those traveling around the region exchanging fake money. They weren't trying to be sneaky by using fake currency to get silver. They genuinely believed their counterfeits were good enough to pass as real. I actually hope these counterfeiters stay confident and keep showing up with their fake money. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down. Qingxiu sneered. Then he called over an official and handed him the report. Go inform the court immediately. Say it's from me and ask them to send troops right away. Yes, sir. The official didn't dare delay and left immediately. Of course, Qingxiu didn't plan to rely solely on the court soldiers. He ordered Chen Rusong to mobilize as many men as possible. If these guys escape out of Guangzhou even though you know where they are, I'll deal with you first. Qingxiu warned harshly. This isn't just serving the court, understand? Understood. Chen got the message. Although the paper currency was officially issued by the court, Qingxiu held the real power over its creation. Both the court and Qingxiu shared the benefits of issuing paper money. So anyone messing with the fake currency trade was also threatening Qingxiu's profits and authority. No way he'd let that slide. A few days later, in a remote village west of Tong Pass. It was just over 100 li, about 50 kilometers, from Tong Pass. 2 days ago, a group of men claiming to be court-appointed officials came to the village, distributing paper money in exchange for grain. They offered favorable rates. The villagers thought it was a good deal, especially after previously benefiting from exchanging paper money for silver, so they eagerly brought grain to trade. The group stayed for a few days and collected a huge amount of grain. Along with grain gathered elsewhere, their convoy was now overloaded. Even though they couldn't carry more, they promised the villagers they could also exchange copper coins for paper money, at half the price. 50 copper coins could get you a paper note worth 100, an irresistible deal. With this method, they successfully swindled the villagers again. By the 5th day, after draining most of the local grain, they prepared to leave. Of course, they weren't real court officials. They were part of the fake money ring, spreading out to deceive the public. Hurry up. We've moved a lot of goods in Guangzhou recently, might have caught Chang'an's attention. We need to leave the area fast. Things should be safer once we reach the central plains. The leader urged everyone to pack quickly, no delays. While they were busy, a group of riders approached from the west and stopped right next to their convoy. At first, the counterfeiters didn't think much, assumed they were just passing traders. But soon, something felt off. These riders weren't doing anything, just stood there, casually but steadily watching them. Already guilty, the counterfeiters grew uneasy. They were committing a capital crime, after all. A sudden appearance of a strong, intimidating group made them nervous. What are these guys up to? Someone asked, uneasy. But the leader tried to keep calm and barked, what's everyone so scared of? They're not officials. I think they're just bandits eyeing our grain and silver. If they're bandits, why be afraid? That actually boosted morale. If it were government troops, even a low-ranking unarmed official would be scary. But bandits? Not so much. They were armed themselves. If it came to a fight, the bandits might lose. While they continued packing, one of the strangers came over and politely asked, "Excuse me, is Tong Pass in this direction?" The leader didn't want to deal with him, but the man smiled warmly and seemed harmless. Though suspicious, the leader casually replied, "Just follow the main road west. Tong Pass is huge, you can't miss it." "Got it." The man replied cheerfully, but didn't leave. Instead, he asked, "You guys traders? You've got a lot of grain and silver there." Even if the man seemed innocent, that question made him look very suspicious. When you're out in the wild, being asked something like that always raises red flags. At that moment, the leader was sure, these people were probably there to rob them. So he relaxed a bit. Either way, it looked like a fight was inevitable, no point in being scared anymore. The leader was ready for a fight, but on the surface, he pretended to be friendly. "Brother, you all look like hardworking folks running around to earn a living. Why don't we sit down for a drink? I happen to have a pot of aged wine here, brought all the way from Chang'an." "Aged wine? Haha, great. Then we'll accept your hospitality. We also just came from Chang'an not long ago." The man called his companions to gather around. At the same time, the leader took a step back and discreetly signaled to his men behind him. His subordinates understood immediately and began preparing to retrieve the weapons hidden in the convoy. The leader was planning to find the right moment to strike, but the man enthusiastically stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, let me tell you, we're not really merchants here to sell anything. Actually." Suddenly, his expression changed. He flipped his hand and revealed a dagger, which he immediately pressed against the leader's neck before the latter could react. "You." The leader was shocked, but the blade moved closer to his neck, slightly breaking the skin, and he swallowed the rest of his words. His subordinates reacted quickly. Seeing their boss captured, they immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. Originally, they thought this would be a tense standoff. These people seemed to be after money, so at worst, they could pay them off with silver and grain. But before they could begin any sort of negotiation, the other side drew crossbows and started shooting without mercy. They didn't even have time to react before several were killed on the spot. Some managed to dodge under the carts, but it was too late. The attackers used the advantage of their crossbows to suppress them so thoroughly that they couldn't even lift their heads. Some tried to charge out and fight, but they had already been surrounded in small groups. The attackers raised spears and blades, stabbing under the carts all at once. The ones hiding didn't even understand why these people were so ruthless, not leaving a single person alive. But they didn't actually kill everyone, at least their leader was still alive. Tied up and trembling, he stared at the killers in fear, unable to understand why they had attacked so fiercely right from the start. They clearly weren't ordinary bandits. Judging by their pulley crossbows, they must have come from a powerful background. After killing everyone, the attackers immediately searched the convoy. They ignored the obvious piles of silver and grain, instead digging out large amounts of counterfeit currency. It was strange no matter how you looked at it. The tied-up leader couldn't understand why these people were suddenly targeting them. They didn't look like officials and clearly weren't here for the money. Then why? Gentlemen, it's not like we have any personal grudge. If you're here to rob us, just take what you want. Why kill so many of my men? One of them gave him a fierce glare, and he stopped mid-sentence. Only this much? They roughly examined the fake money, then gave the order to transport all of it. Only then did the leader realize something was off. They were clearly after the fake money. May I ask who you are? Even if I'm going to die, I want to know whose hands I'm dying by. No one planned to answer him, but he kept asking persistently until they got annoyed. You make fake money and still ask who you pissed off? Isn't that obvious? The man holding him sneered. Did you never think about whose interests you were messing with? The leader's face changed. He suddenly realized something. These people weren't officials. They looked more like assassins. And they were all using military-grade pulley crossbows. Could it be your? Before he could finish, someone covered his face with a cloth, and he immediately passed out. This guy talks too much. Annoying. Everyone got busy, moving bodies, driving away carriages. They never made much noise and didn't alarm the villagers. At this moment, the villagers had no idea a deadly battle had just happened nearby. They were still thinking about using the newly acquired paper money to buy things in the city in a few days. They had no idea the money they received was fake. Qingxiu looked at his dungeon, now full of counterfeiters captured by the authorities, and casually asked Chen Rusong beside him, how many got away? If you ask me, probably none. There was one group heading toward Fengxiang, but after things went sideways, they fled toward Yanmen Pass. Looks like they're trying to escape to the north. Qingxiu sneered, let them run. Just keep all the mountain passes under watch. If they don't return, fine. If they do, capture them. The northern frontier was no longer a place where various tribes fought for dominance. They had either been absorbed into Guangzhou as southern herders or driven into the western deserts to starve. Even with silver, they wouldn't be able to trade for supplies in the north. Qingxiu personally inspected the dungeon. The weary prisoners trembled at the sight of him, instinctively stepping back in fear. They had been held for several days and well taken care of. By now, they were terrified of Qingxiu. Though Qingxiu never openly endorsed torture, that didn't mean he'd show mercy to counterfeiters. After all, this was his domain. Who would know if something happened? Have they confessed everything they know? Some are still holding out. We're giving them special attention. In a few days, there might be some results, Chen Rusong replied. Might be? Qingxiu's expression turned cold. I heard you've already used every method you have. Still nothing? Chen was stunned for a moment but said, we don't understand why they're so stubborn. However, no more wasting time. Today is the deadline. If they still won't talk, finish them. Qingxiu had no patience left. He certainly wouldn't show them mercy. Sort all the confessions collected over the past few days and submit them to the imperial court. This kind of matter isn't for us to handle. Hand it over to the emperor, do not act without permission. Qingxiu gave the order, and Chen Rusong naturally understood. They could deal with the counterfeiters by any means, but to bring down their backers, they would ultimately need to rely on the court. When Li Er learned that the counterfeiters had even brought their business into the capital, Chang'an, he was furious and immediately issued a nationwide arrest order for all counterfeiters. Anyone who resisted was to be executed on the spot. However, he underestimated Qingxiu's swiftness. Just as he issued the decree, Qingxiu had already rounded up all counterfeiters in Guangzhou and sent them in bulk to the Ministry of Justice. And according to the ministry, when these counterfeiters found out they were finally being transferred out of Qingxiu's hands, they wailed like ghosts, as if they'd been reborn. This scene left the ministry staff baffled. These men were about to be sent to death row. What was there to be happy about? Li Er had no sympathy for the counterfeiters. He immediately ordered their execution and summoned his most trusted ministers to review the intelligence Qingxiu had submitted. Before reviewing the details, everyone thought this was just the doing of some greedy underground gangs. But after carefully reading the intel, silence fell over the room. They realized the scope of the fake currency operation was far greater than imagined. Li Er, in particular, began to doubt how many traitors there might be within the Tang court. Qingxiu said nothing from beginning to end, merely watching the expressions on their faces shift dramatically. I had long suspected that counterfeiters weren't just common thugs, Li Er said. But I never imagined they'd have so many ties to the court. It's absurd. Chang Sun Wuji looked a bit embarrassed. Many of the names listed were students he had personally recommended. Though he had no direct involvement, the connection through his students meant he had to stay quiet. Qingxiu calmly asked, "Your Majesty, do you think this matter should be quietly put to rest, or should we pursue it thoroughly?" This was clearly passing the responsibility to Li Er. After all, hadn't the emperor just said this needed to be punished harshly? Now that it might inconvenience some people, would he back off? In the end, Chang Sun Wuji spoke up, "Your Majesty, the promotion of paper currency is fundamental to the Tang nation. We must investigate thoroughly and punish harshly. Anyone who places personal interest over public duty must be dealt with severely." He had no choice but to take this stance. He couldn't oppose Li Er just for a few students, especially when those same students had received his support and knowingly got involved in counterfeiting. Now that even Chang Sun Wuji had taken such a position, Li Er no longer hesitated. As he said, paper currency was a pillar of the state. The court had gone to great lengths to promote it. How could they give up now? None of the people involved were top-level officials. Executing them wouldn't shake the court. In that case, punish all involved with the harshest penalties, Li Er declared. Then he turned to Qingxiu. Qingxiu immediately understood. This would become a major case with far-reaching consequences. It needed someone with power and experience to handle it. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will handle this properly." Qingxiu meant it. Coinage authority was in his hands, and the counterfeiters had directly harmed his interests. Anyone who touched Qingxiu's profits wouldn't meet a good end. Just then, Fang Xianling suddenly spoke up, "Duke Qing, there is one more thing. May I say it?" "Please go ahead, Minister Fang." "Today's meeting was called to gather ideas," Qingxiu replied politely. "In my humble view, the wide reach of this counterfeit case stems from the initial lack of public trust in paper money, many officials included. Though paper money is now widely accepted and trusted, the court couldn't have predicted this from the start. Especially not the lower-ranking officials. If they had known, they wouldn't have supported counterfeits from the beginning." He glanced at Qingxiu, watching for a reaction. But Qingxiu didn't interrupt. He gestured for him to continue. Seeing Qingxiu calm, Fang was slightly relieved and dared to say the rest. "Therefore, I think the officials involved could be treated with more leniency. Even if removed from office and investigated, it would be more stable than execution." He quickly added, fearing Li Er's displeasure, "This is just my humble opinion. If His Majesty finds it inappropriate, we can go with Duke Qing's approach." Li Er frowned and was about to respond, but Qingxiu spoke first. "I think Minister Fang's suggestion is worth considering." Li Er was slightly surprised. He thought Qingxiu was joking. But after exchanging a glance, he realized Qingxiu was serious. "When this case is fully investigated, I will take Minister Fang's opinion into account. If demotion is possible, I won't call for execution. If a lower punishment suffices, I won't remove them from office. Everything will be handled as lightly as possible." Fang Xianling breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Duke Qing, for accepting my suggestion." After the other trusted ministers had left, only Chang Sun Wuji, Qingxiu, and Li Er remained. The three exchanged knowing looks. "My son-in-law, why did you agree to Fang Xuanling's proposal just now?" Chang Sun asked the question on his mind. Qingxiu smiled. "I saw that many of the names listed were your students. I just thought it'd be nice to leave you a few as future court talents. Is that a problem?" "All right, enough of your smooth talk." Chang Sun shook his head. "Let's talk seriously. You really softened just because someone asked?" "Of course not." Qingxiu shook his head. "No matter their motives, profit or otherwise, their actions harmed the foundation of our empire. The court used its credibility to promote paper currency. If something goes wrong, it's not just about failed policy, it damages the court's reputation. The consequences go far beyond a piece of paper." Although Qingxiu did his best to minimize the impact of the counterfeit currency incident at the start, it still left some consequences. Even though everyone could see that the court's credibility was strong enough, the public remained overly cautious. Any small disturbance could cause a big reaction. Even with the court's excellent anti-counterfeiting techniques, the public's understanding of paper currency was still too limited. Even if the fake notes were only 50% as realistic as the original, it was enough to fool many people who normally didn't use paper money much. Since using paper money carried risks, people simply chose not to use it. A wave of people rushed to the authorities to exchange their paper notes for silver. Originally, Li Er intended to follow Qingxiu's advice and not severely punish the officials involved. But this incident caused the court to exchange nearly 500 taels of silver within just a few days, which enraged Li Er. He furiously ordered Qingxiu not to show any mercy. Even Changsun Wuji had no face left to plead for his disciples. He even wrote to Qingxiu himself, asking him not to hold back out of consideration for him. Losing a few disciples was a small matter. If he got implicated, it would be a major disaster. Qingxiu wasn't in a hurry to reply. Instead, he told Li Er not to worry. If the people wanted to exchange silver, let them. Not a single tael was to be withheld. Exchange as much as needed. At the same time, Qingxiu ordered Chen Rusong to speed up the investigations. Based on the intel they had gathered, the suspects were to be arrested immediately and everyone involved must be notified. Time is tight. Every day you delay, more silver is exchanged from the court. The time wasn't given by me, it was bought with the court's reserve funds, Qingxiu reminded seriously. Chen Rusong understood the urgency and didn't need further prompting to act quickly. Qingxiu also ordered his mint to quickly draft a method for identifying real and fake notes, along with the anti-counterfeiting marks on genuine notes, and to begin promoting it. After all, if the public couldn't identify counterfeits themselves, then even if they crushed this current wave, more trouble would surely follow. One day, Qingxiu was strolling in the back garden with Su Xiaochun, chatting pleasantly and laughing now and then. So, tonight, Su Xiaochun batted her eyes, clearly hinting at something. Of course. But tonight, do you want it to be intense or light-hearted and relaxed? Qingxiu's words were ambiguous, making Su Xiaochun blush and complain, "Husband, it's not even evening yet. Why talk so explicitly? This is explicit?" Qingxiu laughed and playfully flicked her nose. She buried her head in his chest and wouldn't let go. While the two were flirting, Urguzi came in with a message. Someone was asking to see Qingxiu. He asked whether to receive them or not. Who? Qingxiu wasn't in a rush to decline and asked who it was first. Qin Huayu, the eldest son of General Qin Qiong. He said his father is gravely ill, near death, and he's asking Duke Qin for help. Qingxiu was surprised. General Qin Qiong is gravely ill? Why is he coming to me? But right after saying that, he understood. In all of Chang'an, the best medical expertise belonged to Sun Simiao of the Huichun Hall, along with his access to various rare medicines. But Sun Simiao had a special status. Many people sought his help, and getting an appointment required a long wait. He treated all patients equally, regardless of status, but strictly followed his schedule. Qin Huayu must have gone to him first but couldn't get an urgent appointment due to the queue. With his father's condition worsening, he had no choice but to ask Qingxiu for help. Although Qingxiu wasn't close to Qin Huayu, he had always admired his father, Qin Qiong. Since the founding of the dynasty, Qin Qiong's health had deteriorated rapidly, and there was little chance to build personal ties. But Qingxiu wasn't someone who only cared about personal relationships. After some thought, Qingxiu ordered Urguzi to let Qin Huayu in so they could talk. Qin Huayu looked extremely anxious. As soon as he saw Qingxiu, he bowed deeply in greeting. Normally, he considered himself of equal standing with Qingxiu and rarely showed such deference. But now, his father's life was on the line, he had no choice but to humble himself. No need for such courtesy, Qingxiu gestured for him to rise. I heard about General Qin. Has his condition worsened recently? It's not just worse. Qin Huayu sighed, unsure where to begin. Qin Qiong had been seriously ill for years. Many doctors in Chang'an had done their best, and in recent years, special formulas from Huichun Hall had helped him hang on. But now, even those secret remedies could no longer save him. Since yesterday, Qin Qiong had been in a deep coma. Though still breathing, his life was fading. Qin Huayu immediately thought of asking Sun Simiao for help, but since appointments couldn't be skipped, he came to Qingxiu in desperation. I know Dr. Sun is very busy, but please, if he doesn't treat him soon, my father might. He couldn't finish the sentence. If Duke Qin can help us and ask Dr. Sun to make time, we would be endlessly grateful and surely repay your kindness. From Qingxiu's knowledge, he remembered that in actual history, Qin Qiong died not long after the Xuanwu Gate incident. The fact that he was still alive now was already a major change in fate. Previously, Qingxiu didn't know what illness Qin Qiong had, but after entering court he had noticed Qin Qiong was extremely weak, often needing support to walk. But based on what Qingxiu knew, Qin Qiong had no major issues while campaigning in the past. His condition only worsened after the country was unified, most likely due to old battlefield injuries resurfacing. After years of war, he had countless wounds, blades, spears, arrows. If not treated properly, they would leave lingering damage. Most likely, Qin Qiong's illness was caused by those old injuries from his military campaigns. These chronic, hard-to-heal wounds placed a much greater burden on the body than people imagined. Many injuries were not fully resolved even after being treated at the time. Who could guarantee that there weren't metal fragments or deeply embedded arrowheads left inside? According to what Qingxiu knew, Cheng Yaojin had an arrow wound on his back. When he was hit, the arrowhead shattered inside his body, leaving fragments that still hadn't been removed. Fortunately, those fragments weren't too deep, and Cheng Yaojin had thick skin and flesh, so he could endure it at first. Later, when the pain became unbearable, he had Sun Simiao personally perform surgery to cut open the wound and remove the metal pieces, finally ending his suffering. As for why Qin Qiong had delayed treatment for so long, Qingxiu didn't know and couldn't conclude. After thinking briefly, Qingxiu said, "Although I haven't had much interaction with General Qin, he has always been a pillar of the court and has served it greatly. Now that he is gravely ill and urgently needs treatment, I can ask Dr. Sun to help, but on one condition." Qin Huayu quickly said, "Money is not a problem." Qingxiu immediately frowned. This guy's emotional intelligence was terribly low. Helping with something like this clearly wasn't about money. If he really wanted money, he would have asked for it already. Qin Huayu noticed Qingxiu's displeased expression and immediately realized his mistake. He dared not say another word and just waited quietly for Qingxiu to continue. "No need for money. I just want you to understand that this illness may not be curable. We can only do our best." Qin Huayu was extremely grateful and quickly said, "Just the fact that you're willing to help is enough for me to be endlessly thankful. Please let Dr. Sun do whatever is needed. Then tomorrow, I'll go to Huichun Hall personally to fetch him." "Tomorrow?" Qingxiu shook his head. If General Qin is in such critical condition, every day of delay is dangerous. There's no tomorrow to wait for. It'll be today. No more words. Go home and have everything prepared. I'll bring Dr. Sun directly. Qin Huayu felt so moved he almost wanted to kneel and kowtow to Qingxiu, deeply grateful for his kindness. There was no time to lose. Qingxiu bid farewell to Su Xiaochun and set off immediately for Huichun Hall, even sending someone ahead on horseback to notify them and have Sun Simiao prepare. Sun Simiao was in the middle of discussing with his students how to formulate certain special medicines when the messenger arrived with a letter. He didn't understand the situation at first, but upon learning it was Qingxiu's request, he didn't dare delay and received the messenger immediately. The letter was simple: prepare some penicillin, alcohol, and custom anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medicines. Once Qingxiu arrived, they would go together. Just as Sun Simiao finished preparing everything, Qingxiu arrived. The two had no time for pleasantries and immediately boarded the carriage. Qingxiu was about to give the order to depart for the Qin residence, but then changed his mind and asked Sun Simiao to have his students follow them later. "This treatment today is worth observing. Let your students watch, it will benefit them greatly in the future." In the carriage, Qingxiu briefly explained Qin Qiong's situation to Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao was surprised that Qingxiu, without even seeing the wound, could already analyze so much, and he respectfully said, "Duke Qin truly has excellent medical knowledge." Qingxiu felt a little awkward. He didn't actually know medicine. He was just applying basic modern medical logic. Fortunately, this isn't a problem with his internal organs. Otherwise, no medicine could help, and he would be doomed. But if it's an external wound, even deep within the muscle, there are ways to treat it. Qingxiu's treatment plan was simple: cut open old wounds on Qin Qiong's body, remove the metal fragments or any dirty residue inside. That would relieve the physical burden. With additional physical therapy and medicine, his condition could gradually improve. Qingxiu believed that a man who had survived years of war had to have a strong body. If the harmful things constantly wearing him down were removed, he would recover. Sun Simiao understood and soon raised a concern. "Lately, I've often dissected the bodies of condemned prisoners and have managed to cut open the abdomen without harming any internal organs. So treating external wounds is no issue. But surgery causes extreme pain. For General Qin, who is already so weak, enduring it might be impossible." Qingxiu understood what Sun Simiao meant. Physical surgery caused intense pain, far beyond what most could bear. Even grown adults could faint from the pain. And Qin Qiong was now barely hanging on. Sun Simiao had no doubt that Qin Qiong might not survive the pain of the procedure. That's why I had you bring alcohol, it's for pain relief. Qing Xiu was confident. Sun Simiao was confused and muttered, pouring alcohol on wounds causes intense pain. How is that pain relief? Of course it's not for pouring directly. Don't forget, alcohol is still liquor. Qing Xiu said meaningfully. Sun Simiao immediately understood. You mean to have General Qin drink until he's unconscious, then perform the surgery? Exactly. Qing Xiu confirmed. Sun Simiao was amazed at Qing Xiu's creative thinking. After all his years practicing medicine, even he hadn't applied it this way. All right, Duke Qin, don't worry. I'll do my best. Soon, they arrived at the Qin residence. Qin Huayu was already anxiously waiting. Upon seeing them, he rushed forward to greet them. Forgive me for not greeting you earlier. No time for that. Let's go see General Qin. Qing Xiu skipped the formalities and got straight to the point. Qin Huayu quickly led the way, afraid to waste even a second. When Qing Xiu saw Qin Qiong again, he almost didn't recognize him. When they first met, although Qin Qiong was already ill, he still carried himself with dignity. Now, Qin Qiong was emaciated. Upon seeing Qing Xiu, he could barely move his eyes and tried to speak, but couldn't say a word. General Qin, don't force yourself. Qing Xiu quickly told him to stay still and not waste his energy. We'll do our best to treat you. But if we ultimately can't save you, there's nothing more we can do. Sun Simiao stepped forward and bowed to Qin Qiong, who was lying on the bed. Qin Qiong couldn't speak and could only signal with his eyes to waive the formalities. Sun Simiao wasn't fully confident, so he said, General Qin, just as I said earlier, if a serious illness cannot be cured, one must accept fate. These words sounded like a disclaimer, but from Sun Simiao's mouth, they came across as comforting. He was trying to prepare Qin Qiong, and also his son, to accept the possibility of death. Hearing this, Qin Huayu, who was already uneasy, felt even more hopeless. If even the divine Dr. Sun said this, then, do our best, leave the rest to fate. General Qin has fought for so many years, life and death should be nothing new to him. Qing Xiu spoke up. These words visibly relaxed Qin Qiong, who had been frowning. Indeed, after years of war, not dying on the battlefield, perhaps this was the day heaven had chosen to take his life. Sun Simiao poured alcohol into a bowl and instructed his students to prepare a decoction according to a prescription he had written. While waiting, he personally wiped down knives and needles with alcohol to sterilize them and kept a close eye on Qin Qiong's condition. Qing Xiu knew that the upcoming treatment wouldn't be something Qin Huayu could endure watching. He called him over and instructed. Don't stay here later. Wait outside. And all the servants, no one is allowed to come in. Even if the sky falls in here, I don't want to see anyone suddenly rush in. If General Qin can't be saved, you'll bear the biggest responsibility. Upon hearing this, Qin Huayu quickly agreed and ordered everyone out. Though worried about his father, he followed Qing Xiu's orders and left with the others. Qing Xiu glanced at his retreating figure and muttered to himself, didn't expect it, this guy usually acts like a spoiled second-generation rich kid, but he's surprisingly filial. Qin Qiong was a duke. If he died from illness, his eldest son Qin Huayu would naturally inherit the title. Since Qin Qiong could no longer fight or hold high office to increase the family's status, many scheming heirs would be eager for their father to die early and pass the title to them. But Qin Huayu was doing the opposite, desperately trying to save his father. This made Qing Xiu look at him with new respect. If it were someone like Yuqi Baolin, he'd probably wait until Yuqi Jingda's bones had rotted before announcing that his father was sick. When the medicine was ready, an apprentice brought it in. Sun Simiao poured out half and mixed the other half with alcohol. The blend of medicine and alcohol created a strange new smell, neither pleasant nor foul, but oddly addictive. General Qin, please take this. Your illness must be treated with surgery. This will make you sleep briefly, allowing you to endure the pain. Though puzzled why he had to drink alcohol before treatment, especially since he'd been warned not to, Qin Qiong trusted Sun Simiao and nodded. The apprentices helped him drink the medicine. The decoction was based on Sun Simiao's own understanding and replicated the formula of Ma Fei San, an ancient anesthetic. Combined with a high concentration of alcohol, the anesthetic effect was stronger. Though Qin Qiong was a heavy drinker, he had never had alcohol this strong. After one sip, he fell unconscious. Begin. Seeing this, Sun Simiao ordered them to remove his clothes and closely examined each old wound. As expected, things were just as Qing Xiu predicted, each scar showed slight swelling. Even though they were old injuries, there were visible signs under the skin that they had never fully healed. Clearly, the past treatments had not been thorough. Sun Simiao picked several spots and cut them open himself. Blood gushed out immediately. He ordered his students to collect the blood in a wooden bucket. When the bleeding lessened, he reopened the wounds. This time, yellow pus and black blood with a foul odor flowed out. Even Sun Simiao frowned. This is no less than a serious abscess. Soon, he squeezed out several black pellets from the wound. After that, the blood returned to a healthy red color. Sew it up. Sun Simiao gave the order, and his apprentices stitched the wound quickly and skillfully. Though they were all under 30 and had little clinical experience, they handled this minor surgery with ease. This was thanks to Sun Simiao's careful teaching, and the fact that they had practiced many times on the corpses of executed criminals. Earlier, Qingxiu had suggested using anesthetics to put condemned prisoners into a fake death state, then letting students practice on them, but Sun Simiao strongly opposed this. Unlike Qingxiu, who was purely rational, Sun Simiao was still a healer. He couldn't cross the moral line of using live humans for experimentation. Master, the wound is stitched. His disciples reported, and Sun Simiao moved on to the next wound. But this time, his expression subtly changed as soon as he made the cut. He seemed to have hit something hard. Qingxiu noticed and quickly ordered others to help stop the bleeding. They carefully opened the wound. Inside was half an arrowhead. If it had gone any deeper, it might have pierced the bone. Part of the arrowhead had even fused with the flesh. Qingxiu couldn't imagine how Qin Qiong had lived with it for years. At first, he blamed the incompetence of past doctors for leaving such a large arrowhead inside. But upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't about skill. The wound was simply too risky to treat. The arrow was lodged near the back, dangerously close to the heart. Removing it could have damaged internal organs. Battlefield doctors didn't dare take that risk. Better to leave it in than kill the patient. So Qin Qiong had endured it all these years. And by now, it had become a massive burden on his body. General Qin must have suffered terribly whenever it rained or turned cold, Sun Simiao said with a frown. Qingxiu suddenly remembered, he had indeed never seen Qin Qiong attend court on rainy or cloudy days. Even Li Er could still force himself to attend morning court despite illness during such weather, but Qin Qiong probably suffered unbearable pain, otherwise, he wouldn't miss morning court entirely. Dr. Sun, when cleaning this wound, it's best to carefully remove the rust from inside as well, Qingxiu reminded. Sun Simiao nodded gravely and meticulously cleaned the wound with alcohol. Only when the alcohol no longer carried impurities did he instruct his students to suture the wound. By the end of it, Sun Simiao found himself drenched in sweat. Despite his age, this was the most difficult trauma surgery he had ever performed. Even when treating Li Jing's back abscess, it wasn't this troublesome. Originally, Qingxiu had planned for Sun Simiao's apprentices to handle the smaller wounds so they could gain surgical experience. But Sun Simiao insisted on doing everything himself. Even when he was completely exhausted, he stayed fully focused. As he said, General Qin's injuries were too severe and required utmost caution. Qingxiu also noticed that during the surgery, one apprentice wasn't just helping, he was carefully documenting the procedure and even drawing key scenes. Sun Simiao would occasionally give him instructions. This reminded Qingxiu of how modern medicine records surgeries with cameras for teaching and research. Clearly, Sun Simiao had many ideas similar to modern medical methods. With his talent, if he had been born in modern times, he would surely have become a world-renowned doctor. As Qingxiu was thinking this, Sun Simiao had finished the surgery. As per Qingxiu's instructions, he also injected some penicillin to prevent serious post-operative infection. After everything was done, Sun Simiao finally sat down, utterly drained. This was, in a true sense, the first complete surgical operation of his medical career. Still, he didn't relax too much. He ordered the prepared medicinal decoction to be brought in so that Qin Qiong could drink it after waking. Qin Huayu was finally allowed in. As soon as he entered, he ordered servants to clean Qin Qiong's body. "Wait, do you want your father dead?" Qingxiu immediately stopped him. "General Qin is covered in wounds that are still healing. Cleaning him now could kill him." Qin Huayu, unsure, cautiously asked, "But if there are wounds, isn't cleaning them the right thing to do?" Qingxiu didn't know how to explain, so he just ordered all servants out. No one was allowed to touch Qin Qiong without his permission. Qingxiu had thought that after such intense surgery, Qin Qiong would sleep for a full day before waking. But before Sun Simiao even finished packing up the medicine box, Qin Qiong unexpectedly woke up. It was clear that, after having the filth and fragments removed from his body, Qin Qiong's burden had lessened and his condition improved. He tried to speak but was too weak. He could only softly whisper, "Thank you," before nearly falling asleep again. "General Qin, just focus on resting for now." Qingxiu instructed that he be given the medicinal decoction. After watching for a while, he could see that Qin Qiong, though still pale, looked much more spirited than before. Even without him saying it, Qingxiu could imagine the relief he must feel. Not having to endure constant, agonizing pain anymore would naturally improve anyone's spirit. Seeing that Qin Qiong had woken and wasn't in worse condition, Sun Simiao finally relaxed. It was clear the surgical procedure Qingxiu had designed was effective. He had seen folk doctors perform crude surgeries before, which often left patients worse off due to infection. But this time, the result was clearly different. Now that this method had proven successful, Sun Simiao began to consider more surgical possibilities. Qin Qiong, after drinking the medicine, soon fell asleep again due to his weakness. Qin Huayu ordered people to watch over him, then personally escorted Qingxiu and Sun Simiao out. Sun Simiao left some herbs for Qin Huayu and explained the instructions for use in detail, warning him not to make any mistakes. "Will my father recover?" Qin Huayu asked hopefully. "Hard to say," Sun Simiao shook his head. "So far, things have improved, but General Qin's body is extremely weak. And we still don't know if some of his illness is internal. If it's in the internal organs, then I only have a 10% chance of saving him." At this, Sun Simiao looked somber. Internal organs had always been the hardest problem. Even after dissecting over 10 criminals, he still had no confidence in successfully treating internal organs through surgery. According to the medical knowledge of this time, internal issues could only be treated with herbal decoctions. But as an experienced doctor, Sun Simiao knew that such decoctions were just a compromise. When direct treatment wasn't possible, that was all they had. Even so, Qin Huayu was deeply grateful. After all, he had already visited many famous doctors, and none dared to treat his father. Some had even said he wouldn't survive 2 more months. Although Qingxiu had previously refused any payment, Qin Huayu still insisted on giving something in return. "You both worked so hard and brought so many people for my father. If I don't give thanks, he'll surely scold me when he recovers. You may not want gold or silver, but if there's anything you like in the Qin residence, antiques, paintings, rare treasures, just speak up." Qin Huayu really knew how to talk, and even Qingxiu couldn't find a way to politely decline. Sun Simiao, unable to refuse, casually picked a jade bottle from the hall. He thought it wasn't worth much since it was just sitting there on display, probably nothing valuable. But Qingxiu, with his sharp eye, immediately saw its true worth. "This looks like a court item from the Wei or Jin dynasty. Among everything here, this piece is the most valuable. Dr. Sun, you really have an eye." Sun Simiao felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't known at all. But since he already took it, he couldn't back out. "In that case, Duke Qing, why don't you pick something too?" Qin Huayu generously gestured, showing no hesitation about parting with the jade bottle. Qingxiu hadn't planned to take anything valuable, and after casually looking around, his eyes suddenly landed on a pair of copper maces hanging on the wall. The maces were dark in color, covered in dents and marks, and the handles had been worn pale from long use. Among all the items in the hall, they were probably the least valuable. But when Qingxiu saw them, his eyes lit up. There was no doubt, these must be the well-worn copper maces that Qin Qiong had used during his countless campaigns. Having fought with them for so many years, Qin Qiong must have had deep feelings for them. The fact that they were placed higher than other treasures, antiques, and paintings in the hall proved their importance. To a warrior, nothing held more value than the weapon that had accompanied him through half a lifetime. Qingxiu had never liked such heavy, bulky weapons, but in this moment, he couldn't help but feel drawn to them. These were the weapons Qin Qiong had used in countless battles across the chaotic Sui dynasty. Their historical significance was enormous. "I don't want anything else. How about giving me this pair of copper maces?" Qingxiu pointed at the wall and smiled. As soon as he said it, the servants in the room looked at each other, secretly worried. These maces weren't worth much, but they were clearly General Qin's most cherished possessions. Qingxiu could have taken anything from the hall and it would have been fine, but not those maces. What if General Qin woke up and found them missing? "If Duke Qing likes them, just take them," Qin Huayu replied without hesitation. Qingxiu smiled. "And what if General Qin isn't happy about this later?" "That's impossible. I know my father's character best. You both saved his life, don't say just these maces, even if you took half of everything in this estate, he wouldn't complain." Qin Huayu clearly wasn't afraid of his father being upset. So, Qingxiu didn't hold back. He ordered someone to bring them down. He hadn't expected them to be even heavier than they looked. But that was to be expected. Qin Qiong specialized in horseback combat, and such weapons needed to be heavy to generate power. If they weren't weighted, Qin Qiong couldn't have fully used his martial skills. Qingxiu wasn't a fan of weapons. What he valued was the history behind them. If preserved, these could become rare treasures in 100 or even 1,000 years. A true witness of history. As they were preparing to leave, a servant suddenly rushed in and reported that General Qin had woken up. Qingxiu was surprised. Qin Qiong had just undergone surgery and was already awake. His physical strength was indeed impressive. Clearly, removing the filth and fragments from his body had revitalized him. The master said he wants to thank you both in person, the servant said. Qingxiu had originally planned to leave, but since Qin Qiong himself had asked, he didn't mind staying a bit longer. Then let's go see General Qin. You should meet him too. Maybe your students will get some help from him someday when they travel the world practicing medicine. At that moment, Qin Qiong had just awakened. Like many who had recovered from serious illness, he looked pale and weak. But surprisingly, he could sit up on his own and didn't appear too feeble. You both worked so hard. Though I don't know exactly how Dr. Sun treated me while I was unconscious, after waking up I no longer feel pain in the spots that used to torment me. That alone proves your amazing skill. Qin Qiong was sincerely moved. He had seen many doctors over the years, but few had been able to relieve his pain, let alone heal him completely. General Qin is too kind, it's just, Sun Simiao began to speak humbly, but Qingxiu cut him off with a gesture. Dr. Sun came despite being very busy and worked tirelessly during the surgery. Thankfully, it all went well. Hearing this, Qin Qiong quickly said, much appreciated. And Duke Qin too, coming here despite your busy duties. I'm a blunt man, not good with words. But in this estate, anything you see, just take it. Qingxiu smiled. No need to stand on ceremony. General Qin's old weapon is still well preserved. I've taken a liking to it, could I have it? Qin Qiong instantly understood and agreed without hesitation. Of course, no problem. General Qin, don't feel bad about it, haha. Ha ha ha. If you're asking whether I feel bad, sure I do. But it's nothing compared to my life. If I were dead, what use would I have for any of it? Qin Qiong was open-minded, and Qin Huaiyu was relieved. He wouldn't have to worry about being blamed for giving away his father's weapon. But Qin Qiong still felt this gift wasn't enough to repay the favor of saving his life. After thinking for a moment, he added, Duke Qin, is there anything else you'd like? Antiques, paintings, or just plain silver, whatever it is, just name it. Qin Qiong was truly generous. But Qingxiu hadn't come for those things. There was something he hadn't said out loud. Today's visit had essentially turned Qin Qiong into a test subject. Now it was clear their surgical method was effective. The experience gained from this far exceeded anything Qin Qiong could give in return. Seeing Qingxiu repeatedly decline, Qin Qiong got anxious. As a soldier, he firmly believed in repaying favors. If he couldn't do something in return, he wouldn't feel at ease. Please, Duke Qin, just say it. Don't hold back. I must do something for you today. Even if it's not money, once I'm well again, I'd go through fire and water if you asked. Through fire and water? No need to go that far. Qingxiu shook his head. He hadn't expected Qin Qiong to be so upright and unrelenting. Most court officials he'd met would try to get as much as they could without giving anything back. This was different. But thinking about Qin Qiong's reputation and popularity, Qingxiu suddenly had an idea, a way for Qin Qiong to help him right when he needed it most. General Qin, how much silver do you have in your estate? Qingxiu asked. Qin Qiong thought briefly. Around 300 taels? Do you want me to offer it to the court as reserve funds? Sure enough, communicating with a smart person saved both effort and worry. Qingxiu did not hide his intention and nodded to indicate, exactly. Qin Qiong did not hesitate or stall at all. He immediately said, of the silver in my estate, 80% can be taken out as reserve funds for the court. I will leave 20% for emergencies. Duke Qin, please understand. I understand. Qin Qiong's generosity surprised Qingxiu. Being able to offer so much already greatly showed his trust. Especially now, the impact of the fake currency was huge. With people rushing to exchange silver, taking silver as reserve funds was clearly very risky. However, what Qingxiu wanted was not only this small amount of Qin Qiong's reserve funds. General Qin, this matter cannot be handled so simply. Listen to me. Qingxiu immediately formed an excellent plan in his heart and began to explain it to Qin Qiong at length. The next day. During this morning's court session, Li Er's mood was indeed not very relaxed. He had long heard the news that Qin Qiong was seriously ill, and at the first moment had sent court physicians to treat him. But every imperial doctor sent had, without exception, claimed that Qin Qiong was likely beyond medical help. If there were no accidents, Qin Qiong probably would not survive this month. Li Er had even instructed the Ministry of Rites to prepare for posthumous honors. But during this morning's session, Li Er never expected that Qin Qiong would send a memorial to the court, claiming that his serious illness had been cured, although his body was still too weak to attend court. He stated that with just over a month's rest, once fully recovered, he could attend court again. Li Er was extremely shocked upon hearing this. In his mind, Qin Qiong had long been considered a dead man. Who could have such skill to revive Qin Qiong? Li Er was very surprised and immediately said, "Ministers, General Qin's illness has actually been cured. I wonder which divine doctor in our great Tang has such miraculous skill." When these words were spoken, many people sitting beneath the hall immediately thought of the famous medicine king in Chang'an, Sun Simiao. But if Sun Simiao could suddenly cure Qin Qiong overnight, that also seemed hard to explain. Qin Qiong's condition was not just a day or two old, and this was not the first time Sun Simiao had diagnosed him. But now, he happened to have been cured. This was too sudden. "Your Majesty, yesterday I seem to have heard that Duke Qing went to the Qin residence together with Sun Simiao?" The speaker was Wei Zheng. He had sent someone to Huichun Hall yesterday to get some medicine for dampness. But when his man arrived, he happened to meet Sun Simiao and Qingxiu on a medical visit, so his servant had to return empty-handed. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Qingxiu. This Sun Simiao previously could not cure Qin Qiong, yet after going together with Qingxiu, they actually cured such a serious illness? Thinking of Qingxiu's prior work on penicillin and the medicinal alcohol sold at Huichun Hall, if one said Qingxiu was skilled in medicine, it could perhaps be justified. Qingxiu also felt Li Er's burning gaze. He said, "Indeed, yesterday I went to the Qin residence with Dr. Sunday." Li Er immediately asked, "How did you assist Dr. Sun?" Qingxiu did not hide anything. He directly explained in court from beginning to end how they cured Qin Qiong. In any case, Qingxiu wanted to spread this surgical medical method throughout the Tang dynasty, and naturally needed to use this opportunity to promote it. At present, folk medicine still believes the human body must not be cut open, otherwise qi and strength will flow out and life will be shortened. Because of this, Sun Simiao's advocacy of surgery had not been widely accepted by many folk doctors. Even the court physicians thought of it as just a strange trick that should not be used casually. Of course, they were also afraid of problems arising from such methods. After all, in the palace, the consequences of medical accidents would be unimaginable. After Qingxiu finished explaining, Li Er immediately asked further, "So it was cured this way?" "Your Majesty, many illnesses cannot be completely cured with soup medicine alone. Some serious diseases inside the body, if the body is not cut open to remove the root cause, will only worsen." "And didn't the divine Dr. Hua Tua also open the abdomen to treat the inside directly?" Qingxiu's words made the ministers nod repeatedly. Though they didn't fully understand the art, it did not stop them from acknowledging its power. Li Er vaguely knew that Hua Tua once suggested cutting open Chow Chow's head to extract the root cause of his headache. To him, that was absurd and unbelievable. But hearing Qingxiu speak, it seemed not entirely impossible. Li Er quickly raised more thoughts. If they could cure half-dead Qin Qiong through surgery, then couldn't his own rheumatism? "Your Majesty, rheumatism is not the same as General Qin's severe illness. His sickness was caused by external objects in the body, so removing them could cure it. Rheumatism is completely different." Qingxiu had already anticipated Li Er's question and answered first. "I see." Li Er's expression visibly darkened, but he was used to it. It wasn't that Qingxiu didn't want to help Li Er, it was just that even modern medicine cannot completely cure rheumatism. So Qingxiu was powerless too. But after opening this topic, many ministers began to think actively. At their age, of course they all had some chronic illnesses that ordinary doctors could not cure. Since Qingxiu had such superb medical skill, perhaps, as he said, opening the body with surgery to see inside could cure it? Although it sounded somewhat absurd, to them, being able to save near-death Qin Qiong was even more incredible. Although the morning court was still in progress, many people's minds were already elsewhere. As soon as the session ended, many ministers directly stopped Qingxiu outside the palace walls. They had been waiting there for a long time. "Duke Qing, I've had gout for many years. It hurts when I drink. Can you help find a solution? To be honest, I've had headaches lately. Do you think it's really like Hua Tua treated Chow Chow? Now that we're older, certain issues exist. Could you help?" These people talking all at once made Qingxiu's head hurt. Clearly, they now treated Qingxiu like a savior. No matter what disease it was, they thought if he opened someone up with surgery, it could be cured. Qingxiu was made dizzy by everyone talking over one another. He waved his hand on the spot, signaling them to be quiet. "Everyone, the one who actually performs the surgery is Dr. Sunday. I just stay beside him and help a bit. What's the use of asking me?" Even though Qingxiu said this, everyone's enthusiasm remained high, and another wave of questions followed. Qingxiu had no choice but to force his way out and set off for home. But that didn't mean the others had given up completely. They were still thinking about going back later to ask Sun Simiao. Since this treatment was so miraculous, they absolutely didn't want to miss it. After court ended, Li Er personally went to the Qin residence to see how his old companion was doing. To avoid disturbing Qin Qiong and forcing him to endure his illness to come greet him, Li Er did not notify them in advance. He only informed the household when he arrived at the gate. Li Er also specifically said that Qin Qiong did not need to come out to greet him and could simply wait. After receiving the message, Qin Qiong was extremely uneasy. Even if he wanted to personally go and greet Li Er, his wounds had not fully healed, so he could only lie on the sickbed and wait. "Your Majesty, this old minister is injured and cannot rise to salute. Please forgive me." Seeing Qin Qiong like this, Li Er felt great pity and would never ask him to salute. He quickly told him to sit properly and not move casually so as not to worsen his injuries. "It seems Dr. Sun truly has miraculous skill to actually pull you back from death. Dr. Sun truly lives up to his reputation." Qin Qiong could clearly feel his body recovering. He knew how much that surgery personally performed by Sun Simiao had changed him. Without exaggeration, it had likely added at least 10 years to his life. Seeing Qin Qiong so animated, Li Er was convinced he was telling the truth. Li Er suddenly felt fortunate that he had not forced Sun Simiao to stay in the palace as an imperial physician, but instead allowed him to travel freely. Otherwise, Sun Simiao would not have met Qingxiu, and the two of them would not have worked together to create this surgical treatment. Li Er had originally thought about trying again to recruit Sun Simiao as an imperial physician, but now it seemed better to forget it. After chatting briefly, Li Er stood up to leave, not wanting to disturb Qin Qiong's rest. Before leaving, Qin Qiong suddenly called out to him. "Your Majesty, I have agreed with Duke Qin to submit 80% of my household silver to the court as reserve funds. Has your Majesty made preparations for this?" Li Er was slightly stunned when he heard this. Only then did he realize that this matter had actually been arranged by Qingxiu. Duke Qin truly keeps the foundation of the state in mind. Even in such circumstances, he still thinks of the court first. Li Er felt deeply moved. If all the officials in court could think for the country like Qingxiu, the Tang dynasty would surely be even stronger than it was now. After court ended, Qingxiu did not feel like going home right away. He signaled the driver to slow the horses so he could look at the street scene. As he traveled along, he casually noticed that there were far more vendors on both sides of the road than before. And what they were selling was not something else, but all kinds of mass-printed books. The paper quality of these books was very poor, but they were cheap. With movable type printing greatly reducing costs, even selling a book for 10 coins still earned the vendors money. "Come take a look. Come take a look. Fresh books just brought in from Beijing, 15 coins per book, 2 books for 20. A bookseller held up the books and shouted loudly, attracting many people. Even Qingxiu was drawn in and signaled the carriage to stop beside the vendor. "Books from Beijing, 1 book for 15 coins? Qingxiu covered his face with the carriage curtain and asked quietly. The vendor didn't know how important the customer was and immediately promoted his goods. "Sir, would you like one? You look very distinguished. I've got some good books to recommend, and I won't overcharge you, 50 coins for 8 books. The price surprised Qingxiu. The cost of printing books had become this low already. In the past, not to mention buying 8 books, even 100 coins might only get you half a book. Of course, Qingxiu did not believe these books actually came from Beijing. Books from there used excellent paper and went through repeated revisions. He had never seen any with a cost under 200 coins. Calling them Beijing books was most likely just a gimmick. Still, Qingxiu had the driver take out 100 coins and randomly picked a few books that looked better. "This, sir, is really generous. Please take another look, take whatever you like." The vendor was overjoyed. Seeing someone bargain upward for the first time, he quickly lowered his posture and hoped Qingxiu would buy more. Qingxiu hadn't thought much of it. He assumed the books would be classics, or something about farming or astronomy. But when he looked at the titles on the covers, something felt off. When he opened them, he was immediately shocked. The books were filled with erotic illustrations, and the content. He had to admit that at first glance, the content was quite interesting. It even described positions Qingxiu had never thought of. He checked a few more books and found they were mostly the same kind. He suddenly found it rather amusing. Looking again, he saw that many people at the stall were specifically buying these kinds of books, without any embarrassment. The vendor was even vividly discussing the illustrated content with a few customers. Qingxiu had never imagined that as literacy among the people increased, this kind of book would become popular first. But thinking about it, when Qingxiu considered the era he came from and what kinds of things sold best, he couldn't help but laugh. Food and sex are human nature. He suddenly felt lucky that he had covered his face when buying the books. Otherwise, if people saw him buying such books, it would have been extremely embarrassing. Let's go back. Qingxiu didn't linger any longer and told the driver to speed up and head home. Just after returning to the residence, Qingxiu happened to see Su Xiaochun sitting in the garden, quietly reading a book. She hadn't noticed that Qingxiu had already entered the back garden and was still fully absorbed in the book. This scene struck Qingxiu as strange. Su Xiaochun didn't dislike reading, but she rarely spent time reading for pleasure. Qingxiu was about to greet her, but seeing how focused she was, he grew curious. What kind of book could hold her attention so deeply? Qingxiu quietly stepped closer from behind and took a look, only to discover that what Su Xiaochun was reading was exactly the same kind of content as the book he had just bought at the market. The paper quality was much better, clearly not a cheap street stall copy. He hadn't expected that Su Xiaochun was also quite interested in this kind of book in private. Su Xiaochun obviously did not realize Qingxiu had already come behind her, and was still watching with great interest, even her cheeks had turned crimson. Qingxiu really found Su Xiaochun's state somewhat amusing, so he simply did not wake her, instead standing behind her and watching carefully together with her. Until half of the book's content was finished reading, Su Xiaochun still felt a little reluctant to stop, muttering to herself, "It actually can be like this, these tricks I don't know if in the future there will be a chance to try them." Su Xiaochun even in her heart was thinking about how to casually let her husband see this book without seeming intentional. Indeed well written, if you are interested, in the future we can certainly try it, how about it? Qingxiu's voice sounded particularly abrupt. Su Xiaochun for a moment did not come back to her senses, thoughtfully nodding, "I think it's okay to try." Once these words came out, Su Xiaochun suddenly realized something, turned her head to look, and saw Qingxiu had at some unknown time already been standing behind her, and she blushed deeply on the spot. Husband, when did you come back? How come you walked without sound? You really scared me." Su Xiaochun, somewhat flustered, wanted to put away the book on the table, however Qingxiu instead first pulled the book from the table and looked it up and down. "Xiaochun, is it possible that you read so much you forgot rest and food, so originally you like these patterned ways of playing?" "No, I was just bored, picked it up and took a look, not what husband thinks." Su Xiaochun stuttered, wanting to explain, but seeing Qingxiu's rather ambiguous expression, she truly did not know how to argue. Even when she lowered her head, her expression still carried a bit of expectation, as if waiting for Qingxiu to give her a response that could meet her expectations. Of course Qingxiu could see Su Xiaochun's thoughts. He pretended not to understand and said, "Oh? I was thinking wrongly, but these routines really haven't been tried, maybe tonight then." When he said this, Su Xiaochun's expression immediately showed some expectation and shyness. She could not help speaking softly, "Everything follows husband's arrangement, the time seems not early now." Su Xiaochun really could not hold back, saying the time was not early, it was only just past noon not long ago. Qingxiu also understood he had been busy with official matters during this period and had somewhat neglected her, thoughtfully nodding, "Indeed not early, but, tonight seems to be Pingting, right?" Su Xiaochun hurriedly said, "Exactly, so there isn't much time. If by evening I will be monopolized by Sister Zhangsun, afraid it will take a few days before it's my turn." When saying this, Su Xiaochun also cautiously stroked her belly, eyes full of desire. Also, now Ru Yuan is grown, shouldn't need too much attention to take care of, having another child is also not impossible. At this time Su Xiaochun's demeanor even she herself did not realize, it was really like wolf and tiger. Since that is so, indeed cannot waste time, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. This remark by Qingxiu made Su Xiaochun's heart tremble. She even walked somewhat unsteadily, holding Qingxiu's arm and not letting go for a long time. Although it was not late at night now, if the two were in the mood they did not mind. When arriving at Su Xiaochun's boudoir, Qingxiu as usual started to make love with her, until after a heavy rain stopped, Qingxiu again imitated the paragraph Su Xiaochun had just read in the book, starting progressive repetition. Su Xiaochun naturally was immersed in it, until finally drifting off to sleep. Even asleep, Su Xiaochun's face still carried a trace of satisfaction, as if in the dream still savoring, until evening. Zhang Sun Pingting early came to Qingxiu's room to sit quietly waiting. She for tonight had really prepared fully, originally thinking to entwine Qingxiu all night. But here before she even finished imagining, Qingxiu came belatedly, but not alone. Behind him was still Su Xiaochun. At this time Su Xiaochun's face was flushed, tightly grabbing Qingxiu's arm, not letting go, seemingly. Zhang Sun Pingting couldn't help but say, "Sister, it's not that I in my heart am unwilling, but tonight we sisters rarely can enjoy alone, and you again want to." Not. Su Xiaochun quickly said, "It was husband who said he wanted to try that." By the end of the word, Su Xiaochun's face was also very red, truly not able to continue. Zhang Sun Pingting originally still somewhat did not understand, but after Qingxiu stepped forward and whispered a few words in her ear, she immediately blushed. Husband. Zhang Sun Pingting's expression couldn't say if she accepted. Then do you need me to do something to cooperate? Of course Qingxiu would not miss this good opportunity. A good night cannot be missed, must seize the time. One night of spring night, until the two could no longer support, Qingxiu finally satisfactorily stopped. It seems everyone's pursuit of this thing is completely not limited by era. Even though the tricks written by ancient people, they were also things Qingxiu had never tried. Since that day's trial, it is not known whether Su Xiaochun was stimulated or a switch was turned on. For several consecutive days she clung to Qingxiu to study and ponder. And it had to be those patterns seen in the book. Of course Qingxiu did not mind, only she each time, although exhausted, yet still enthusiastic. As a result, other wives and concubines were somewhat envious, all thinking of ways to entangle Qingxiu. These consecutive days made Qingxiu lose heart for court attendance. Even some documents sent by Li Er were not attended to. But Li Er was not anxious to urge him. After all, he was accustomed to Qingxiu occasionally skipping work. Since that was so, let him play happily. After several days, Chang'an City again had a group of dusty guests arriving from all over the country. They were all merchants and rich households from different regions across the country, summoned by the court to hurry to Chang'an. The court's order was, recently fake currency rampant, and after investigation it was found many merchants and rich households participated, therefore must strictly investigate fake currency matters. And because of this, the court instructed these rich households to bring proof of family assets to Chang'an City to cooperate with the investigation. Of course, the court did not require that the head of the household personally come. It also allowed them to send house servants instead, only must bring all the family's asset ledgers. The court's order pressing on their heads, they naturally did not dare not come. Many even were afraid the court would blame them, not daring to let servants replace themselves, instead choosing to arrive in person. Originally they thought the court was again thinking of ways to extort them, afraid that money was not enough and they would be made to bleed. But after continuous days of inspection, it seemed there were no problems. Those whose accounts were normal were directly released, not a bit of difficulty, let alone extortion. This made them lower their guard. Perhaps it really was just a routine court inspection, not taking the opportunity to deal with them. But what they didn't know was that Qingxiu had been observing the merchants coming and going in Chang'an City from the very beginning and had instructed Chen Rusong to carefully record all of them, trying not to miss a single one. At first, Chen Rusong thought Qingxiu wanted to take this opportunity to capture all those involved in counterfeiting in one swoop. But after several days, there was still no action from him. This left him confused. Even though the evidence was solid, Qingxiu still hadn't made a move. Chen Rusong didn't understand what he was planning. For several consecutive days, Qingxiu even took the initiative to chat with these wealthy merchants. The atmosphere between them was truly cheerful. Now, no one thought Qingxiu was trying to make things difficult for them, even though they were indeed somewhat involved with counterfeit coins. They assumed that although Qingxiu had caught a lot of people connected to counterfeiting, the evidence wasn't strong enough to arrest them all. So they figured the summons to Chang'an City under the court's name was just a way to pressure them. Once they realized this, they didn't feel as panicked anymore, assuming that Qingxiu would eventually let them go. A few days later. These wealthy merchants originally thought the storm had passed and they could safely leave Chang'an, but things weren't as simple as they had hoped. They had assumed Qingxiu was ready to compromise, but he still refused to let them leave. Just like when they first arrived in Chang'an and Qingxiu demanded a deposit, no matter what they said, he simply refused to let them go. This made them uneasy. Although this time Qingxiu didn't use any of the harsh tactics like before and merely asked them to stay in Chang'an without causing them any trouble, the abnormal situation itself was unsettling. They couldn't rest easy being kept in Chang'an under someone else's control, especially since they had so many businesses at home waiting for them. Previously it had been Qingxiu who initiated conversations, but now it was them who kept going to the Duke Qing's residence every few days. At first, Qingxiu would still meet them occasionally, but over time he stopped seeing them altogether. Eventually, when they went to visit again, the Duke simply refused to see them, claiming he was busy. This made them even more nervous. One day, Qingxiu was about to leave the house, and before Urguzi could prepare his carriage, news came in. Those wealthy merchants were already waiting outside the gate from early morning, hoping to talk to him. Qingxiu had expected this. He didn't have his servants drive them away, he just gave instructions to go out as usual, not to be affected. Hearing this, the guards at the residence understood immediately and escorted Qing Xiu's carriage as he went out. The merchants waiting outside rushed up as soon as they saw Qing Xiu, insisting on having a talk. Duke Qing, we've been in Chang'an long enough. Can you arrange for us to return soon? Or at least set a date. We need to go back and take care of business. Please wait a moment. They tried to block his way, but Qing Xiu's guards drew their blades and firmly held them back. Gentlemen, don't be anxious. Duke Qing is busy with national affairs, state business must come first. Don't you agree that government matters are more urgent than your own? This shut them up, but also gave them an idea. If Duke Qing was too busy to see them before court, surely he'd have time afterward? So they stopped pushing and followed Qing Xiu's carriage all the way to the palace. This created a strange scene in Chang'an City. Qing Xiu's carriage led the way, followed by a long line of people, sticking to him like shadows. Even when Qing Xiu entered the palace, they stood outside in the hot sun, stubbornly waiting. At first, they were patient. But as more and more officials arrived for court, they began to feel uneasy upon recognizing several acquaintances among them. And not for good reasons. Most of them had been involved in the counterfeit coin scheme, providing various conveniences. When the two groups saw each other, the scene became awkward. In such a sensitive moment, everyone was trying to stay away from each other. Yet here they were, face to face in such a public place, no one could pretend anymore. The officials grew anxious, afraid the court might bring up the issue during session. And on this day, perhaps deliberately, Qing Xiu repeatedly mentioned the ongoing investigations into counterfeit coins across the country, how many had been seized, and how many people arrested. Li Er, naturally, praised these results and declared that those involved in the counterfeit trade must be severely punished. Forging fake coins is a threat to the foundation of the state. Not only does it cause the court to lose silver for nothing, but it also severely damages public trust. This cannot be tolerated. Anyone involved, regardless of the degree, must face harsh punishment. Li Er's fierce words left many trembling in fear. They were increasingly convinced the court already knew everything and had summoned these regional merchants just to scare them. As soon as the morning court session ended, those waiting outside couldn't wait anymore. It wasn't that they feared Qing Xiu, they just couldn't stand seeing those officials again. These were dangerous times, and everyone wanted to avoid getting tangled up with one another. But their decision to withdraw only made the implicated officials more nervous. They were terrified that these merchants, under pressure, might spill everything to the court, dragging them down too. If that happened, it would be too late. So after court, a group of officials gathered in secret to discuss their response. They finally agreed, these people could not be allowed to remain. They were a threat. The court called them here for a reason. Clearly they have dirt on them and want to use it to uncover even more people. If we don't want to get dragged into this, we need to deal with them before things escalate. This cannot be allowed to spread. With that, everyone knew what had to be done. Since these people were directly connected to them, silencing them forever was the only way to stay safe. If they were still far away in the provinces, it would be hard to act, but now they were all in Chang'an. This was the perfect time to strike. Solving this matter was easy. Previously, only a few of them had exchanged letters and truly knew each other's secrets, just a handful. Now that these few were all gathered in Chang'an City, wasn't this heaven's will? Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time, better to do it all in one go. At dusk. Following Qing Xiu's instructions, Chen Rusong waited late at night near the reception residence arranged by the Ministry of Rights. Of course, he wasn't alone. He brought dozens of Qing Xiu's most trusted men from the intelligence network. Naturally, they didn't all gather in one place. They had already planned to be scattered around, so no one would notice. As the curfew order was issued and the streets emptied, the subordinates hiding in all directions began to move under the cover of darkness, trying not to be noticed. Chen Rusong signaled to the man beside him to quickly pass the order, telling everyone to get ready. Duke Qing said there must be no mistakes tonight. Everyone, stay sharp. If you mess it up, whoever caused the problem, get lost and never show up again. Once Chen Rusong gave the order, his subordinates said no more and went to carry it out immediately. It was already late, but the residence was brightly lit. Inside, the rich merchants were still discussing, racking their brains over what to do next after today's developments. Qing Xiu probably knows we've all had a hand in the counterfeit money scheme, but he likely doesn't have solid evidence, which is why he hasn't acted directly. I say we should just go straight to the emperor and the court. Why are we hiding out here? Nonsense. Last time we came to Chang'an, didn't we see it? The court clearly sides with Qing Xiu. We tried to petition them many times, and they didn't even look at us. These guilty merchants were clearly anxious. If this dragged on, they couldn't take it. Qing Xiu didn't care, of course. He lived in Chang'an, and no matter what they did, they couldn't touch him. But now, unable to stall any longer, they were growing desperate. While they were stuck trying to come up with a plan, they didn't know that the court officials they colluded with had already set a deadly trap. The Ministry of Rights hadn't arranged much security for the reception house, just a few casually posted soldiers. Even these guards were mostly older veterans standing around the gate just for show. These guards were basically useless, especially at night when visibility was low. This gave the officials the perfect chance to act. Several figures silently snuck into the residence under the cover of darkness. They climbed over the walls, confirmed that aside from a few attendants there was no security inside, and signaled the others outside. Upon receiving the signal, more of them slipped in, carefully avoiding any areas lit by lanterns. The residence wasn't very large. Normally, housing so many people would feel crowded, but under the cover of night, they moved unnoticed. Each carried only a small knife. They didn't plan to kill with blades anyway. If the Ministry of Rights found these merchants all stabbed to death in the morning, it would clearly raise suspicion. They spread out, quietly pouring fire oil everywhere they could. Though they had enough people, the darkness still limited their speed, so progress was slow. Meanwhile, inside the residence, the merchant discussions were winding down. Clearly, they had no good solution and could only leave it for now. Everyone, let's talk tomorrow. I'll try to see if we can bribe a guard at Duke Qing's residence. Maybe we can get a chance to meet him. Ma Bushan knocked on the table, his tone frustrated. Everyone looked at each other but said nothing. His idea of bribing the guards obviously didn't convince anyone. It wasn't like they hadn't tried before. The people at Duke Qing's mansion were fiercely loyal. They had tried everything, offered money, but not a single coin was accepted. Those people couldn't be swayed, no matter what. Ma Bushan stood up first. Clearly, he had no better plan and was just grasping at straws. Just as he walked out the main door, heading to his room, he heard a faint noise from a shadowy corner. He turned his head, puzzled, but before he could see anything, a dark figure suddenly rushed at him. Before Ma Bushan could even make a sound, a sharp pain shot through his throat, and then the world spun as he collapsed, unconscious. In his final moment, he seemed to faintly hear someone whispering, "No choice left, this old fool asked for it." Ma Bushan's corpse was just dragged into the shadows when more people started coming out of the main hall. Helpless, the assassin could only hide nearby. It was one thing to kill one person quietly, but if they had to start killing everyone, there'd be no way to cover it up by morning. Once the others dispersed, they finished spreading the fire oil, then each got into position, ready to ignite it. To make the fire burst out suddenly, they had to light it in several spots at the same time, so the fire would be too fast to extinguish. If the fire spread slowly, those few old soldiers might rush in and put it out. Then it would all be for nothing. They were waiting for a signal to set the fire all at once, but it never came. Time passed, and still no signal. They started to grow uneasy. Should they light it or not? One of them, getting anxious, decided to step out and check the situation. But after only 2 steps, he heard a sharp whistling sound behind him. He instinctively turned to look, only to feel a sharp pain in his chest, then fell unconscious. The fire hadn't started, but this scene was playing out all over the residence. Many people suddenly collapsed, without knowing why. The second in command, seeing the fire still hadn't been lit, began to suspect something had gone wrong with their leader. Why was there no signal? There was no time to delay. He couldn't wait any longer and decided to take out the backup signal arrow and give the order to ignite. Otherwise, if they waited too long, something would definitely go wrong. "Hey!" Suddenly, he heard a soft voice behind him. His heart jumped, and he instinctively drew his dagger, ready to fight. However, he was still a step too slow. Before he could draw his dagger, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky. Before he could see clearly what had happened, a sharp blade had already pierced through his throat from above. He collapsed to the ground without even making a sound. As he fell, he still had a breath of life left and tried desperately to scream and alert his comrades, but with his throat slit, he couldn't make a sound. The figure that had descended from above didn't give him a chance. He immediately struck again, stabbing directly into his heart. When he pulled out the blade, a faint light nearby revealed the face of the one who had killed. It was Chen Rusong. The guards didn't notice, but Chen Rusong and his men had detected the activity inside long ago. As soon as the fire oil began to be poured, Chen Rusong had already ordered preparations. In the dark, they used hidden arrows and surprise attacks to eliminate the enemy one by one. To prevent them from setting the fire, Chen Rusong had even identified the leader in advance and personally took him out first. Those fools were still waiting for a signal, not knowing the one who was supposed to give it was already dead. After wiping the blood from his blade with the assassin's clothes, Chen Rusong faintly heard the call of a partridge from not far away. There are no partridges in Chang'an. That call was clearly a signal made by his subordinates. It meant the arsonists had all been dealt with. The mission was complete. Chen Rusong returned the partridge call, and upon hearing it, everyone withdrew in an orderly fashion. Of course, before leaving, they didn't forget to drag away the corpses of the assassins. These would be useful later. Chen Rusong, focused on retrieving the corpses, had no idea that earlier one of the assassins had quietly killed Ma Bushan to avoid being exposed. That assassin hadn't hidden the body, he was planning to burn it with the fire. But since the fire never started, the corpse was left behind. Around midnight, a servant got up to relieve himself. Before reaching the latrine, he suddenly felt something soft and heavy under his foot. "Who threw garbage here?" The servant cursed, thinking someone had dumped trash carelessly. He didn't give it much thought. He figured he had to clean it up before sunrise, or the officials from the Ministry of Rights would punish him. He bent down to lift it, but found it strange. It felt sticky and large. As he fumbled around, he suddenly felt a hand, 5 fingers clearly distinct. He screamed in fright and stumbled backward, falling to the ground. In the fall, his lantern dropped. Sparks hit the fire oil on the ground, and instantly, a fire broke out. In the firelight, he saw a corpse lying there, eyes wide open in shock. Murder. No, fire, it's a fire, someone help, trouble. He screamed in terror, and the sudden blaze quickly drew a crowd. The fire burned fiercely with the fire oil, but thanks to the alarm, people quickly arrived and worked together to extinguish it before it got out of control. The ruckus in the middle of the night alerted the Ministry of Rights. The night duty officials cursed under their breath while quickly getting ready to check the situation. But as soon as they stepped out of the building, they were dumbfounded. Bodies were piled everywhere outside the gate, assassins killed by Chen Rusong and his men. These officials had never seen such a sight and panicked. Some even turned and fled back into the office. The next morning at court. Originally, today's court was supposed to discuss state affairs, but as soon as the session began, Emperor Li Er angrily scolded the Vice Minister of Rights, Han Wuwei. "Last night there was such a huge fire, and you actually managed to sleep through it? Do you know the bodies outside nearly blocked the Ministry of Rights gate? Even if the Ministry of Rights isn't a key location, how could you leave just a few old soldiers to guard it? Can you explain that?" Li Er grew angrier by the second. Han Wuwei didn't dare say a word in defense, he could only nod repeatedly, afraid the emperor wouldn't cool down. The other ministers sat quietly, enduring the emperor's rant for nearly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Finally, Li Er stopped, his throat parched. Cough cough. Li Er gave a few dry coughs, his throat feeling like it was on fire. Wang Deguai quickly handed him a cup of tea. "Your Majesty, don't get too angry, it might harm your health." Li Er drained the tea, his face still grim. He wasn't calm, just too tired to keep yelling. Han Wuwei finally dared to speak. "Your Majesty, last night's events, I conducted a quick investigation. I believe it was a planned assassination attempt, and..." "You needed to investigate to know that?" Li Er interrupted impatiently. "You needed a special investigation to figure that out? Anyone with a brain can see it. What I'm asking is, why was security so weak at the Ministry of Rights?" Han Wuwei had no answer. He could only mutter, "I'll take this to heart, it won't happen again." "You're planning for next time?" Li Er snapped, making Han Wuwei fall silent again. "Enough. No more useless words." Li Er waved his hand. "No one knows why it happened last night. The arsonists were all killed. Did someone inside hire killers for protection?" No one could answer. The court fell silent. "Your Majesty, may I speak?" Qingxiu stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. "Go ahead," said Li Er. Qingxiu said, "Before these rich merchants arrived in Chang'an, I thoroughly investigated them. They did not bring any bodyguards. What happened last night, the fire, I don't know why it occurred. But rather than focus on that, I'm more concerned with who wanted to assassinate these people." The court immediately fell silent. It was a question that didn't even need to be asked. Anyone with insight could guess, the assassins were sent to silence witnesses. And those who wanted to silence them, were surely officials involved in the counterfeit currency case. Everyone could see it. Qingxiu surely knew it too, but he still brought it up in court. As soon as Qingxiu spoke, it was clear that many people immediately became tense. They didn't want His Majesty to shift his focus to this matter right now. Ever since the incident came to light yesterday, they had been terrified, all hoping to suppress it. But now, Li Er didn't even bring up state affairs during court and instead began by discussing this event, showing how seriously he took it. Now that Qingxiu brought it up on his own, it was obvious he wanted to draw Li Er's attention to it. If a full investigation were launched, wouldn't that spell disaster for them? Li Er frowned deeply and waved his hand for Han Wuwei to step back. Yes. Han Wuwei glanced gratefully at Qingxiu. Even though he knew the latter wasn't trying to help him, it still helped nonetheless. Li Er said, after the Ministry of Justice received the report last night, they immediately launched an investigation. Those who were killed were members of a gang from within the pass. The ministry acted swiftly yesterday and has already captured the entire gang. They are now being interrogated in the heavenly prison. Upon hearing this, many officials became even more anxious. Qingxiu almost wanted to laugh. They had planned something this major, yet didn't even try to cover their tracks. Assassinating people in Chang'an, people living in the Ministry of Rights residence, no less, and hiring killers from within the pass? They were truly bold. And clearly, the gang was also foolishly brave to accept such a job. But likely, it was a last-minute plan, carried out in haste without proper arrangements. They were nothing like Qingxiu, who had plenty of assassins at his disposal, able to act quickly, and even if they left traces, there was no worry about being discovered. Qingxiu noticed several officials visibly growing more nervous, so he immediately said, "Your Majesty, I recommend we directly investigate the court officials. If it's confirmed that any of them were secretly colluding with the merchants in the counterfeit scheme, they cannot escape suspicion." Li Er, of course, understood the implication. He said, "I already know. My beloved ministers, I understand that many of you have nothing to do with this, but the court must get to the bottom of it. So, when court ends later, no one is to leave." Those with nothing to hide didn't mind. But those involved had a very different reaction. If this matter was fully investigated, they would surely be exposed. Counterfeiting alone was already a grave crime implicating others. If this were added on top of that, they would almost certainly be executed. Li Er said no more, and got straight to business, ordering documents brought for review. He personally handled them. As for the ministers, they were to be investigated by the Ministry of Justice, which would begin by examining its own people before moving on to others. Qingxiu led by example, immediately agreeing to be investigated and to go to the heavenly prison for identification. Not all of the attackers had been killed the previous night. Aside from those who had to be killed on the spot, most were left alive under Chen Rusong's orders. This move was truly ruthless. If all the attackers were dead, it would have been one thing. But with survivors, the prison had many ways to make them talk. The heavenly prison's methods were no less effective than Qingxiu's, and they had even adopted some of his techniques, making their interrogations highly efficient. When Qingxiu arrived at the prison, he was met with screams of agony and the crack of whips. The disturbing sounds made many officials nervous. Qingxiu, however, was completely unfazed. He walked through, passing mangled prisoners, assassins trembling on their knees in fear, or still being tortured. He didn't care to look too closely. Besides the assassins, many other members of their gang had been arrested and were being tortured. He had only taken a few steps when one badly beaten man was dragged out like a dying dog. Qingxiu glanced at him casually, then went to sit in the main hall. Inside were several prisoners, leaders of the gang. They had bruises, but clearly less than the assassins. Just a few lashes, and they had already given in. Normally, the court ignored these gangs as long as they didn't merge or disturb civilians. They usually just squeezed minor merchants and never encountered something this big. This time, they had been blinded by greed, thinking they could make a huge profit if they handled things cleanly. They never expected to be disrupted midway and even alert the court. They were already half scared to death the moment they entered the prison. The beatings were just for show. Without them, they might not have had any injuries. As soon as Qingxiu sat down, the injured men trembled all over, panicked and flustered. "Duke Qing, we've told you everything we know. Even if you kill us, we don't know any more. Please, could you show mercy? Let's talk it out, we just got beaten." "Yeah, let's discuss it calmly. No need for violence if we can talk." Their cowardice disgusted Qingxiu. He waved them silent. "I'm not here to beat you. I came to have you identify someone. Understand? Identify?" They were stunned, not understanding what he meant. "The court is investigating who dared hire assassins to kill the guests staying at the Ministry of Rights last night. Do you recognize me?" "Yes, yes." Qingxiu slapped the table, frustrated. "What I'm asking is, was I the one who hired you to kill?" "No, no." They shook their heads like rattles, terrified of saying anything wrong. Qingxiu grew more annoyed. "You didn't even look properly, and you're sure it wasn't me?" One of the gang leaders nearly cried. "Duke Qing, just standing there, who wouldn't recognize you? Please don't make it harder for us. You know better than we do whether we had any dealings." Their pitiful expressions made one of the scribes nearby snicker. But under Qingxiu's cold stare, he quickly shut up and resumed a serious look. If you recognize the person, admit it immediately, you might keep your life. Understood. Qingxiu gave the cold order, and the men, terrified, quickly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Qingxiu didn't seem like the one being identified, but rather the judge himself. He stepped aside but didn't leave. Instead, he calmly sat to the side, watching the officials who came forward one by one to be identified. The official in front had nothing to hide, but with Qingxiu staring at him like that, even the innocent would feel uneasy. He raised his head for them to take a closer look. The gang members studied him carefully, then shook their heads helplessly. The next official stepped forward. In truth, this kind of identification was unlikely to expose the real culprits. After all, no official would be stupid enough to personally contact assassins. That would be openly revealing their identity. No one was that foolish. Qingxiu noticed most of the officials behind were still calm and indifferent. Clearly, they didn't think they'd be exposed. He sneered and leaned back in his chair. The real show was only beginning. Soon, the identifications were finished. As expected, none of the officials were identified as the hirers. Seeing that no one had been exposed, even the prison guards grew dissatisfied. They had been assigned a tough task today, to find the guilty party. But now, they had no results to show. Did you really not recognize anyone, or are you just afraid to point fingers? If we let the real one slip away today, all of you will be executed, and it still won't be enough to atone. A guard waved a whip and shouted angrily, but Qingxiu signaled him to calm down. What's the rush? Your job's not done yet. Qingxiu remained confident. He looked toward the prison gate, and sure enough, another group was being brought in. This time, the guards weren't polite. They shoved the group forward roughly. At first, no one paid attention, until a few people recognized the newcomers and their faces changed. Many of them were the personal servants of those officials. Qingxiu finally smiled with satisfaction. This had been his real goal all along. Officials couldn't be tortured, and of course, they wouldn't directly contact assassins. They would definitely send their servants to handle such things. So bring in the servants and question them one by one. Qingxiu had never intended to go after the officials directly. His true target was the household servants. He had been very cautious from the start, afraid that news might leak and the servants would be hidden or flee. That's why he had the gang members identify the officials first, as a way to slowly get the servants brought in. Master, we said already, they forced their way into the estate, and we couldn't stop them, they're from the court. Master, please. The servants looked confused and scared, especially when facing the prison guards, utterly panicked. All right, let's start. Qingxiu casually pointed to one of them, signaling for him to step forward. The man turned pale at being chosen and looked like he wanted to run. But he was quickly forced to the ground by several guards and ordered to kneel. He had just knelt when one of the gang leaders suddenly stood up to look, clearly finding the man familiar. But the servant kept avoiding his gaze. Finally, people forcibly held his head up so he could be examined. That's him. The gang leader shouted with certainty. The guards' eyes lit up, they had finally found the right one. Whose servant is this? Someone shouted the question, and immediately everyone turned toward the sound of a heavy thud. An official had collapsed to the floor, trembling, pale as a sheet, cold sweat pouring from his face. It was Wang Day, an assistant censor in the Ministry of Revenue. No torture was needed, everyone could tell from his reaction what was going on. Lord Wang, please get up. Someone tried to help him, but his legs were useless, he couldn't stand no matter how they tried. You. There was no point in saying more, his behavior had already said everything. Qingxiu immediately ordered his arrest and for him to be locked up in prison. Although Qingxiu gave the order personally, the guards were still hesitant, they didn't dare touch such a high-ranking official as they had others. Clearly, they were still wary of his status. Qingxiu slammed the table. Why are you all standing around? I said arrest him. Can't you see how suspicious he is? But, sir, this is Assistant Censor Wang. Nonsense. Just follow my orders. I'll take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. With Qingxiu's guarantee, the guards no longer hesitated and dragged Wang Day into the cell. The atmosphere, which had been relatively calm, now turned heavy. Even those uninvolved started to feel uneasy. Clearly, this incident wasn't going to be over anytime soon. Next. Qingxiu clapped his hands. He now seemed less like a guest and more like the one running the entire interrogation. As Qingxiu pressed forward, the rest of the officials were terrified. They truly couldn't hide it any longer. But now it was too late to back out, they had to face Qingxiu's interrogation head-on. And as more officials were arrested, the situation spiraled further out of control. Even the prison guards hadn't expected to lock up so many high-ranking officials in one day. Each of them had wealth and status enough to last a lifetime, yet here they were, caught doing such risky things. It was hard to understand. By the time all the servants had been interrogated, the truth was clear. More than 20 officials had been detained, exactly the number Qingxiu had uncovered in his investigation. Qingxiu ordered strict surveillance and immediately had someone inform Li Er to come. In truth, Li Er had not given Qingxiu any authority to enforce the law. He was only there as someone under investigation himself. He had only pretended to have authority earlier to keep the guards from wasting time. Soon, Li Er arrived in person. At a glance, he saw the officials locked up, still wearing their court robes. Those not involved immediately stood to greet him. Those in the cells didn't even dare lift their heads, kneeling in shame. They truly had no face left to meet the emperor. Li Er's expression was grim. He said nothing for a long time. Finally, Qingxiu stepped forward and said, "Well, everyone? Say something." Li Er had not yet seen the list Qingxiu had prepared in advance. Although he had a general idea in his mind, the actual number of people involved was more than twice what he had expected. At first, he felt a bit disheartened, but then he found it amusing. He hadn't held much hope for these officials anyway. Catching so many here was only to be expected. Why haven't I seen my father-in-law? Qingxiu noticed that Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling were both present, but Chang Sun Wuji was nowhere to be seen. Li Er didn't say much, he simply pointed to the group of imprisoned officials. Qingxiu immediately understood. Clearly, many of the arrested officials were Chang Sun Wuji's protégés. He hadn't come because he felt ashamed, and also to avoid suspicion. After all, this was a serious case concerning the foundation of the state. Li Er looked coldly at the ministers kneeling on the ground and said, "Back then, the court appointed you to high positions, gave you rank and wealth. Have we ever mistreated you?" No one could respond to this. You lack neither rank nor money, so why did you involve yourselves in counterfeiting? Do you want to see the court collapse, for the world to return to chaos like at the end of the Sui dynasty? Is that what you seek? Even if the world falls into chaos and the Tang dynasty is destroyed, would your ranks and titles survive? If the skin is gone, how can the hair remain? Must I explain this basic principle to you? Li Er lectured them severely. They didn't dare refute, and could only beg for mercy, hoping Li Er would be lenient. But at this point, no amount of pleading would help. If this matter wasn't punished harshly, the court's authority would not survive. They always said paper currency was the foundation of the state, but if no officials were punished for counterfeiting, the court's credibility would collapse. Not to mention the currency itself would become worthless, and all the manpower and resources previously invested would be wasted. Li Er ordered that all the officials be detained and sent people to seal off their residences and detain all family members. Once this order was issued, even unrelated ministers who had tried to plead for leniency fell silent. Li Er clearly intended to punish not just individuals, but entire families. "My dear ministers, thank you for coming to the prison to assist with the identifications today. You've worked hard. Once you return, there's no need to handle official business today, take half a day off." Li Er dismissed the officials, and everyone responded quickly, expressing that it was their duty. But in their hearts, they had already begun mourning the fate of the arrested. Those heads were surely lost. As for how many of their family members might be spared, it all depended on whether Li Er would show mercy. Though morning court was dismissed, Li Er immediately summoned Fang, Du, Xiao, and other top ministers to the Taiji Hall for further discussion. Of course, Qingxiu was among them. In fact, he and Li Er were the main figures of this meeting. Chang Sun Wuji had also been summoned, but he claimed to be ill and unable to attend, asking His Majesty to understand. Anyone could see he was avoiding involvement. Li Er knew it too, but only replied with a message telling him to take care of his health and allowed him a few days off. The meaning was obvious. Li Er planned to clean up the court in the next few days and was sparing Chang Sun Wuji for now. Once everyone was assembled, Li Er got straight to the point. "Gentlemen, I've made up my mind. All officials involved in the case must be punished severely, with their sentences based on the degree of involvement. What do you think is the best way to judge them?" The ministers exchanged glances. Clearly, none of them had thought it through yet. Qingxiu remained calm and silent, waiting for Li Er's decision. Seeing no one speak, Li Er said, "I've already prepared something. Please help me review it." Even before today's incident, Li Er had suspected that high-ranking officials were involved in the counterfeiting case and had someone draft a punishment list in advance. The document outlined different levels of guilt, ranging from the harshest punishment, execution of 3 generations, to beheading, down to dismissal and lifetime ban from office. Each item was clearly defined. Although everyone read it, no one commented. They remained silent. They understood, if Li Er were truly satisfied with these punishments, he wouldn't be asking their opinion. Clearly, he felt the punishments were too light and wanted them to draft harsher ones. But this was a risky job, no one wanted to take the blame. Even though it was Li Er's idea, these men all worked together in court. Writing punishments too harshly would offend their colleagues. But if they were too lenient, it would only anger Li Er. Gentlemen, no need to be troubled. Qingxiu could see their hesitation and said, "Why don't I decide for His Majesty?" This was exactly what Li Er had been waiting for. He quickly ordered someone to bring Qingxiu a blank document so he could rewrite the list. But Qingxiu simply set the paper aside. "Your Majesty, no need to complicate things. No need to write more. You want to declare the punishments aloud?" "Of course not." Qingxiu shook his head. "No need for many, just 3 rules. First, those directly involved in minting counterfeit currency, execute their entire families. Second, those who provided funds or used their position to assist, beheaded, property confiscated, families exiled to the northern deserts or the Heshi corridor. Third, those with minimal involvement, beheaded, property confiscated, families spared." After hearing these 3 rules, the ministers were stunned. They had expected Qingxiu to recommend harsh punishments, but not this harsh. Anyone involved would be executed and have their assets seized as the minimum punishment. And based on how deeply the court officials were involved, most wouldn't qualify for the 3rd level of punishment. The majority would fall under the 1st or 2nd rule. Li Er, on the other hand, was overjoyed. His thinking aligned closely with Qingxiu's. At the very least, all officials involved had to be executed to show the court's determination and restore its authority. While the ministers feared for future political fallout, Li Er was thinking of the stability of his empire. He couldn't afford to be soft now. Even though they were perfectly aligned, Li Er still pretended to hesitate. "Duke Qing, don't you think your punishment list is a bit too harsh?" Qingxiu, fully understanding his intention, replied immediately, "Your Majesty, between the eternal security of the empire and a few guilty officials, which is more important? Is there really any question?" Of course there wasn't. With that excuse given, Li Er immediately accepted it without hesitation. Li Er at this moment really wanted to roar to the sky that a hero thinks alike, no need to say anything else, just decide it like this. "I think that now there are lawless people running wild in the court, abusing authority and even shaking the foundation of the state, and this is all caused by contempt for the court's laws. And the reason they hold contempt is because the laws are enforced too leniently. If everything is not dealt with severely, the final result can only be more and more lawlessness." Li Er immediately made the decision, just as Duke Qingxiu said, follow the 3 legal rules he set. The other trusted ministers really had nothing to say. This was exactly the result he wanted, so what else was there to discuss? The next day's morning court session. Although yesterday had been a whole day of turmoil, Li Er was still full of spirit and in good condition. He looked at the ministers below the hall, with a somewhat inexplicably excited expression, making many people subconsciously avoid eye contact with him. Yesterday after investigation, there are still officials in the court daring to collude with counterfeit money dealers among the people even under the court's strict ban. I originally wanted to deal with leniency, but this matter shakes the foundation of the state, and they committed it knowingly. Even if I wanted to be lenient, the court's laws must not be despised. If everything is not dealt with severely, then the people will not be convinced, and the court's authority would be lost. Li Er then signaled Wang Degue to come forward and announce the execution rules he had already arranged. Originally the ministers thought that by dealing with severely, Li Er meant that the most serious offenders would be beheaded, the next stripped of office, and finally demoted. However, when they learned that even the most lenient would be beheaded and have their property confiscated, no one was not extremely shocked. Among the captured officials there were people deeply connected in the court, even disciples of Chang Sun Wuji, showing that in the court there must be factions allied with them. Originally some people wanted to speak up and admonish, but Li Er did not give them the chance. When Wang Degue finished reading the charges, Li Er then said, "These laws were drafted by me together with Duke Qingxiu, not written on a whim, but after deep thought. This matter has shaken the foundation of the state, and there is absolutely no room for discussion. I don't care who wants to intercede or urge me to be lenient." Li Er paused briefly. "Those who intercede will be judged under the 3rd legal rule." Once these words were spoken, the ministers who had been about to speak wisely shut their mouths. Helping a brother is friendship, but if you try to speak up for a colleague and lose your head, then that's unacceptable. Facing this iron-fisted emperor, none dared to try to test him. That would truly cost them their heads. Li Er could not even wait for next year's autumn executions. He immediately ordered the thorough and swift confiscation of property. In just 3 days, the official's family property was completely seized. Unexpectedly, Wang Day's family even produced tens of thousands of strings of currency. Of course, all of these were fake notes. It was unclear what this person had been thinking. Did he perhaps believe he could still have a chance to spend these fake monies? In any case, the court's actions were swift. In the past few days the total silver seized amounted to more than 8 million taels, and Li Er waved his hand and directly added it all to the reserve funds, letting these people's assets be used fully in the end. Of course, the ones to be executed were not only these officials. While the court was confiscating property in such a sweeping manner, all the involved rich families and merchants were also completely seized and captured. Especially the Ma family of Luoyang. They had just learned that Ma Bushan had inexplicably died in Chang'an City. Filled with anger and grief, they were preparing to travel to the capital to submit a complaint. But before they could set out, the local military officers arrived first and directly handcuffed them all and took them away. The entire Ma family was left completely dumbfounded. Only later, after counting, did they realize that there were actually so many people to be executed. Including the officials and their implicated family members, there were more than 300 people, and among the local rich families and merchants to be executed there were more than 800. Since the beginning of the Zhenguan reign, the court had always upheld the principle of sparing executions, even not executing at all. When the state was founded, Li Yuan had once decreed that executing too many would affect the imperial family's fortune, and thus no more than a limited number should be executed in 1 year. Although Li Er revised all of his father's policies where possible, with this ancestral instruction he still left some respect for his father and continued to follow it. Because of this, from the beginning of the Zhenguan reign until today, the total number of executions had been only a little over 300. Now the number of people to be executed added up to more than 1,000, even exceeding the number of people executed since the founding of the state. If it were in the past, there might have been ministers advising Li Er to reduce the number of executions. Even saying to wait and execute some next year would have been reasonable. But now Li Er had made up his mind. Everyone knew that trying to dissuade him now was courting death, so they just let Li Er proceed. And executing so many people at once had never happened since the founding of the state. Even looking at the current dynasty, such large-scale killing in peacetime had never happened. After deep thought, Li Er still decided to let Qingxiu serve as the chief executioner. Looking at the whole court, only he had such resolve. After Qingxiu took on this duty, without a moment's hesitation, he announced that the executions would take place outside the eastern suburbs of Chang'an City. The eastern suburbs of Chang'an was an area where penicillin was mass-produced for the court. Though improvements in the process had made it no longer as foul as before, still few people lived there. Moreover, the open area was large enough and very suitable for mass executions. On the day of execution, because the number of prisoners was too great, Qingxiu even had to cancel the parade of prisoners to be shown to the public. Instead, he directly ordered all the prisoners to be taken to the eastern suburbs. When the people of Chang'an City and the surrounding areas learned the executions were beginning, they all swarmed to the site. The usually empty eastern suburbs were now filled with people. No one expected that this execution would draw so many. In normal times, autumn executions might be only 3 or 4 people, at most not more than 10. Now the court was executing over 1,000 at once. This was truly an unprecedented scene. If one didn't come see it with their own eyes, they would surely regret it for life. People gathered from everywhere, like at a gathering. This was exactly what Qingxiu wanted. He wanted the people of the entire city to see how the court dealt with counterfeit money. Even court officials would show no mercy. Today these more than 1,000 executed were for his paper money cause. No matter whether these people had grievances with him in the past, once they touched the paper money, that was his blood-deep hatred. How to execute more than 1,000 people as quickly as possible, Qingxiu had indeed thought about this for a short while. Having the executioner behead one by one was too slow and wasted time. Even if Qingxiu wanted to do that, the executioners would probably be exhausted before cutting off even a few heads. Using crossbows to execute seemed like a good method too. After all, the wheel crossbow has a fast firing rate and high lethality, but using it for executions lacked sufficient deterrence. This mass execution of 1,000 people was not only to execute criminals, but more importantly to intimidate people. To deter those who dared to have thoughts about counterfeit money. In the end, Qingxiu decided to use firing squads to execute. Gunshots are loud enough, and even though not as blood-soaked and shocking as beheading, once the gunshots rang out, the effect was still far stronger than silently killing with bows and crossbows. At this moment the more than 1,000 prisoners about to be executed were each arranged on both sides of the flat ground outside the suburbs, each looking dispirited. When the officers gave orders, they slowed and dawdled, and in the end they even had to be forced by whip strikes before they would obey orders. Still dawdling before death, huh? If you dawdle again I'll just chop off your heads now, each and every one of you better accept your fate. Duke Qingxiu is merciful. instead of beheading you, at least leaving the bodies intact. Amid the constant curses from the officers, a group was forced to the center of the execution ground, more than 50 lined up in a row. This first batch to be executed were naturally the main offenders, the leaders who made fake money and many involved court officials. A few days ago these people were still swaggering in the court hall, now each of them had become like a defeated dog, completely without the dignity they once displayed. Disrupting the court's order, shaking the foundation of the state, today we execute you here with a single shot, at least giving you some satisfaction. Qingxiu snorted disdainfully, then struck the judge's wooden block. The musketeers preparing for execution immediately loaded the powder and stepped forward. Kneel. The execution officer flicked the whip and gave the order. Motioning slow and dragging, they knelt with sobs and sighs. At this time the musketeers had already stepped forward, placing the gun barrels against the back of the prisoners' heads. At this moment many onlookers stretched their necks to see clearly, but the space was limited. Qingxiu showed no expression. He raised the judge's wooden block and brought it down, then ordered, "Execute." Bang! 50 muskets fired at the same time. The sound was like thunder, deafening the onlookers and making their hearts tremble. After the gunshots, 50 bodies fell at the same time, most with their skulls damaged to varying degrees. But regardless of the degree, it was clear none of them could possibly still be alive. After these 50 were executed by gunfire, it clearly brought psychological pressure to those around. This was very different from seeing 1 or 2 people executed before. This was mass execution, dozens of lives disappearing at once. Although these people were indeed guilty and deserved punishment. Continue. Qingxiu did not waste time and again gave the order, his voice becoming even colder. 50 bodies were dragged away, and then another 50 more were brought forward. This time they were even more terrified than the first group. Seeing their companions die right in front of them, anyone would find it hard to accept that they too were about to be executed by gunfire. Outside the execution ground. The bodies that had been dragged away were not returned to families, but were packed into boxes in batches and quickly sent to Huichun Hall by horse. After all these people had their entire families executed, no one would claim their bodies. According to court custom, if bodies were unclaimed they would be burned to ash. Rather than waste them, it was better to send them to Huichun Hall for apprentices to practice on. This was after all a rare chance to execute many criminals. Until the remaining prisoners were only the old, weak, sick, and disabled, Qingxiu ordered the public executions to stop. According to court custom, executions of the old and weak or disabled should not be public, and Qingxiu did not want to violate this law. Anyway, the main offenders had already been executed, and the purpose had been achieved, so he no longer cared about the rest. When the crowd dispersed and left, no one did not feel a layer of gloom pressing on their hearts. They had truly seen the court's iron-fisted methods today. Even court officials could not escape death. Let alone ordinary commoners like them, who could never afford to commit such a grave crime. The court really takes paper money seriously. Although officials have committed crimes before, they've never been punished this severely. In the end it's because the foundation of the state was shaken. Counterfeiting made people panic and no one dared to use money. How could the court ignore that? Good thing I didn't exchange too many fake bills. If I used more, then I might be here being shot too. Don't talk nonsense, the court definitely isn't blind. Everyone left one after another. At this time it was growing late, and Qingxiu rode back in a carriage to the Taiji Hall to report the executions to Li Er. Your Majesty, please look. Qingxiu presented the booklet. Li Er took it but did not hurry to read it, only waving his hand as a sign. Wang Deguai immediately understood Li Er's meaning. Several palace maidservants and eunuchs were sent out, and the large Taiji Hall was left with just Qingxiu and Li Er. Your Majesty, aren't you going to look? Qingxiu saw that Li Er had no intention of reading the booklet and asked a question he knew the answer to. If it were someone else's work, I would certainly look at it, Li Er said with a light laugh, but if it comes from Duke Qingxiu's hand, there's no need for me to look. Li Er continued, Duke Qingxiu has never acted with favoritism or corruption. Moreover, this matter has clearly benefited you. It was obvious Li Er wanted to speak frankly now. Qingxiu did not pretend not to know, no need in a waste of time. Your Majesty can say it directly. It's only the two of us here now. Li Er said directly, now the mint is under your control. The quality of the paper money produced is indeed reliable and trustworthy, and I am very satisfied. Of course, issuing currency is a matter of great importance. If it is not controlled by a formal authority, it creates inconvenience. Qingxiu had long anticipated what Li Er meant and asked with a smile, Your Majesty means to have me hand the mint over to the court? Not at all. Li Er of course would never open with such a large request. Moreover, Qingxiu had spent so much effort issuing paper money, and now it had just begun to show promise. Why would he give up such benefits? My idea is this: the mint will be nominally incorporated into the court, and the court will also send personnel to oversee it, while another portion will still be controlled by you. Half by you and half by the court, how about that? Of course, most of the revenue from the mint will still belong to you, and the court will only take the cost of issuing the paper money. Li Er appeared sincere and seemed not to affect Qingxiu's interests, but his accounting was tapping loudly. Without doing anything, he smoothly had the court nominally take over the mint and also send people to supervise it. Could there be a cheaper deal than this? Qingxiu thought for a moment, then politely said, "Your Majesty, making paper money is quite troublesome. If your energy is also put into it, it may affect your handling of state affairs. It is better for me to take full responsibility. Though you say that, you also have many matters, always worrying for the court. How could I bear to let you do it alone?" The two of them went back and forth exchanging words. Li Er always wanted to find an opening, but Qingxiu simply didn't give him a chance. After a few rounds, Li Er just stopped saying useless things. "Let's end this chatter here." Li Er shook his head. "I think you should understand. Casting currency is the foundation of a country. It's not that I want to take away your foundation, but I understand your Majesty's meaning. After all, if it is not controlled by the court, there will always be some worry." Qingxiu spoke on behalf of Li Er. He also deliberately left Li Er some face and did not say it too bluntly. In fact, Li Er's idea was this: although Qingxiu is now a reliable chief minister and unquestionably loyal and devoted to the court, Li Er is now the emperor and has too many things to worry about. Today Qingxiu is a trusted minister, but what about tomorrow? If Li Er were still the prince, the Qin king he once was, of course he could trust Qingxiu like a close friend without suspicion. But now even Yuqi Jingde, a sworn brother once, had to be distanced. As the emperor, one is naturally alone, which is also unavoidable. "Your Majesty, there may be other matters where I can yield to the court, but only the paper money cannot be yielded." Qingxiu was very firm. It was not because paper money provided a visible large future source of revenue, but more importantly because it would give him greater ability to influence the court and greater voice. Qingxiu didn't mind giving up profit, but giving up power was absolutely impossible. Having said that, Li Er understood Qingxiu's determination. After all, they had worked together for so long and understood each other's character. So there was no need to force the issue further. "I understand. You may go." Li Er shook his head helplessly, "But in any case, with the mint in your hands, I can rest assured." At times like this Li Er could only say some flattering words. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust." Qingxiu naturally didn't say more and turned to leave. After thinking again, Li Er called Wang Degue back in. "I have heard that Duke Qingxiu has a considerable force among the people and that someone has been working for him secretly. What do you know about this?" Li Er did not just find out now. He had long suspected it, because Qingxiu's intelligence sources sometimes seemed to be more up-to-date than the court's. And whenever Qingxiu wanted to do something, it was always inexplicably swift, as if someone was secretly assisting him. With all this combined, Li Er became more convinced of his suspicion. He even suspected that the time the Ministry of Rights was almost burned by assassins, and was secretly stopped, was Qingxiu's people acting in the dark. Wang Degue's expression was serious. He only whispered, "I do not know, but there is something I'm not sure if I should say." "Say it." Duke Qingxiu's power today is growing larger and larger, but he does not form factions in court. He even deliberately avoids most officials' flattery. It is normal that he would secretly keep some forces for himself. Li Er slightly nodded. "You don't need to tell me, I understand. To be honest, even if I were in his position, I would not cultivate some people under me to do things. Otherwise, there would be too much worry." After thinking again, Li Er suddenly thought, what if he also did as Qingxiu does, cultivating a group of subordinates who would follow his orders directly, without needing to be bound by official regulations? Although Li Er could command every part of the Tang dynasty like an extended arm and with no constraint, every order still needed to be passed down through layers, with many transmissions before it reached the person he meant to command. Setting aside the time delay, it also easily led to leaks, which was inconvenient. If he had a group of subordinates who could be ordered with a single command directly without layer-by-layer transmission, and no one else could command them except him, how much more convenient would that be? They could not only carry out secret tasks and gather intelligence, but also perform surprises whenever he wanted. Thinking of this, Li Er actually became a little excited. This matter could not be rushed. Li Er planned to think it over carefully, but that did not mean he could delay indefinitely. And maybe he could ask Qingxiu for advice on this. Perhaps Qingxiu's experience was richer in this regard? Since that large-scale execution ended, Qingxiu once again had his mint operate at full capacity. It still produced large amounts of paper money every day and released it to the market. His judgment was correct. After the counterfeit-involved people were executed, the court's credibility among the people once again sharply increased, and the speed at which paper money was exchanged for silver slowed considerably. Even the frequency of paper money use increased. Many small merchants could now confidently accept paper money. After all, paper money is light and convenient. Carrying it on the body is not conspicuous. Especially for traveling merchants, this was a very convenient choice of currency. The reason people were previously uneasy was still because of doubts about the credit level of the paper money. But now the court's stance and the series of decisive executions had already proven the court's attitude. Since that was so, they could trust the court too. And as paper money was used more and more widely, traveling merchants from foreign countries coming to Chang'an City also began to take notice of paper money. Because they were foreign merchants, paper money had not yet been recognized in foreign countries, so the court did not force its use on them. It only suggested using it. And it also required that when they paid taxes they must use paper money. In this way they had to exchange some paper money from the court. But after more contact with it, they obviously began to become very interested in the paper money. Not only because the anti-counterfeiting level of these notes was extremely high and the production was extremely fine, but what surprised them more was the level of acceptance and the credit of paper money among the people. Whether it was the Dashi country or Rome, they still used precious metals as currency and at most imitated the Tang dynasty in using copper coins. Whether they could produce paper money with such a high anti-counterfeiting level was another question. The important thing was that they simply had no ability to get the people to trust paper money. That the Tang dynasty could do this showed the emperor's methods and how strong the court's control over the regions was. Because of this, they also began to become interested in paper money.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.